15 years after the breakup, falling in love with my ex's daughter. Chu Feihong, a big shot in the telecommunications industry, completely falls into the temptation of Lin Shiqing, a young woman who has just graduated, after one night of passion. His young girlfriend enters the scene with a full set of buffs. She is not only his former student and current subordinate, but also the biological daughter of his ex. Chapter 1, Hangover, Amnesia, and the Girl Beside Me. In a parallel universe, in the city of Mingnan, China, it's early morning. Inside the luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel, Chu Feihong is slowly waking up from a hangover. He opens his eyes, rubs his forehead with a long sigh, and tries his best to recall the events of last night. For Chu Feihong, waking up in a hotel room after a night of socializing is nothing new. He's grown used to it. However, the sweet, intoxicating fragrance wafting through the sheets fills his senses with a lingering, ambiguous aura. Chu Feihong tilts his head slightly, and his gaze lands on a woman with long hair lying next to him, her back to him. Her smooth, seductive shoulder is exposed, and her fair back peeks out from under the slightly lifted blankets. This alluring scene leaves Chu Feihong stunned, and he instinctively lightens his movements. He surveys the room, with scattered clothes and rumpled bed sheets silently telling the story of last night's wild affair. Careful not to wake the woman sleeping beside him, Chu Feihong picks up his clothes with light fingers and heads toward the living area outside the bedroom. The suite consists of both a bedroom and a living room, decorated luxuriously with excellent soundproofing. Chu Feihong pulls out his phone and notices that it's already 5:30 a.m. His usual morning jog time. His biological clock has woken up every cell in his body. But right now, he has no desire to go for a run. He dials his friend Cheng Dongyang's number, and after a long wait, the call is finally answered. "Dafe, are you a psycho? Calling me at 5:30 in the morning? You get up earlier than the chickens every day. Don't drag me down with you, okay?" Cheng Dongyang clearly hasn't gotten up yet and has been forcibly woken by the ringtone. "Cheng Fatty, after we finished drinking with Lao Hu last night, did you leave me all alone at the bar?" Chu Feihong asks directly, making it clear that he is calling to settle the score. Cheng Dongyang is stunned for a second, then immediately denies it. "I didn't. We both went out for drinks together. How could I leave you alone? No abandonment, no giving up, that's my motto." "Really? Then where are you right now?" Chu Feihong raises an eyebrow and asks. "I'm at home, of course," Cheng Dongyang answers confidently. "You said no abandonment, so why are you at home and I'm in a hotel room?" Chu Feihong challenges. "Oh. I wouldn't leave you alone, but you were with someone else yesterday." "Cheng Fatty, stop talking to me. I'm a germaphobe." Chu Feihong cuts him off. Chu Feihong and Cheng Dongyang have been university roommates and are now both 37, billionaires with diamond-level status. A few years ago, they, along with another roommate named Xiaoling, founded Chijin Technology and quickly became leaders in the telecommunications industry. Though Chu Feihong's status is now quite prominent, it still doesn't compare to the influence he had when he was making waves in his previous state-owned enterprise. Despite their high positions and age, Cheng Dongyang's casual approach to women really bothers Chu Feihong. However, this tone of reprimand only makes Cheng Dongyang feel wronged. "What has that got to do with me? The girl came looking for you last night and seemed pretty familiar. I thought you two knew each other. How could I know her?" Chu Feihong is so angry he almost yells, but then he realizes there is someone still lying in the bedroom and lowers his voice. "How could I possibly know a girl like her, who works part-time? Oh, people usually don't recognize someone after they pull up their pants. Did you forget everything before you took your pants off? Bullshit. I don't know her at all." Chu Feihong remembers that he was blackout drunk yesterday, but he is certain he wouldn't be interested in a part-time girl like that. After all, with his current status, he could have any woman he wanted, and he wouldn't bother spending money to satisfy his desires. But the facts were clear. He could only chalk up the experience as a drunken mistake and shift the blame onto Cheng Dongyang, who had done nothing to stop it. Hanging up the phone, he turned back to the bedroom, taking 5,000 yuan in cash from his Hermes clutch and placing it on the bedside table. In this era of mobile payments, carrying this much cash on him was already quite rare. "Should be enough, right?" he muttered to himself. Chu Feihong had no experience with such transactions and was not familiar with the industry's unspoken rules. He glanced at the woman sleeping beside him and felt a strange sense of familiarity, as though he had seen her somewhere before. However, as he lowered his gaze, he was startled to discover a glaring red flower blooming on the pristine white bedsheet. Chu Feihong stared at the red stain, a wave of confusion rising in his chest. After confirming his suspicion, he hurried back to the living room and dialed Cheng Dongyang's number again. "Are you done? I just got back to sleep, and now you're calling me again." Cheng Dongyang was losing his temper. He hated being woken up during his sleep, especially twice in a row. "Fatty, are you sure that girl was just doing part-time work?" After the initial shock, Chu Feihong began to recall what happened last night at the bar. At the time, Cheng Dongyang had pointed out a slender woman and confidently told a client that she was a regular at the bar, working as a part-time escort. Soon after, the woman came over to Chu Feihong, taking care of him tenderly while he was already half drunk. In the end, the two of them spent a passionate night together in the hotel suite. "Da Fei, what's going on with you? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over something this small?" Cheng Dongyang's tone was evasive. After all, he had only made up the story about the girl. He had no idea that Chu Feihong, who rarely visited nightclubs, would actually take the girl to a hotel room. "It's not that, it's just that the girl left something on the bed," Chu Feihong said uneasily. "Left something? What do you mean?" Chu Feihong remained silent, but the experienced Cheng Dongyang quickly understood. "No way, right? Did she have some sort of surgery done? That girl was obviously after you last night." "Whoa, didn't he expect that? She's got some moves. You better watch out for yourself." Cheng Dongyang hurriedly tried to explain, hoping to cover up the situation. "Cut the crap. What should I do now to settle this?" "Settle what? Just leave some more cash and walk away. Are you planning to get serious with her? She might be trying to blackmail you. Is it fine to just leave like this?" Chu Feihong lacked Cheng Dongyang's experience with such matters and was worried that what started as a one-night stand could turn into a messy situation. "Relax. The bar and hotel have cameras. These mutual consent situations are hard to explain anyway." After hearing this, Chu Feihong finally felt relieved. He returned to the bedroom, placing the remaining few hundred yuan bills from his bag onto the bedside table. With one last glance at the graceful figure, Chu Feihong hesitated for a moment before quietly leaving the room. After settling the bill at the front desk, he handed his car keys to the waiter. A few minutes later, a blue-silver Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up at the hotel entrance. With the respectful gaze of the hotel staff following him, Chu Feihong got into the driver's seat of his luxury car. Normally, the car was driven by his bodyguard and chauffeur, Chang Wei. However, Chang Wei had recently been detained for assaulting his friend, Lai Fu, while drunk, so Chu Feihong had to drive himself. In the early morning, Chu Feihong sped down the circular highway around Mingnan City, the scenery outside the window rushing past him. The cool late summer air filled his lungs, bringing a refreshing sensation that was hard to describe. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. Chu Feihong glanced at it casually, but his eyes suddenly froze. "Xiao Qing, Teacher Chu, have you already left? Chapter 2, Student? Part-time job. What's really going on?" Chu Feihong stared at the text message on his screen, dazed. A young, sweet-faced girl appeared in his mind. This girl, listed in his WeChat contacts as Xiao Qing, was actually named Lin Shiqing, a student he had taught while serving as a guest professor at his alma mater, Mingnan University of Posts and Telecommunications. Lin Shiqing was diligent and intelligent, and what made her even more exceptional was her endearing appearance, which could make anyone's heart skip a beat. Chu Feihong had always thought highly of her. The girl often asked him all sorts of questions, many of which strayed far beyond academic topics. They had always gotten along well, and he had sensed that Lin Shiqing might have feelings for him. However, because of their teacher-student relationship, he had never dared to entertain such thoughts. But after she graduated last year, Lin Shiqing suddenly stopped contacting him. At first, Chu Feihong would send her messages to check in, but her responses grew cold. She seemed completely uninterested in engaging with him. This sudden distancing reminded him of when his ex-girlfriend had broken up with him after graduation. Feeling disappointed, Chu Feihong had resigned from his permanent position at the university and only occasionally returned to give lectures. It had been nearly a year since he had last heard from this student. Now, suddenly, she was sending him a strange message, leaving him utterly bewildered. Still immersed in the chaos of last night's events, Chu Feihong had little time to think and decided to quickly reply with a voice message. "What nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning?" Before he could send it, another message from her came through. "Xiaoqing, what's the money by the bedside for?" Following that, Chu Feihong received a photo. It was the cash he had left at the hotel. A sudden, sharp squeal of tires echoed in his car, followed by the screeching sound of metal grinding against the road. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a sudden halt in the middle of the road. The car behind it slammed on its brakes, stopping just inches from the luxury vehicle. The driver of the car behind hurriedly got out and checked his vehicle. After confirming there was no collision, he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. "Shit, I'm lucky I was far enough behind. Otherwise, if I had scratched his paint, my car would have been totaled." The driver wiped the sweat from his brow, glaring at the Rolls-Royce. "Son of a bitch, is this your private road? You think you can park wherever you want just because you're driving a fancy car?" He muttered angrily, wishing he could kick the car, but the two overlapping R symbols on the Rolls-Royce logo stopped him from acting further. Inside the car, Chu Feihong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the photo on his phone. His mind was in a complete mess. After a long pause, he finally picked up his phone and hesitated before sending a reply. "Chu Feihong, was it you last night?" "Xiaoqing?" Seeing the string of question marks in her reply, Chu Feihong felt as if his brain were about to overheat. To have to compare the innocent girl he remembered with the woman he had shared a night with just the previous evening, it was completely unfathomable. "Chu Feihong, Xiaoqing, have you gone crazy? Are you really making money like that?" "Xiaoqing, making money?" The response seemed to show that she didn't understand what Chu Feihong was talking about. After a brief moment of confusion, the charming girl from the hotel finally realized what he meant. "Xiaoqing, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Chu Feihong stared at the message, feeling as though he was being unjustly blamed. "What do you mean? Shouldn't that be my line?" Frustrated, he began typing furiously on the virtual keyboard, feeling both ashamed of what had happened with his student and jealous that another man might have been with her. "Jealous? Why would I be jealous? Lin Shiqing is my student." As these thoughts raced through his mind, his fingers kept tapping the screen, resulting in a string of typos. It took nearly a minute for him to compose a simple sentence. "Chu Feihong, when did you start working part-time? You recognized me yesterday, right? Why did you still sleep with me? System message cannot be sent because you are not friends with this contact." The system's automatic response left Chu Feihong speechless. She had blocked him. To his surprise, a moment later, he received a text from his bank. "Industrial and Commercial Bank, a transfer of 13,245 renminbi and 90 cents has been made to your account ending in 8888. Transfer note, your payment was given to the wrong person. Please verify if the funds have been received. If you have any questions, please contact the bank." The amount 13,245 renminbi and 90 cents was a combination of the 12 bills of cash he had left behind, along with the 5,000 renminbi he had earlier placed on the bedside table. Lin Shiqing had once asked Chu Feihong to reimburse her for teaching materials, so she knew his bank account number. Chu Feihong was completely at a loss, just like King Louis XVI, not understanding anything about what had just transpired. The honking from behind grew louder. He had no choice but to start the car again and, using voice commands, attempted to call Lin Shiqing. But she had already blocked him. In desperation, he dialed Cheng Dongyang's number. When Cheng Dongyang picked up, he immediately broke down. His voice was a mix of exhaustion and resignation. "Fei Ji, I'm sorry. I'll get up now, alright. Where are you running? I'll come with you. We'll play it straight. Get lost. With your weight, you'd probably break a bone running. I just want to ask you one thing, are you sure that girl was just a part-timer? Will you stop already? Why are you acting like it's your first love? Should I be your strategist and give you advice on one-night stands?" Chu Feihong was frustrated, while Cheng Dongyang, his 200-pound friend, seemed even more impatient. "The girl, I know her." "Her? So you admit it now? I knew you knew her." "No, I mean, I didn't know her last night. I didn't recognize her today either, but she just messaged me." Turns out she recognized me last night, so I just realized who she is. Cheng Donyang was utterly confused by Chu Feihong's incoherent ramblings, and his brain seemed to shut down for a moment. After a long silence, he finally coldly asked, Fei Ji, are you speaking in private language? Or are you just messing with me? Chu Feihong looked completely innocent. He knew this situation was a mess, but the facts were what they were. Anyway, just tell me, how do you know that girl was working part-time? Oh, Cheng Donyang hesitated. You better have a good reason to convince me, or I swear I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Chu Feihong glanced out at the overcast sky and added, and don't even think you'll see it today. Cheng Donyang shuddered and quickly defended himself. I saw her with my own eyes last week at that bar. She left with an old man, wearing the same outfit as yesterday. Are you sure? Of course. Hearing Cheng Donyang's words, the last shred of hope in Chu Feihong's heart shattered. So, Lin Shiqing, this girl, really sold herself. With that thought, the complex feelings of guilt he had towards her began to transform into resentment. Not hearing any response, Cheng Donyang, realizing the delicate situation, quickly changed the subject. Bro, if you're interested in that type of girl, I can get you a different one every day, no repeats. But don't dwell on it today. There's a joint RD discussion at the headquarters this morning. You can't leave me hanging, alright? What meeting? I'm not going. Talk to Lao Xiao about the business stuff. Chu Feihong was still desperately trying to reconcile the image of Lin Shiqing, the sweet, innocent girl, with the image of a promiscuous part-time worker. He was too distracted to care about Cheng Donyang's words. The three key figures of Chijin Technology each had different responsibilities and domains within the company. President Xiaolin was in charge of the core business and RD, acting as both the chief engineer and the strategic leader of the company. First Vice President Cheng Donyang handled business, legal affairs, and public relations, leveraging his skill in talking to anyone, adjusting his language to suit the situation, whether speaking to a person or even a ghost. Second Vice President Chu Feihong was responsible for administration, human resources, and finance, essentially the company's logistics manager. The three brothers controlled different aspects of the company, from back-end, front-end, and mid-management, creating a solid internal structure that many large companies envied. Their trust, which had started back in their university dorm days, made Chijin Technology's internal affairs unusually stable. Since Chu Feihong didn't handle business matters, he naturally wasn't interested in attending a joint RD meeting. Cheng Donyang sighed deeply, and his tone suddenly became serious. Fei Ji, the company we're collaborating with this time is the European telecom giant Vodus, and their representative at the meeting is the president of the China region Xiaoyue. At the mention of this name, Chu Feihong's heart skipped a beat. The gentle girl in the white dress from his university days seemed to have reappeared by his side. In a haze, they shared a pair of earphones, listening to Jay Cho's Ching Qian Sunny Day, softly singing along to the melody. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But gradually, the wind blew the distance farther and farther away. Finally, we could love each other for one more day. But in the end, it seemed you still said goodbye. Chapter 3, The Reason I Hate You Leaving. Chijin Technology is a unicorn enterprise in Mingnan City. Due to its rapid growth and large number of employees, it has garnered considerable attention from provincial and city leaders. The company owns its own RD building in the northern development zone of the city, where President Xiaolin and Vice President Cheng Donyang usually work. Chu Feihong's apartment is in the old southern part of the city. Not wanting to cross the river to the northern side, he rents 3 floors in an office building in the city center for his department. Occasionally, when out-of-town clients come for business negotiations, Cheng Donyang will also come here, as hosting them in the city center is more convenient. However, today was special. Despite his reluctance, Chu Feihong was still called by Cheng Donyang to the large conference room at the headquarters. The spacious meeting room wasn't crowded, with only about 10 or so people, but all of them were big shots in the industry. Vodus elite representatives from the China region had arrived, and Chijin Technology had sent all of their senior engineers who were available. Since President Xiaolin wasn't in the country, Cheng Donyang had no choice but to bring out Chu Feihong, the former vice president of RD at a central enterprise. 2 foreign experts worked together to explain a multinational project thoroughly. Chu Feihong ignored it completely. His eyes were fixed on the short-haired woman across from him, who, without hesitation, returned his gaze. This woman was the president of Vodus China region, and also Chu Feihong's ex-girlfriend from University Xie Yue. Xie Yue was 2 years older than Chu Feihong, now 39, but still looked as if she were in her early 30s. She wore a simple yet elegant black professional suit, and her straight skirt accentuated her graceful figure. Her short hair was clean and neat, with slightly curled ends that added a touch of femininity. As a well-known powerhouse in the telecommunications industry, no one dared to underestimate her. Even the representatives from Vodus European headquarters treated her with the utmost respect. However, at this moment, Chu Feihong's attitude was far from friendly. Xie Yue's gaze was equally sharp, and the atmosphere between them was tense and delicate. Cheng Donyang, standing to the side, kept wiping his sweat, feeling uneasy. He wasn't sure if calling in Chu Feihong was the right decision. After the foreigners finished explaining the project, they politely reported to Xie Yue in a low voice. She nodded slightly, her red lips parted, but her gaze remained fixed on Chu Feihong. So, Donyang, Feihong, if Zhejian is willing to cooperate, I can sign the strategic agreement this month. Xie Yue's voice was calm but carried an undeniable authority. Without raising her voice, she exuded a powerful presence, showcasing the commanding aura of a female entrepreneur. Cheng Donyang was overjoyed at her words but still tried to appear concerned. Yue, for such a multi-billion project, does the European headquarters really allow you to choose local partners? You have the technological advantage, and you also have local network resources, which meet our Vodus cooperation criteria. Xie Yue spoke confidently, her eyes still locked on Chu Feihong. Seeing their intense exchange, Cheng Donyang couldn't help but feel awkward. He leaned closer to Chu Feihong and whispered, Fei Ge, this contract is worth 30 billion. Yue is practically giving us money. You've been staring at her without saying a word. What's the deal? Stop playing the big shot. Chu Feihong slowly turned his head and asked, what kind of attitude do you want me to show? Either take the deal or don't. Just say something. Cheng Donyang was getting frantic. He felt that this contract was huge and crucial for the future of Zhejian technology. Chu Feihong let out a cold laugh and then returned his gaze to Xie Yue. Sorry, I'm not interested in this project. We're not doing it. Chu Feihong had already made plans for the company's future layout, but a sudden shift in the business sector could easily attract attention from potential competitors. As a result, he had kept his thoughts secret from the loquacious Cheng Donyang and only discussed them with President Xiaolang. Xie Yue's gaze deepened, as if she had already predicted his response. But her experts from Vodus were shocked. This was the first time they had seen someone reject their president so firmly. The people from Zhejian Technology were even more baffled. They couldn't understand why their boss was acting so arrogantly when Vodus was practically knocking on their door with money. The room fell into a dead silence, which was eventually broken by Cheng Donyang standing up. How about this, let the technical experts step out for now, and let us three of us talk. As everyone else gradually left the room, Xie Yue's expression softened. She tilted her head, carefully inspecting Chu Feihong's neck, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. Feihong, have you got a girlfriend? No. Chu Feihong replied coldly, my personal life is none of your business. Chu Feihong's attitude was quite hostile, which made Cheng Donyang, who was standing nearby, sweat with anxiety. He quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Yue, you really do care about Feihong. But this guy has been single since he joined Zhejian Technology. Why do you ask such a question? Xie Yue slightly raised the corner of her mouth and then pointed at her own neck with her finger. Cheng Donyang caught her hint and glanced at Chu Feihong's neck. Sure enough, he noticed a hickey left by a girl. How could that little girl do such a thing? How could she leave a mark on a client? His complaint slipped out, but it immediately caught Xie Yue's hostile gaze. Cheng Fati, are you pimping out your own brother now? No, Yue, that girl wasn't someone I found for Feihong last night. I had nothing to do with it. Chu Feihong tightened his collar, feeling frustrated with Lin Shiqing's carelessness. But seeing Xie Yue's accusatory stance made him uncomfortable. My personal matters have nothing to do with you. Are you done here? If not, please leave. Xie Yue was enraged by his attitude, and her voice unconsciously became sharper. Feihong, don't be so emotional. Your bet agreement with Tiantian Capital expires in a year and a half. If you don't manage to get listed on the A-share market, you'll have to return their investment. I'm trying to help you. Yes, yes. Cheng Dongyang chimed in eagerly from the side. We don't need it. Even without the 2.7 billion, Chijin Technology 1T go bankrupt. Xiaoling has expanded the core business so much right now. If the investors pull out, it will be fatal to your cash flow. Cheng Dongyang fully agreed with Xie Yui's point and kept echoing her. Yes, yes. Seeing his fat friend continuously supporting Xie Yui, Chu Feihong suddenly understood what was going on. He pointed at Cheng Dongyang and said harshly, Cheng Fatty, this is how you do business. Exposing our bottom line and begging her for money. Don't make it sound so harsh. You know that's not what I meant. Xie Yui quickly explained on Cheng Dongyang's behalf. Chu Feihong felt surrounded by both of them and stood up, ready to leave. Feihong. Xie Yui also stood up, her voice stern, stopping the man. But when Chu Feihong slowly turned around, her usually sharp eyes softened. Feihong, do you still refuse to forgive me? Her voice trembled, carrying an unmistakable sadness. Chu Feihong's lips twitched involuntarily. He stared at Xie Yui with piercing eyes, as though trying to see through her soul. His breathing grew heavier, and a mixture of hatred and unwillingness shone in his eyes. Forgive you? Xie Yui, what exactly do you want me to forgive you for? You told me you weren't ready, so I never touched you. But the truth is, you gave birth to a daughter when you were 17, yet you never told me during our 4 years of university. The year we graduated, I begged you to stay, but in the end, you chose to give your daughter a complete family and abandoned me completely. Xie Yui, what did I do in my past life to deserve such cruel treatment from you? By the time Chu Feihong finished speaking, he was breathless. The nightmares of the past decade, which had haunted him, bled again as soon as he touched them. Xie Yui didn't offer any explanation, nor could she provide a reasonable one. She closed her eyes for a long while, her brows furrowing slightly, as though Chu Feihong's accusations had also wounded her. Feihong, you don't understand. When I saw the longing look on my daughter's face, I knew I couldn't continue with you. Hesitating hurt both you and me. So many years have passed, and I hoped you would mature a little. The current project is crucial for you. Do you want to let Xiaoling and Cheng Dongyang struggle for years in vain because of my decision? Stop making excuses for your decisions, Yui. Back then, you left me for your daughter, and I hated that little girl for over a decade. Now you're bringing up Xiaoling and Cheng Dongyang. Do you want me to hate my brothers too? Chu Feihong's voice grew softer, but his tone became heavier. He was like a wounded lion, desperately using his remaining strength to stop those who violated his dignity. Seeing him nearly exhausted, both Xie Yui and Cheng Dongyang were taken aback. It had been many years since they had seen Chu Feihong this enraged. It was like a completely different person from his usual calm and refined demeanor. Chu Feihong stood up, weakly staring at Xie Yui, and said word by word. I don't want to see you again, and I don't want anyone mentioning your daughter ever again. Chapter 4, Reunited within the company. Chu Feihong slammed the door as he left, paying no attention to the shocked people outside. Looking at the door that had been forcefully shut, Xie Yui's heartbeat quickened, and her previously proud demeanor shifted to guilt and unease. Dongyang, you should talk to Feihong again later. This is not the time to act impulsively. I understand, but if he truly resists like this, there's nothing I can do, Cheng Dongyang replied. He had originally wanted to seal the deal, but Feihong's attitude had surprised him. He knew the history between the two, and he had thought that time had faded everything. However, some wounds ran deeper than expected. Xie Yui walked up to Cheng Dongyang, wanting to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. After all, Chu Feihong's current state was something she had caused, but who was truly controlling her life? Chu Feihong rarely came to Chijin Technology's headquarters, but they still kept an office of the same size as the other two CEOs. Inside his private office's restroom, he repeatedly splashed his face with cold water, hoping to cool his anger. In the mirror, Chu Feihong looked disheveled. Usually, he would meticulously use hair gel and wax to comb his long hair into a neat back style. But today, due to time constraints, he hadn't had the chance to return home to groom himself. Instead, he had hastily tied his hair into a small ponytail at the back of his head. The damp strands clung to his handsome face. Chu Feihong stared at his reflection, feeling a mix of amusement and bitterness. He was usually very careful about his image and demeanor, but now, in front of Xie Yue, he had lost his composure. Perhaps all the anger stemmed from his helplessness against reality. Despite thinking that he had moved on, Chu Feihong still couldn't deceive himself. At that moment, the phone on the sink lit up with a new WeChat notification. Cheng Dongyang, the rain has stopped. Chu Feihong, still looking damp, silently walked to the windowsill and looked down at the group of people about to leave. At the same time, Xie Yue seemed to sense something and turned her head, her gaze landing on the Chijin Technology headquarters building behind her. Chu Feihong stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, his figure appearing particularly lonely and desolate in the light. This scene caused an indescribable wave of sorrow and helplessness to rise within Xie Yue. Perhaps out of guilt for her previous impulsiveness, Chu Feihong didn't greet Cheng Dongyang and drove back to the city alone. The things he wanted to say, even without speaking them directly, the other party already understood. Over the years, the three brothers had supported each other through fragile memories, helping each other to get this far. Yet, when would this fleeting, cloud-like existence finally come to an end? Chijin Technology's office in the city was grand and located in the golden area of the downtown, surrounded by the largest shopping mall in Mingnan and vibrant commercial streets. Chu Feihong drove into the underground parking garage and sat in the car, repeatedly trying to organize his emotions, trying his best to return to the calm and collected demeanor he usually maintained. Today had been too much of a mess. Not only had a young girl shattered his calm, but his ex of more than 10 years had also pushed him to his limits. Are these two women sent by heaven to torture me? Chu Feihong gradually calmed down, his gaze deepening once more. After tying his hair back properly in the car, he walked into the elevator in the parking garage. Due to the high number of office workers in the building, the elevator was always crowded, no matter the time of day. Chu Feihong found himself pushed to the back of the elevator by the crowd, but his height of 1.85 meters still allowed him to see the distant view. As the elevator doors were about to close, he suddenly heard a sweet, anxious voice calling out, "Please wait for me." He vaguely saw a woman dressed in a white shirt and a black blazer rushing toward the elevator from the lobby. Beside the elevator panel was a balding man, who, despite hearing the woman's voice, kept pressing the close door button in a subtle, passive-aggressive manner. Everyone could see what he was doing, yet no one spoke up. This scene wasn't extreme, but it was a small reflection of office politics. Some people always act in their own self-interest, never willing to waste even a second, while others silently benefit from selfishness. They all saw the woman running towards them but refused to wait just a few more seconds. Just as the elevator doors were about to close completely, a strong arm stretched into the elevator, pressing their open door button. Chu Feihong, under the disapproving looks of the others, made the elevator doors reopen. "Mind your own business." Someone finally voiced their discontent. "Yeah, exactly." Some even agreed. But when they saw the watch on Chu Feihong's wrist, the brief murmurs of discontent immediately quieted down. This building housed many prestigious companies, and the young office workers had long learned to judge someone's identity based on their attire. The Patek Philippe watch worth 500,000 on Chu Feihong's wrist was enough to make the seemingly affluent but actually cash-strapped senior office workers show some deference. The petite woman hurried into the elevator, but was completely blocked from view by a few well-built men. Despite that, she still saw an arm stretch out from the crowd, pressing their open door button for her. "Thank you." Although she couldn't see Chu Feihong's figure, she still expressed her sincere gratitude. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, and there was something vaguely familiar about it. "No problem." Chu Feihong responded in a gentlemanly manner, though he too couldn't see the woman. This elevator was dedicated to high-floor residents and only started stopping from the 20th floor, which just so happened to be where Chu Feihong's office was located. As he navigated through the crowded people, he happened to see a charming figure stepping out of the elevator ahead of him. The woman who had rushed for the elevator seemed to intentionally pause, standing outside and carefully observing inside. When she saw Chu Feihong parting the crowd with his arm, she immediately recognized the kind person who had helped her press the elevator button. "Thank you." She politely bowed again, her long hair cascading like a black waterfall. Despite her slender figure, she had a pair of remarkably full breasts that caught the eye. Chu Feihong finally squeezed out of the elevator and couldn't help but laugh at the scene in front of him. What was supposed to be a simple, casual gesture had made such a cute girl so grateful, which took him by surprise. You're too kind. The woman raised her head, her hair parting like the opening scene of a play, revealing her charming face. Her large, gentle eyes sparkled with a captivating light, and her pure smile made anyone fall in love at first sight, like a spring breeze rippling across a calm lake. However, when their eyes met, both of them were expressions of shock. Just a few hours ago, Chu Feihong had left this woman alone at the hotel without a word. Lin Shiqing. Teacher Chu. They both exclaimed in surprise almost simultaneously. But just a few seconds later, Chu Feihong felt a surge of blood rising in his body, and a wave of anger ignited within him. Chapter 5. What on earth do you want to do? Chu Feihong grabbed Lin Shiqing's arm and roughly pulled her to the stairwell next to him. Lin Shiqing may have been hurt by him, and she began to resist halfway through. What are you doing? It hurts. Chu Feihong pulled hard and threw the petite Lin Shiqing to the wall, blocking her escape route with his tall body. What on earth do you want to do? You don't want the money, but you chase me to my company. He angrily questioned the slightly confused girl, his eyes full of resentment that he himself could not understand. Lin Shiqing was frightened by his appearance, and except for her gradually red eyes, she did not respond at all. Speak. What on earth do you want? You think the money is too little, right? How much do you want? 100,000. 200,000. Car? House? Chu Feihong was not unfamiliar with such a scene. Among his colleagues, there were many cases of young girls who started to have affairs after they had achieved a little success in their careers. In the end, except for old-timers like Cheng Dornyan, most of them will be disturbed by little women and even separated from their wives and children. High-end hunters always disguise themselves as prey. Some girls act harmless before going to bed, but after a night of spring, they begin to unrestrainedly demand the extravagant life they want from men. Chu Feihong didn't expect that such a vulgar plot of an old pervert and a gold digger would happen to him and Lin Shiqing. The student he once valued so much has fallen to this point, which makes him very upset. The moment he saw Lin Shiqing outside the elevator, he was sure that the girl wanted to make a fortune from him by taking advantage of what happened last night. Chu Feihong's mood at this time was extremely complicated. In the emotions he vented to Lin Shiqing, he felt more regret for her fall. The girl who was firmly controlled by him seemed to have recovered from the shock, and the big tears rolled silently from her big sad eyes. Par. A crisp slap hit Chu Feihong's face, and Lin Shiqing's weak body suddenly burst out with amazing strength, pushing the man in front of her away fiercely. I hate you. Lin Shiqing said to him tremblingly, and then rushed out of the stairwell without looking back. Chu Feihong stroked his cheek, which was not too painful, and quickly followed. He found that Lin Shiqing did not choose to leave by the elevator, but ran straight to the two magnificent glass doors. Chu Feihong rented the 20th, 21st, and 22nd floors of this building, and the direction Lin Shiqing ran was exactly the company gate of Chijin Technology. This girl is going to my company to make trouble. Chu Feihong thought so, and chased after her irritably. Lin Shiqing, you can't get in without a work card. Just say what you want. After all, we are teachers and students. Chu Feihong's tone softened a little. He didn't want to make a mess with his students because of love affairs. But he didn't expect that Lin Shiqing, who was standing by the door, wiped her tears hard and took out a work card from her small suit. Lin Shiqing turned around and glared at Chu Feihong fiercely, her watery eyes full of grievance and disappointment. She put the work card on her chest on the access control and scanned it, and the glass door immediately opened to both sides. The access control also issued a welcome back prompt. Lin Shiqing trotted into the door, leaving Chu Feihong standing there dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the card swipe file left on the access control screen. Name, Lin Shiqing. Work number, 5842. Department, Innovation Center. She is from our company. Chu Feihong almost shouted out the question in his heart. After a brief surprise, he hurried into the company. The two beauties at the front desk were whispering, secretly discussing Lin Shiqing, who was in tears just now. When they saw Chu Feihong coming, they immediately stopped gossiping and bowed respectfully to greet him. Hello, President Chu. Chu Feihong nodded calmly and pointed at Lin Shiqing, who was running to the work area, and asked, Is that an employee of our company? A woman with curly hair immediately responded. Yes, President Chu. She is an employee of the Innovation Center who moved from the headquarters a few days ago. She should be the leader of Group 17, and her name seems to be. By the way, her name is Lin Shiqing. Innovation Center. Chu Feihong then recalled that a group of employees did move from the headquarters to their work area in the city center to work a few days ago. Yes, the Innovation Center now has 17 groups, and the headquarters can no longer accommodate them. Mr. Xiao asked us to sort out the vacant workstations here and let the employees of the Innovation Center move in one after another. Perhaps because he felt that his colleague talked too much and stole all the limelight in front of the vice president, another receptionist also quickly added. When team leader Lin first moved in, he often asked us if we were in the company. Do we report to you? She often asks me. Chu Feihong was extremely confused and didn't know what Lin Shiqing was up to. He didn't come to work these days, and he worked remotely at home or in a cafe. There was no special reason, he just didn't bother to come. In order to find out the whole story, Chu Feihong rushed into his office and quickly checked the personnel file on the computer. Sure enough, Lin Shiqing was an employee of their Chijin Technology and had joined the company in July last year. Last July? Didn't that mean you started working here right after graduation? Chu Feihong recalled that he was very busy during that period. The recruitment of fresh graduates was the sole responsibility of the Human Resources Director, and he never paid attention to who was on the list of employees. He immediately called and asked the Human Resources Director Li Shiqing to come over. There was a knock on the door, and after getting Chu Feihong's permission, a mature white-collar beauty walked in. Li Shiqing is 27 years old, tall, and has a delicate and gentle appearance. Boss Chu, are you looking for me? She asked softly, with a very respectful attitude. There were 3 computer monitors on Chu Feihong's desk, which was an office habit he developed when he was doing research and development. He turned one of the monitors to Li Shiqing, and it contained Lin Shiqing's personnel file. Do you still remember this employee? Li Shiqing recognized Lin Shiqing with just a glance. Isn't this Lin Shiqing from the Innovation Center? She is a fresh graduate from last year. She used to work with team leader Chen of Group 1. She just took on a project and set up a team 2 days ago. Chu Feihong felt that the timeline was becoming more and more coincidental. Yes. Li Shiqing's human resources work is very professional. She has all the 5,000 people in the company in her mind. She has set up a team independently after only 1 year in the company. Chu Feihong was puzzled. Generally, only RD personnel with more than 3 years of experience are qualified to set up a team independently after getting a project. It's a bit early. But Lin Shiqing worked very hard in Group 1, and her ability was also the best in the same period. Except for the monsters under President Xiao, her overtime hours should be the longest in the whole company. As Li Shiqing introduced, Chu Feihong also retrieved Lin Shiqing's overtime records for the year. 5 hours of overtime per day. You stay in the company every day, and you still have time to work part-time outside. Chu Feihong touched his chin and sighed, then continued to ask, who was responsible for the interview when she joined last year. The first interview was with Xia Wang, the human resources specialist. The second interview was with the general manager of the RD department, and the third interview was personally participated in by me. How did she perform? Highly professional. Especially the practical experience of large-scale projects, it is definitely the most comprehensive in the Innovation Center. I also felt strange at the time, how could a fresh graduate have so much practical experience? Chu Feihong couldn't help but sneer in his heart after listening. Isn't it me, the teacher, who taught her privately? It turns out that this little girl comes to me when she has nothing to do, not to tease me, but to study sincerely. Seeing that he looked thoughtful, Li Shiqing asked curiously. Boss Chu, why do you suddenly care about Lin Shiqing? Oh. I met her at the door, don't worry about it. Did she say she knew anyone in the company during the interview? Knowing someone in the company. Li Shiqing was puzzled. That is, did she say she knew a certain leader in the company? No. If there is such a situation, I will remember this kind of employee. Li Shiqing said it very confidently, so it must be no. Did she say who her teacher was? No, I only know that she and you both graduated from Mingnan Post and Telecommunications. Boss Chu, did you know her before? Chu Feihong was stunned by her question and didn't know how to answer for a while. That's it, you go back to work first. Okay, Boss Chu. Li Shiqing decisively withdrew. Although she was a little curious, she didn't dare to ask another question. Knowing when to inquire and when to shut up is a necessary cultivation for the middle level of the enterprise. Chu Feihong leaned back in her boss chair and kept turning left and right. He took out his cell phone, flipped through a photo of himself and Lin Shiqing, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Xiaoqing, what on earth are you talking about? Chapter 6 Problematic Business Opportunity List. Chu Feihong looked through all kinds of files about Lin Shiqing since she joined the company in the office. The more he looked, the more he could not judge the girl's intentions. Over the past year, Lin Shiqing's performance has been either A or A+, and she has long been nominated as an outstanding employee of the Innovation Center. All the projects she handled received full marks from customers, especially the terrifying overtime hours, which shocked Chu Feihong. Do you love your work so much? Then why do you still want to do that kind of part-time job? He said to himself, looking at the photo of the two of them on his phone again. Are you short of money? Is there something wrong at home? Chu Feihong has been trying to find excuses to tolerate Lin Shiqing's behavior, trying to restore his impression of her to the innocent girl on campus. After a day of internal friction, Chu Feihong finally walked out of his office after get off work. He pretended to be indifferent and wandered to the work area of the Innovation Center. The administrative staff has cleared most of the work area on the north side of the 20th floor, and only 3 groups have moved here from the headquarters. Among them, there is Group 17 led by Lin Shiqing. The organizational structure of Chijin Technology is quite complex, especially the RD team headed by Xiaoling, which includes multiple levels. The company's technical structure is divided into the following departments: Core Development Department, Strategic Laboratory, Technology RD Department and Hardware Development Department. Under the Technology RD Department, there are Support Center, Big Data Center, Cloud Computing Center, AI Technology Center and Innovation Center. The Innovation Center where Lin Shiqing is located has not received enough attention in the huge technical system, and most groups undertake some small outsourcing projects. Although these projects are small in scale, limited in profit and not technically difficult, the workload is quite heavy. However, this is a valuable place to accumulate RD experience, providing an excellent springboard to other key RD departments. Another feature of the Innovation Center is the project group building system. Qualified RD personnel can get business opportunity orders from the system of the Ministry of Commerce, and after confirming that they are capable of doing the job, they can apply to create their own RD team. The newly established team can borrow or poach members from other teams, or directly apply for external recruitment. After the project is completed, the team leader can freely distribute the bonus of the whole team and get a more valuable business opportunity in the system of the Ministry of Commerce. Many large teams in the Innovation Center already have 30 or 40 people. They not only undertake external projects, but also take charge of some of the company's core businesses. Compared with the step-by-step growth path of key RD departments, many ambitious newcomers like to come to the Innovation Center to fight. If you get a good project and have your own RD team, the time for struggle can be accelerated by at least 5 years. Chu Feihong knows the characteristics of the Innovation Center and knows that there are many roll-ups here. But he never thought that his precious student could still roll up in such an environment. At this time, most of the employees had packed up their things and left the work area one after another. Only a group in the north corner was still arguing fiercely in the conference room. No need to ask, this low EQ leader who still invites people to meetings after get off work is most likely Chu Feihong's proud student. He slowly walked to the door of the conference room in the 17th work area. Through the glass wall, Chu Feihong saw Lin Shiqing arguing with her team members. The girl's red face made him miss her. In college, she was always so persistent in every group discussion. At that time, Chu Feihong thought that this little girl was strong and cute, but in the workplace, he was really worried about Lin Shiqing. While they were still arguing, Chu Feihong quietly walked to Lin Shiqing's workstation. Her desk looked quite messy, with colorful sticky notes densely attached to the edge of the monitor. Snacks, stationery and other items were scattered on the table in a disorderly manner, and various materials were randomly piled together without any order. She is so impatient, even sloppier than when she was in college. Chu Feihong has always been rigorous and prudent in doing things, and his influence has improved Lin Shiqing's habits. But after graduation, the careless girl showed her true colors again. Looking at the messy desktop, Chu Feihong was too lazy to help Lin Shiqing clean up. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he caught a glimpse of a small photo frame behind the monitor. The photo frame was hidden very cleverly. If Chu Feihong hadn't paid special attention, it would have been difficult to find. He looked back at Lin Shiqing, who was still arguing in the conference room, and couldn't help but reach out and take the photo frame out from behind the monitor. Chu Feihong also had the photo in the photo frame, which was the photo with Lin Shiqing in his mobile phone. The photo was taken at last year's graduation ceremony. Lin Shiqing was wearing a bachelor's dress and looked pure and lovely. However, in this photo, Chu Feihong's face had been poked with a hole by a ballpoint pen. "Does this mean you hate me so much?" he thought to himself. Turning around again, he found that Lin Shiqing in the conference room was staring at him through the glass wall. Chu Feihong shook the photo frame in his hand, pointed at his face, and showed a helpless expression. Lin Shiqing's pretty face flushed instantly, as if she was extremely ashamed and angry about her privacy being peeped into. However, she still gritted her teeth and presided over the remaining topics in the conference room. Chu Feihong suddenly found it very interesting to see that she still insisted on working under such circumstances. This look overlapped with the Lin Shiqing in his memory, and also confirmed his previous judgment. This child must have come out to do part-time sex because of a family accident and lack of money. Chu Feihong silently recited his thoughts in his heart, and his eyes looking at Lin Shiqing were also a little gentler. Just as he left the work area, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Several young people stretched their waists and swaggered out of it. "Let's discuss the rest tomorrow. It's too late, and the company's people are almost gone," a man with a crew cut said, throwing the notebook in his hand on the desk of his workstation. A thin man beside him also agreed. "Yeah, it's already late and we're still having a meeting. Jiang Chu, let's go to the kebab shop tonight." The man named Jiang Chu thought for a while, hugged the thin man beside him, and said with a smile, "After eating, I'll treat you to the second game. Mr. Jiang is open-minded, take me with you." Hearing that there was a game, the team members came up and surrounded Jiang Chu in the middle, begging him. Okay. I'll treat you tonight, Crown KTV, and you won't go home until you're drunk." Jiang Chu is the product manager of Group 17. He has a wealthy family and a cynical personality, and he takes a playful attitude towards life. The reason why he chose to work at Chijin Technology is purely to pursue self-realization. After hearing what Jiang Chu said, Lin Shiqing quickly chased out of the conference room and shouted, "Why are you leaving work? The plan is not finished yet." Her words made the team members who were at the maximum excitement threshold feel disappointed, and they all dispersed as if they did not hear the order of the team leader. "What's wrong with you? You have to report to Party A tomorrow, don't you know?" Lin Shiqing was anxious when she saw that her team members left work without completing the report plan. She ran over and blocked the first team member who was about to leave in front of the corridor. "Team leader, we have worked overtime for 2 days for this project. Now the plan is still so much short of completion, it is impossible to finish it." Finally, someone said what was in his heart, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Lin Shiqing is very smart and has strong technical ability, but she is not a good leader. She pointed at the team member who refuted her and said unceremoniously, "If you had seized the time in the past 2 days, how could the plan have been delayed for so long?" After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Chu came over and exposed his cards to Lin Shiqing in public. "Team leader, it's not that the brothers don't support you. I asked someone and the bid for this project has been determined long ago. No matter how hard we try, we will just be in the running." "Who told you that? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lin Shiqing stared at Jiang Chu, her heart flustered by his words. In fact, all those leaders know that this project is a pitfall. So many team leaders didn't take this project. Only you didn't see that there was something wrong with the business opportunity. Although Jiang Chu's tone was unfriendly, his attitude was still sincere. Seeing Lin Shiqing standing there in a daze, he continued to add, "Team leader Lin, we all know that you are amazing. You are the strongest PM project manager in Group 1. Brothers jumped to support you in the hope that they could follow you and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But with the current prospects of the project, it would be too stupid for us to risk our lives, wouldn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the team members around him nodded in agreement. Chu Feihong stood not far away and saw all this. He looked at Lin Shiqing, who was completely dumbfounded, and sighed silently in his heart. No wonder this little girl can set up a team after just 1 year of work. It turns out that she didn't see the trick of the business opportunity. Chapter 7 Teacher, I'll help you again. The so-called business opportunity list is the business opportunity information brought back by the business manager after business expansion. For example, a company wants to bid, a company is introducing partners, and a company needs what products. Senior employees of the Innovation Center can query ordinary outsourcing projects in the system and choose whether to undertake them. As for those high-end core projects, they are judged by other key departments with corresponding professional counterparts. Lin Shiqing was promoted to a higher position because of her outstanding performance in Group 1, and she can also see the business opportunity list. However, what she didn't know was that there are also unspoken rules for business opportunity lists. Business opportunity lists that can clearly mark the background, requirements, funds, R&D costs, and competitors of Party A are generally projects where the Chijin Technology Business Department can handle customer relations. And those business opportunity lists that can only clearly explain the project requirements but don't mention competitors are often businesses that the business department is not sure to follow up and hopes that the R&D team will give up. Chu Feihong is very clear that there is a hidden secret here. The business manager brings back this kind of project information to make his performance look better. After all, good projects are not something they can create. Sometimes, if there is really no suitable opportunity, they will also enter some uncertain projects into the system. Chu Feihong guessed that Lin Shiqing was probably cheated in this way. She should have seen the technical requirements of the entire project in the system and felt that she could complete it independently, so she blindly applied to establish her own R&D team without knowing her competitors. As for why no one reminded her, Chu Feihong knew from her attitude towards the team members just now that his beloved student's popularity should not be very good. However, he did not expect that this stubborn girl would be much more exaggerated than he remembered. Lin Shiqing, without doubting Jiang Chu, still stopped in front of everyone and said seriously, "No. No matter what the prospects of this project are, since we have started, we must complete the plan. Team leader Lin, please don't be so hypocritical, okay?" Jiang Chu didn't understand why she had to waste everyone's time for a project that was bound to fail. "That's right. You are alone, but we still want to accompany our girlfriends." Someone immediately began to agree with him. "You work overtime every day, driving everyone else crazy. Don't you have a life?" The words just now have completely destroyed the cohesion of this team. Voices of resistance and doubt rang out, sharply reaching Lin Shiqing's ears. Lin Shiqing was denounced by her team members, and she retreated in panic, clenching her fists helplessly. Seeing her make way, everyone ignored her and left the office one after another. Compared to the indifference and disgust of others, only Jiang Chu hesitated for a moment when he passed by Lin Shiqing. "Team leader, how about having a drink with us tonight? We are sure we can't get this project, and our team should be disbanded in a few days, right? It's fate that we get together, so just treat it as a farewell dinner for everyone." Jiang Chu's kindness did not win Lin Shiqing's understanding. She stared at Jiang Chu with her beautiful eyes, gritted her teeth and said, "I never do things halfway, and I will never miss the opportunity to report to Party A. Even if you don't participate, I will finish the plan by myself." Seeing her so stubborn, Jiang Chu could only shrug, put on headphones and left the office. Lin Shiqing looked at the empty work area, feeling very aggrieved. At this time, she found Chu Feihong standing in the corner. Shame, disappointment and strong frustration intertwined, almost defeating this girl who looked weak on the outside but tough on the inside. Chu Feihong walked towards her, wanting to comfort her student. But Lin Shiqing returned to her workstation, turned on the computer, and continued to work, without a trace of wanting to communicate with her. Her arrogant attitude made Chu Feihong, who enjoyed great respect in the company, a little unhappy. "What kind of attitude is that? When you were in school, I told you to pay attention to your emotional intelligence, but you're still like this. You deserve to be dissed by your subordinates." Chu Feihong cursed himself for being nosy and left the work area without looking back. Tonight, Chu Feihong had to attend an online exchange meeting with the North American branch of Chijin Technology, so he had to stay in the company until late. In his spare time, he turned on the company's security system out of curiosity and located the camera in the area where Lin Shiqing was. From a bird's eye view, he saw the little girl inserting a ballpoint pen into the photo in her hand. There was no doubt that the figure in the photo was riddled with holes. Chu Feihong saw that she was fierce and subconsciously touched his body, as if the ballpoint pen was poking him. The camera was not clear and the distance was relatively far, so he couldn't see the expression on Lin Shiqing's face. But Chu Feihong saw clearly that the other party wiped her tears vigorously. He didn't know why Lin Shiqing was crying. Was she abandoned by her team members? Or was she scolded by herself? Or maybe, her absurdity last night took away some of her beliefs. Lin Shiqing wiped her tears while continuing to type on the keyboard, as if she really didn't plan to give up the project. She was like a survivor stranded at sea, holding on to their hope of survival, and would go all out even if it was just a straw. Chu Feihong silently turned off the monitoring system. His heartache and regret for Lin Shiqing were repeatedly intertwined, making him want to help the girl uncontrollably. At this time, the online meeting application from North America came in, and Chu Feihong had to temporarily put aside the complicated feelings in his heart and return to work. This time, Chu Feihong will discuss in depth with the North American team the sanctions risks and response strategies that Zhejiang technology may face under the background of the trade war. The discussion lasted for several hours, and the situation is still optimistic at present. After the call ended, it was already past 0 o'clock. Chu Feihong rubbed his temple, took his mobile phone and left the office. It was dark outside the office, and the work area was quiet. Chu Feihong had just taken a few steps when he found that there was still a faint light in the work area to the north. He confirmed the time again and walked towards the light source with doubts. When he got closer, he saw a long-haired girl lying on the table at the end of a row of empty workstations. Xiaoqing. Chu Feihong recognized the employee who was already asleep. He looked at the petite figure of Lin Shiqing curled up on the table and couldn't help but feel distressed. Chu Feihong walked to Lin Shiqing's side and saw that there were still faint traces of tears on her face. The PPT on the computer monitor was not finished yet, but the girl was too sleepy to support it. Xiaoqing, why do you have to work so hard? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Chu Feihong's ears kept echoing with Cheng Dongyan's words. When he thought of the cute and lovely student in front of him, who had become the object of a strange man's desire due to money, he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. But at this moment, he didn't seem to have the qualifications to condemn others. Chu Feihong gradually remembered some fragments of last night. At that time, he seemed to have shown no mercy to his students. The girl's immature and painful gasps aroused his primitive desire, and he occupied Lin Shiqing's body again and again. Thinking of this, Chu Feihong couldn't help but feel extremely annoyed. However, when he glanced at the photo frame behind the monitor again, his heart seemed to be squeezed hard by someone. The strong impulse raged in his chest like a trapped beast, constantly attacking his consciousness, making it difficult for him to calm down. Lin Shiqing had carefully repasted the photo in the photo frame with tape without knowing when. She carefully pieced together Chu Feihong's broken image until the smiles of the two appeared in the photo together. Chu Feihong stared at the photo for a long time. He could see the pain and entanglement in Lin Shiqing's heart from the damaged photo. Xiaoqing, the teacher will help you again. He gently stroked Lin Shiqing's hair scattered on her forehead with his fingers, and his eyes became sharp from gentleness. Chu Feihong secretly made up his mind and vowed to lead the girl who had gone astray back to the right track of life. After he put his coat on Lin Shiqing, he turned to the homepage of Lin Shiqing's PPT, and the basic information of the project was clearly listed in the center of the page. Huadong Wanfang Communication Group, Jiangnan Branch, Video Ringback Tone Marketing Platform Report Plan. He looked at the screen and muttered to himself. It turned out to be Huadong Wanfang's project. Chu Feihong took his mobile phone to the meeting room and dialed a familiar number. After a short busy tone, the voice of a middle-aged man came from the receiver. Brother Chu, it's so late yet you haven't rested yet. Chu Feihong's expression was indifferent and he smiled slightly. Director Li, can the project report meeting of the provincial company tomorrow be postponed for one day? Chapter 8: The Tricks Behind the Project. There are only 3 telecommunications operators in China, and all of them are state-owned enterprises. The predecessors of these companies were China Telecom Group. After a series of name changes and reorganizations, the current 3 operators, Huadong Wanfang, Tianxin Yida, and Xinghe Tonglian, were finally born. Huadong Wanfang started out as a mobile phone business and has the largest number of mobile users in China. Tianxin Yida inherited the broadband business of the old telecommunications group and has an absolute advantage in home networking. Xinghe Tonglian was the first operator to embrace the internet. The various King cards and co-branded cards they launched were once popular. Chu Feihong has had a lot of business dealings with these 3 operators, but the leaders he met at the time are now in high positions, and he has basically never met the younger managers. Director Li on the phone is an old friend of Chu Feihong, who is now over 50 years old. Because there is no room for promotion, he is currently serving as the director of the bidding office in the procurement department, playing a more idle role. Hearing Chu Feihong's request for an extension, he hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice and said, "Brother Chu, you called me at this time just for this matter." There was noisy music in the background behind him. He must be socializing outside. Chu Feihong looked at the time, his tone slightly apologetic. "Director Li, I'm sorry. I just learned about this project, it's a bit abrupt." "Well, wait a minute." After Director Li finished speaking, the music gradually faded. He must have left the previous room and found a quiet place. "Feihong." Director Li's voice came again, "Do you know the background of this project?" "I really don't know about this." "Har har, you kid, you come to mess things up without knowing anything. What I see here is a platform project of more than 2 million. Chu Feihong just took a rough look at Lin Shiqing's plan, and from the introduction, it can be analyzed that it should be a marketing system for mobile phone video ringtones. 2 million. That's just a very small part of the bidding. The upper limit of the purchase amount for this bidding is 570 million. Director Li deliberately emphasized the amount of the project in an exaggerated tone, but this number was not shocking to Chu Feihong. After all, he had just turned down Xie Yuwei's 3 billion project. Yeah. Chu Feihong snorted lightly, but Director Li felt bored. "You are still the same. You don't care about projects below 10 billion. No, what is the background you just mentioned?" Chu Feihong didn't have the energy to look back on the past with him. If it weren't for Lin Shiqing, he wouldn't have bothered these old acquaintances in the operator system. Director Li lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said to Chu Feihong on the other end of the phone, "Chengding Technology has been operating this project since half a year ago, and it has been surrounded long ago. Are you trying to scare them into having a heart attack by cutting in at this time? Is this Chengding's project?" Hearing the name of the competitor, Chu Feihong's eyes moved slightly, but he was not too worried. Chengding Technology is the #1 communication technology company in China, and it is also the top private technology company. However, this current king was once pressed to the ground and rubbed alive by Chu Feihong for 5 years. Director Li could not hear any surprise in Chu Feihong's tone, so he continued to explain. "Yes, Chengding Technology has participated in the whole process from the preliminary research to the project establishment. The companies participating in the program report this time are basically the bid rigging companies they found. The East China CEO of Chengding Group is determined to win this project. Chu Feihong is very familiar with the bid rigging strategy, and of course he is also good at it. The process of bid rigging is actually not complicated. The leading enterprise often joins hands with a group of partners with excellent qualifications to participate in bidding activities as competitors. In the final quotation stage, these partners will deliberately lose points to ensure that the project will eventually fall into the hands of the leading enterprise. Of course, in order to make these partners willing to cooperate with the performance, the leading enterprise needs to give them sufficient benefits. The main part of the project is hardware procurement, right?" Chu Feihong smelled the trick when he heard the total amount of the project. Indeed, the first part of the bidding section is 70 million software development, the middle part is 420 million hardware procurement, and the back part is 80 million service support. Chengding Technology is still using the old routine? Get the software platform at a low price, and then lead the subsequent hardware procurement to make a profit. Har har har. Brother Chu, it's better to say less about this kind of industry insider. Have you forgotten that you exposed this matter in our group a few years ago, and how many leaders of provincial companies were brought down by the audit? Chu Feihong snorted coldly, not caring too much about it. "I'm too lazy to ask about Chengding Technology's mess, let's talk about my business. Tomorrow." "Oh, no. Today's report, postponed for 1 day. For your 2 million software platform, the 570 million project will be postponed. More than 40 suppliers are ready, do you feel embarrassed?" "What should I be embarrassed about?" Chu Feihong sat lazily on the chair, and he felt at ease with his shameless words. "How can I explain this to my leader?" Director Li saw that he was serious and was immediately in trouble. "Who is your current direct leader?" "General Manager Yu of the Purchasing Department, a second-level official." "Oh, Yu Qiancheng. He has such a bad temper that he can get to the second level. So, tell the truth about the situation, and let him call me if there is any problem. Director Lee hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to respond. He wanted to bring up his leader to scare Chu Feihong, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't care. Okay, I'll go talk to Mr. Yu. I'll send an email to all suppliers at 7:30 tomorrow. It's agreed that I can only postpone the meeting for one day. I can't guarantee whether I can be shortlisted by then. Chu Feihong smiled, obviously very satisfied with this answer. Of course, I'm not asking you for food. I can only get projects that belong to me. Yes, all our Huadong Wanfine projects have your suffix Chu Feihong. You can get whatever you like. Director Lee knew about Chu Feihong's success in the operator system in the past few years. Although as the first party, Director Lee was quite dissatisfied with his arrogant attitude, he had to sincerely admire his strength and network of contacts. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feihong walked back to Lin Shiqing and sat down on a chair beside her. The girl's sleeping profile was gentle and lovely, which made him feel moved. He couldn't help but think about what happened last night. Those flashing fragments emerged in his mind, filled with chaotic passion and enthusiasm. The night deepened, covering the entire city. Endless darkness stretched across the city, quietly permeating the coolness of late summer into every corner. The next morning, Lin Shiqing woke up from a sweet dream. When her charming big eyes gradually adapted to the dazzling sunlight outside the window, her eyes suddenly became terrified. "Oh no! How did I fall asleep?" she exclaimed. Lin Shiqing hurriedly checked her computer, hoping that a group of snail girls would come online last night to help her complete the writing of the plan. However, things did not go as she wished, and the PPT in front of her was still missing many pages. It's over. It's too late. Lin Shiqing was anxious and began to look for information in a panic. What are you arguing about so early in the morning? Chu Feihong came from the tea room in the work area with 2 cups of espresso in his hands. As soon as she saw him, Lin Shiqing's original anxious mood was added with a bit of grievance, and she became quiet in an instant. She stared at the man walking slowly towards her warily, and a physiological fear surged in her heart. Chu Feihong placed a cup of coffee in front of Lin Shiqing, and then took out 4 bags of brown sugar from his hand. Watch carefully, I didn't lie to you this time. He opened the 4 bags of sugar and poured them all into her coffee in front of the girl. Lin Shiqing's heart ached, and tears welled up in her eyes again. When she was in school, every Sunday, she would trick Chu Feihong into a coffee shop near the school with various academic questions. Then, under the guise of seeking knowledge, she didn't know how many cups of coffee she had from the other party. Chu Feihong liked hot espresso or iced Americano. Every time Lin Shiqing ordered the same flavor, she would add at least 4 bags of brown sugar. Sometimes Chu Feihong would deliberately tease Lin Shiqing and hand her a cup of unsweetened Italian coffee, which made her little face deformed by bitterness. Holding the familiar coffee, the girl bit her lips tightly, wondering what she was thinking about. Chu Feihong saw her embarrassment and was not in a hurry to ask. Instead, she touched her head with her hand and said softly, "Remember to check your mailbox at 7:30. Chapter 9: The Student Being Thought of. Chu Feihong did not wait for Lin Shiqing's reply and returned to her office with coffee. The girl stood there in a daze. She seemed to see the teacher she admired again from the gentle smile of the man just now. At 7:30 in the morning, a new email notification popped up in Lin Shiqing's email box. The sender was the purchasing department of Huadong Wanfang. The content was very simple. The provincial company had many meetings today, so their meeting was moved to tomorrow. In this way, Lin Shiqing had a whole day to perfect her plan. She was not a stupid girl. From Chu Feihong's calm tone just now, Lin Shiqing tasted the hidden truth. She could also guess that it was her teacher who won this day for her from party last night. Even though Lin Shiqing had a lot of resentment towards Chu Feihong in her heart, she knew that the most urgent thing was to complete this report. She didn't have time to go downstairs for breakfast. She took out the soda biscuits in the drawer and ate them while typing on the keyboard. Time passed quickly and it was 9 o'clock. The work area gradually became lively. The members of Group 17 also came to their workstations in a lazy pace. When they saw Lin Shiqing working hard alone, they were all very surprised. The team leader didn't go home last night. Did she stay up all night in the company? Some people couldn't help but whispered. How do you know she didn't go home last night? The people around him questioned. She was still wearing the same small suit as yesterday, and her hair was not as fresh as before. You pay so much attention to her dress, don't you like her? I'm not a monk. Such a beautiful girl is hanging in front of you every day, aren't you tempted? I know that there is more than one person in this group who came for her appearance. The two team members were still laughing and joking, and they heard Jiang Chu coughing deliberately a few times in annoyance. Everyone immediately shut up and looked at Jiang Chu. He looked very bad, and Lin Shiqing's expression looked like he had eaten a fly. Team leader, have you been writing materials all night? Jiang Chu came over, hesitant and embarrassed. Lin Shiqing didn't even look at him, just typing on the keyboard. She looked down on this cynical young man, and she was even more disdainful to chat with him. Jiang Chu's face became even uglier. He took out a pack of cigarettes and waved to the members of the team. A group of people immediately stood up and followed him out of the work area with a smile. The small terrace on the west side of the office building is the smoking area designed by the company for old smokers. As soon as Jiang Chu and others came in, they saw Chu Feihong leaning against the railing, looking into the distance alone. Hello, Mr. Chu. Several people nodded and greeted Chu Feihong when they saw her, and Jiang Chu even handed over a cigarette respectfully. No, I quit smoking a long time ago. Chu Feihong politely declined the other party and counted the people present. A product manager, an interaction designer, 2 front-end engineers, and 3 back-end engineers, a total of 7 people. Except Lin Shiqing, all members of Group 17 are present. It seems that Jiang Chu's appeal is much greater than hers. Facing Chu Feihong, they are still quite honest. After all, the man in front of them can beat the young people present in all aspects, whether in soft power or hard power. Are you Group 17 here to do team building in the smoking area? Chu Feihong started with a joke, easing the fear of the lower-level employees. No, Mr. Chu. We are resting before regrouping and preparing to create glory for the company. Jiang Chu is very good at talking. Seeing that Chu Feihong is kind to people, he plucked up the courage to start chatting. Regroup? Don't you have projects on hand? Chu Feihong asked knowingly, just to hear what these people think. Are you talking about the project that Lin Shiqing got? Forget about it, it's a trap, we were all deceived. When Jiang Chu heard his boss mention this, he immediately started complaining. In the business opportunity list entered by the business, there are many projects that cannot be controlled at all. We don't know, and when we saw Lin Shiqing set up a team, we foolishly wanted to get the credit of following the dragon, but the result? Chu Feihong nodded slightly and continued to ask. Isn't Lin Shiqing clear about the reason? How could she know? She is just capable and hardworking, but she lacks experience. In the end, she is just a rookie. The process of setting up the innovation center is not simple. Has no one reviewed it before? Chu Feihong felt that this matter was strange, as if there was something hidden that he didn't know before. Although Jiang Chu was careless, he was not bad by nature, and he dared to tell the truth. Seeing that the boss asked so much, out of indignation, he shook out all the gossip he knew. Boss Chu, let's get this straight. I just heard about this from the brothers in Group 1 the day before yesterday. In fact, Lin Shiqing's project was a trap from the beginning to the end. The other team leaders deliberately tricked her. Is it because she works too hard? Chu Feihong could guess roughly. Jiang Chu took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and replied. Isn't it? She works overtime for 4 or 5 hours every day. With her working this way, how can the people in other groups get by? Didn't the team leader of Group 1 remind her? Lin Shiqing's performance is all counted on Group 1. Remind. Humph. Jiang Chu seemed to have a lot of complaints about Chen Shu, the team leader of Group 1. When he mentioned this person, his face changed. Everyone in the Innovation Center knows that Chen Shu wants to have sex with Lin Shiqing. This is why our team leader works overtime and wants to set up an independent team with the project. Chen Shu wants her to fall this time, so that he can control her from a high position and finally trick her into his bed. Chen Shu from Group 1? I have some impression of him, so it shouldn't be that bad, right? Chu Feihong said this, but he was furious. Not that bad. Chen Shu has a wife and children. He wants Lin Shiqing to be his lover and deliberately uses the resources of Group 1 to seduce her. In fact, I admire team leader Lin very much. After being exploited for a year, she managed to hold on. However, after finally getting the project and setting up a team, she still couldn't escape Chen Shu's calculations. Chu Feihong's eyes became colder and colder. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was already in turmoil deep in his heart. A small RD team leader dares to have ideas about my students? And under my nose. He thought so, but didn't show his emotions. Chu Feihong understood what Lin Shiqing needed now. I heard from the administration that Lin Shiqing worked all night on the plan. Didn't you stay to help her? After hearing what Chu Feihong said, several people were immediately speechless. Only Jiang Chu still had the courage to explain. Boss Chu, don't make things difficult for everyone for a doomed project. Once we are divided into groups, we will definitely work hard. Chu Feihong smiled slightly, revealing a rather mysterious expression. The Human Resources Department will review their failed projects. Your work output cannot be seen in the finished product plan, which will greatly affect your personal evaluation. Even if the groups are regrouped, other team leaders will probably be embarrassed when they see your performance here. Everyone got nervous when they heard it. Review their failed project. How could Jiang Chu and other low-level employees know what human resources are doing behind the scenes? Thinking that he had been slacking off for some time, he couldn't help but sweat. I heard that the project report has been postponed to tomorrow, so there should still be time. You can go back and see if there is anything that needs to be added to Lin Shiqing's side. Chu Feihong laid the groundwork for a long time and finally threw out the purpose of this conversation. Jiang Chu put out the cigarette in his hand and ran to his workstation without saying a word. The rest of the people looked at each other, paused for a few seconds, and then ran to the work area in the north. Chu Feihong found the second-hand smoke lingering around her and muttered a name. Group 1, Chen Shu. Chapter 10. The vice president is not easy to mess with. 1 hour later, in front of the headquarters building of Chijin Technology. More than a dozen men and women in black suits lined up neatly, staring at the luxury car speeding in the distance. The silver-blue Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped, the door opened, and a tall man with a slicked back hair walked out of the car. Seeing this, everyone bowed and greeted in unison. Hello, Mr. Chu. Chu Feihong handed the car keys to a subordinate casually, and then strode towards the executive director Luo Qianqian. Are the things ready? Chu Feihong asked in a deep voice, revealing obvious murderous intent in his tone. Luo Qianqian rarely saw her boss so angry, and immediately realized that this matter was no trivial matter. She patted her handbag lightly and answered firmly, It's all here, Mr. Chu. Luo Qianqian is 29 years old this year, and she has always been vigorous and tough in her work. As Chu Feihong's confidant from the previous company, she has always been arrogant and disdainful of other colleagues. At this time, Human Resources Director Li Shin also came out of the building with people. There were more than 20 people from the two departments together. Seeing that the two female executives she had trained were ready, Chu Feihong nodded with satisfaction. Let's go to the Innovation Center. With his order, a group of people poured into the building like a black torrent. The girls at the front desk were shocked by the momentum and stood up one after another, watching them pass by respectfully. Other employees in the hall were also frightened and silent when they saw this scene. In order to ensure the smooth passage of the second vice president, 3 of the 6 elevators in the office building were specially arranged by the administration department and all stopped on the first floor to wait. Chu Feihong's face was livid. He took Luo Qianqian and Li Shin into the middle elevator, and the administration and human resources people entered the other 2 respectively. The 3 elevators did not stop on the first floor until they reached the 15th floor where the Innovation Center was located. The people waiting upstairs were still curious why the 3 elevators came up together without stopping. Unexpectedly, when the elevator doors opened at the same time, a strong momentum instantly hit, and the unprepared people were frightened and retreated. Chu Feihong walked out of the elevator as if no one was around, and led a group of men straight to the work area of the Innovation Center. At this time, in the Innovation Center, several team leaders were chatting around Chen Shu. Boss Chen, your little canary has flown to the city for almost a week. Do you miss her? The team leader of Group 8 said, while winking at a few people in a lewd way. Everyone burst into laughter, making Chen Shu very proud. The man was only over 30 years old, with a slightly bloated figure, sparse hair, and a rather ugly appearance. He bowed to several team leaders and begged for mercy. Old men, please spare me. I can't get that little demon. How could it be? Let's work together to let her take the project that is bound to be lost, and there will be results in the next 2 days. When she fails miserably, she will naturally return to your arms, Boss Chen, asking for a hug and warmth. The team leader of Group 10 said something very obscene, which made everyone laugh wildly. Chen Shu touched the stubble on his chin and shook his head leisurely, as if he could see the weak and helpless look of Lin Shiqing after her failure. Everyone, if Xiao Lin follows me for this, you can choose any A-level project of Group 1. Are you serious? When did I, Chen Shu, fool you? Thinking that the cute and lovely girl would lie in his bed in a few days, Chen Shu proudly made a promise to his accomplices, completely ignoring the reactions of the employees around him. Over the past year, he has used his power to use both soft and hard tactics on Lin Shiqing, trying to force her to submit. But the other party would rather work overtime until late at night than give in. This time, Chen Shu teamed up with several team leaders to deceive Lin Shiqing into forming a team with problematic business opportunities, in order to destroy all her self-esteem and force her to bow to him. Just when he was feeling proud, the door of the Innovation Center was suddenly pushed open, and a group of uninvited guests broke into the work area. Everyone stay at their workstations and don't walk around at will, Luo Qianqian ordered loudly as soon as she entered the door. The administrative specialists beside her acted quickly, rushing to every corner of the work area and closely monitoring everyone's movements. The originally bustling work area became silent in an instant with their arrival. Enter the men's and women's restrooms, and check their identities one by one. Luo Qianqian decisively directed her subordinates to conduct a quick and detailed investigation of the employees on site. Li Shen saw that she acted so rudely, and no longer had any scruples. He immediately ordered his subordinates to check the job level and recent performance of each employee one by one. The employees present were confused, but faced with such a situation, they could only cooperate with the administrative and human resources departments. Chu Feihong walked to the center of the work area and waited for the results of the check calmly. More than 10 minutes later, after summarizing the reports of his subordinates, Luo Qianqian walked to his side and whispered, "Boss Chu, the absenteeism rate of the Innovation Center is 27%. Chu Feihong sneered, took the statistical table in her hand, and loudly reprimanded the employees present. The Innovation Center is really great. Nearly 1/3 of the people are absent from work without reason. I think you don't want to do it anymore." His words made everyone's heart rise to their throats, and more than a dozen team leaders were trembling, not daring to breathe. "Boss Chu, the attendance rate of each group is here." A famous administrative specialist handed over a statistical detail, but was stopped by Luo Qianqian halfway. After she scanned the content, she walked to Chu Feihong and said, "Only Group 17 led by Lin Shiqing has complete attendance in the Innovation Center, and the other groups have absenteeism. The worst is Group 1, with a daily attendance rate of less than 50%. Hearing this result, Chu Feihong was overjoyed. On the surface, he remained calm, but ordered people to call over a dozen team leaders who were stranded at the headquarters. The leader was Chen Shu, the leader of Group 1. Chu Feihong glanced at him, but did not target him, but asked all the team leaders present, "Don't you know the company's rules and regulations? Or do you think skipping work is innovation in your innovation center?" A dozen team leaders looked at each other, feeling wronged but not daring to speak out. Chen Shu is a veteran of the Innovation Center, and he often regards himself as the acting director in private. With this situation today, if he doesn't come out and say a few words, he will probably lose face in the Innovation Center. Therefore, Chen Shu, who was unaware of Chu Feihong's purpose, stood up without knowing whether to live or die. "Boss Chu, we are not skipping work. This is just the flexible working system of the RD department. Our company has never had a flexible working system." Luo Qianqian stood up first and stopped Chen Shu. Seeing this, Li Shen also stepped forward and asked, "Attendance and efficiency are important references for our human resources to evaluate employees. If you are like you who have no rules, how can we identify who is a slacker and who is a talent?" Everyone was scolded and was dumbfounded, and completely lost the initiative to play the game. The two confidants trained by Chu Feihong knew his habits very well. As long as the leader gave a look, they would understand and respond quickly. Seeing that the team leaders in front of him were passive, Chu Feihong's mouth began to rise slightly. Chapter 11: The Late Rescue. In fact, the attendance of the Innovation Center is not that bad. For a long time, the RD department has frequently worked overtime to meet the deadline. In order to balance the rest time of employees, the entire RD system privately adopts a flexible work system. For example, if an employee is 2 hours late in the morning, he only needs to leave work 2 hours later in the afternoon. Or if an employee worked all night last night, he can rest at home the next day. Once this situation occurs more frequently, it will become very complicated to count attendance. According to the formal process, employees need to fill out an overtime application first, and after approval by the team leader, manually link it to the project output, and finally choose the adjustment period. In order to save time, the management of the RD department privately communicated with the administration department for a convenient handling method. Every month, the administration department will send the list of missing attendance to the middle-level managers of each RD department, asking them to confirm whether the situation is normal. As long as the middle-level managers agree, the administration department will smooth out all these problems and handle them as full attendance. This approach is indeed more humane and effectively improves administrative efficiency. But at the same time, this also means that the power of attendance review is delegated to the business management. Chu Feihong himself came from RD, so of course he knows the pros and cons. He had turned a blind eye to it before because he was too lazy to care. But now, he wanted to make a big fuss about this matter. Faced with the aggressiveness of the administration department and the human resources department, Chen Shu had no confidence to refute. After all, the company's employee handbook had never explicitly stipulated their behavior. And the people present gradually understood that the vice president in charge of human resources, administration, and finance came here to make trouble today. Chu Feihong looked at Chen Shu with interest and said in a mocking tone, "What do you think? Team leader Chen, do you have anything else to explain?" "No. No. Boss Chu, this is our work mistake." Chen Shu knew that he could not anger Chu Feihong at this time. He just hoped to quickly fool this living father away, and then go to the general manager of the RD department to complain. Who would have thought that Chu Feihong had no intention of giving up? He found a chair and sat down, crossing his legs and said slowly, "Arshin, calculate how much responsibility does team leader Chen have to bear for the current attendance situation of Group 1. Li Shin nodded, took the attendance statistics from Luo Qianqian, and roughly calculated. "Boss Chu, based on the poor attendance situation of Group 1, team leader Chen needs to be held responsible for dereliction of duty. According to the relevant penalty clauses, the company can fire him now." Hearing this, Chen Shu's legs became weak and his whole body trembled, as if sifting chaff. He is already in his 30s, and he can earn a generous salary of more than 600,000 yuan every year at Chijin Technology. It is this considerable income that supports Chen Shu's exquisite life and also encourages his lust. If he suddenly loses his job, he may find it difficult to quickly find a job with the same high salary, and he may even lose everything he has now. Thinking of this, Chen Shu gave up his previous luck and kept begging Chu Feihong for mercy. "Boss Chu, I'm wrong. It's my fault. Please give me another chance." Chu Feihong remained calm. After he finished speaking, she gently raised her chin and said in a joking tone, "You are so tall. I have to look up even to listen to your apology. It's really hard." Chen Shu understood the other party's implication. He always knew how to curry favor with others. He knelt down in front of Chu Feihong in front of everyone. "Boss Chu, please show mercy. For the sake of my many years of service in the company, please give me another chance." His kneeling made the employees in the entire work area couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The people in the administrative department reacted very quickly and immediately stopped the employees who wanted to take pictures with their mobile phones and ordered them to delete all the photos. Chu Feihong needed the star moon body bracelet in his palm, and a cold smile that made people afraid flashed in his eyes. He wanted to use this humiliating way to return the pain that Chen Shu had inflicted on Lin Shiqing bit by bit. At this time, in the elevator, several RD personnel surrounded a gray-haired man and walked towards the innovation center. The gray-haired man looked reluctant, and he was pulling with the people around him as he walked. "Why are you pulling me down? What happened? Can't you wait until I finish the meeting?" He looked unhappy and complained repeatedly, and at the same time vaguely realized that the atmosphere of this space was quite strange. The RD personnel next to the gray-haired man tightly grasped his arm, with extremely anxious expressions on their faces. "Boss Guan, if you don't take care of this matter, the innovation center will probably be laid off." "Bullshit. Who the hell dares to lay off my people?" The gray-haired man is Guan Xiaojie, the general manager of the RD department of Chijin Technology, and the innovation center is his subordinate department. When he heard that someone was going to move his team, Guan Xiaojie immediately showed his momentum to fight with the other party. Everyone invited him out at this time, hoping to rely on his qualifications in the company to try their best to keep the middle-level cadres of the Innovation Center. It's Mr. Chu. He brought two beautiful directors of administration and human resources and rushed directly into the Innovation Center. Now, they are holding on to the attendance issue and want to fire all employees who have seriously violated the rules. After hearing what his subordinate said, Guan Xiaojie stood still immediately, and he didn't move no matter how others pulled him. Mr. Chu? Which Mr. Chu? He carefully confirmed, and his body unconsciously stepped back. It's our company's vice president, Chu Feihong, Mr. Chu. Several RD personnel really thought that their boss couldn't tell who it was, and reminded him in a flurry. Oh. Chu Feihong. Guan Xiaojie nodded, suddenly exerted force on his feet, turned around and ran. Mr. Guan. Don't run away. Everyone immediately hugged him tightly and dragged him to the Innovation Center desperately. Let me go. I'm crazy to offend him. As a senior executive of the company, Guan Xiaojie knew Chu Feihong's background very well, and was also aware of the deep friendship between the three presidents of the company. Although he didn't know who offended the second vice president, he knew that as long as the other party was interested, even if the entire RD department was affected, the other two presidents would support their brothers without hesitation. However, Guan Xiaojie's behavior made his subordinates even more panicked, and they refused to let him go. In this way, several people dragged their direct leaders to Chu Feihong. Hey, isn't this the head of the RD department? Come to stand up for your little brother. Chu Feihong's words were so weird that Guan Xiaojie's hair stood up. However, he was smart and just glanced at Chen Shu, who was kneeling on the ground, and he knew who had provoked Chu Feihong. Chen Shu, what on earth did you do to make our president Chu so angry? Can you do it? If not, get out. Don't just sit there and do nothing. Guan Xiaojie scolded Chen Shu, even though he didn't know what happened. Chu Feihong took the exam details from Lin Shiqing and threw them at Guan Xiaojie. Xiaojie, you guys at the Innovation Center are really brave. Even the attendance system formulated by my administrative department has been innovated. My position as the vice president of the company, should I also innovate in the future? Guan Xiaojie took the attendance sheet, flipped through a few pages, and guessed the general idea. He leaned over, put his ear close to Chu Feihong's, and whispered. Brother, what are you doing? You know about the flexible leave adjustment. Guan Xiaojie also graduated from Mingnan University of Posts and Telecommunications, 2 years younger than Chu Feihong, and the two have always been brothers. Chu Feihong didn't say anything, but just glanced at Chen Shu. Guan Xiaojie immediately understood, stood up and said loudly. I understand, Mr. Chu, I fully support your decision. Chapter 12. So who is the most shameless person? The employees of the entire Innovation Center were counting on their immediate superior to fight with the unreasonable Chu Feihong, but they didn't expect Guan Xiaojie to back down from the start. Seeing his determined expression, everyone knew that this time they could only leave it to fate. Chu Feihong smiled slightly and asked Guan Xiaojie, in your opinion, how should this be handled? Dismiss Chen Shu, the leader of Group 1, as a warning to others. Are you sure? Chu Feihong raised his eyebrows, seeming not to believe what the other party said. This decision immediately frightened Chen Shu so much that he almost fainted. He never expected that he had been using his power to do evil things, but now he would have to leave in disgrace in front of a higher power. Guan Xiaojie was thinking at the moment, if you have a grudge against him, just fire him. Don't harm my other subordinates, they are not really absent from work. However, his lips were still as sweet as honey. Boss Chu, we should handle it according to administrative regulations. I hate this kind of bad behavior. Well, Xiaojie, the Innovation Center has never had a director, and it's really hard for you to manage across levels. No. This is not my negligence that caused my subordinates to be lax. Mr. Chu, please deal with me too. Seeing the two of them singing a duet, Luo Qianqian and Lin Shiqing looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. The people at Mingnan Post and Telecommunications are really cunning. They can pull off a trick like this. Luo Qianqian whispered to Lin Shiqing, but the other party just covered his mouth and chuckled, without responding. Lin Shiqing is not Chu Feihong's old subordinate, but was built up bit by bit after he joined Shijin Technology. She was more grateful and admiring of her leader, so naturally she would not be as outspoken as Luo Qianqian. Chu Feihong and Guan Xiaojie argued for a long time. Chen Shu, who was kneeling beside them, was sweating profusely and was about to faint. After a while, Chu Feihong suddenly announced loudly. This surprise inspection did reveal many problems, but our company has always been people-oriented and has a humane management team. Now the main fault lies with the team leader's mismanagement, and ordinary employees of the Innovation Center will not be dealt with for the time being. All team leaders will have their 3-month performance records cleared. Team 1 team leader Chen Shu will be demoted and have his salary reduced to serve as temporary team leader to see how the results pan out. Chu Feihong's handling of the matter surprised many people. Only Luo Qianqian and Li Xin understood it. Chen Shu kept his job and was so excited that he swore to the two leaders that he would devote himself to the company. Chu Feihong ignored him and stood up and left after making the announcement. Guan Xiaojie hurriedly chased after him and left the Innovation Center with him. After entering the elevator, he asked Luo Qianqian and Li Xin who had followed him to leave, and took the elevator down alone with Chu Feihong. "Brother, if you want to deal with that kid, why do you have to keep him? Isn't this just raising him high and putting him down gently?" Although Guan Xiaojie holds a high position, his mind is not as deep as Chu Feihong's, and he does not understand what it means to plan before taking action. "Who said I wanted to keep him?" Chu Feihong sneered. "I was about to fire him just now, but you kept him here. Junior brother, is he working on Lao Xiao's intelligent control system now?" Guan Xiaojie thought about it and suddenly realized, fuck, that's a function point subcontracted from the core project. How could I forget this? Are you a little too proud of your position as RD director? If I hadn't looked at the project distribution of Group 1 before I came here, firing Chen Shu hastily would have definitely affected the delivery of the system. Brother is really meticulous. But I don't understand. Chen Shu has never met you. How did he offend you? Chu Feihong glared at Guan Xiaojie, his face gloomy like the sky covered with dark clouds. "Do you know Lin Shiqing?" "Of course, isn't she the new leader of Group 17? I remember she was the PM under Chen Shu of Group 1 before. Chen Shu has been using his position to bully her and is trying to create unspoken office rules. Did you know that?" "What?" When Guan Xiaojie heard this, he immediately exclaimed, "Impossible. I've never heard anyone report this." The elevator was small and Chu Feihong's ears hurt from his loud voice. "Keep your voice down. Someone reported this to me. This is not a recent thing. It should have started after Lin Shiqing joined the company. Don't blame me for saying that the Innovation Center has never had a director, which has resulted in the team leaders having too much power and a serious problem with the work atmosphere. I want to flatten the management so that they can develop a competitive consciousness, find projects on their own, and innovate, right? Look at what they are doing now. Are they innovative projects? They are almost becoming a pure outsourcing department. Groups compete with each other to poach talents, and whoever has a larger project amount has the final say. Is this management? How is it different from raising a GU? Be careful or you might get a golden silkworm GU and it will backfire on you. At this point, the elevator door opened. Guan Xiaojie was left speechless by Chu Feihong's words and followed him out silently. Luo Qianqian wanted to walk beside Chu Feihong, but was stopped by Li Xin. "Boss Chu and Boss Guan have something to discuss. Let's stay away." Li Xin has very good observation skills and always does things flawlessly. Compared to Luo Qianqian's fearless style of acting because she relies on Chu Feihong, she has reached her current position by relying on her own intelligence and EQ. Guan Xiaojie lowered his head and followed behind Chu Feihong, being scolded all the way to the gate. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, looked up and asked, "Brother, do you think Lin Shiqing has been captured by that bastard Chen Shu?" "That's not the case, otherwise Chen Shu wouldn't have teamed up with other team leaders to trick her." Guan Xiaojie let out a long sigh. "That's good. I've seen Lin Shiqing many times. She's smart and cute. If she gets ruined by Chen Shu, I will never forgive him. Chen Shu cannot be kept here. Once he delivers the system, I will really start the operation. By then, don't accuse me of being cruel and ruthless." Chu Feihong naturally would not let Chen Shu go easily. Before coming, he had already thought about how to deal with such a person. "Brother, don't worry. I will cooperate with you no matter what you want to do. I despise those who bully others the most in my life." Guan Xiaojie knew the other party's style of doing things. Once he was pissed off, he would definitely do something extreme. Everyone in the know knows that when encountering such a situation, you must not stand against Chu Feihong. Guan Xiaojie thought about it, and seemed to be unsatisfied, so he couldn't help but curse angrily again. You are old, but you still miss a young girl who just graduated. How many years is the difference? Don't you have any idea? This beast, this pervert, this shameless person. He has absolutely no humanity. If someone really uses his power to sleep with Lin Shiqing, God will not let him off. Guan Xiaojie cursed to his heart's content, but Chu Feihong felt uneasy listening to him. After all, Chen Shu was still just thinking about it, but he had already done it. Not necessarily. After all, sometimes people lose control. For example, when they get drunk. Chu Feihong threw out a common question, hoping to save some points for herself, but Guan Xiaojie got excited when he heard it. Where in the world is there such a thing as drunken sex? Can you get an erection after being really drunk? These are just excuses that men use to mess around. And how old is Chen Shu? He is almost 10 years older than Lin Shiqing, right? He harmed women of the same age and now he is harming little girls. He is really a piece of shit. Chu Feihong couldn't listen any longer and quietly quickened her pace towards her car. Guan Xiaojie didn't notice the unnaturalness of his expression, and tried to follow him and continued to curse. Men like this are just cheap. They should all be chemically castrated to avoid endangering human civilization. Human civilization. Chu Feihong turned around, feeling a little excited. The other party even said such a cruel word as chemical castration, which made him feel very uncomfortable somewhere in his body. However, when Chu Feihong saw Guan Xiaojie's surprised face, she tried hard to suppress her anger. Human civilization is not that fragile. As he said this, he opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Brother, are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you leave? Your nagging is killing me. The car door closed, the engine roared, and a shadow crossed the road and sped towards the city. Chapter 13: A Perfect Bidding Plan. After returning to the office building in the city, Chu Feihong went to take a look at Lin Shiqing. The working conditions of Jiang Chu and others are not to say completely different from before, but at least they are a world of difference. Not only did they work proactively, they also cooperated with each other and added details that Lin Shiqing had not expected. The technical manager sorted out the cases of similar projects last year. The one in team leader Lin's materials is from 2 years ago. I will update the company's latest relevant patent information. We have an advantage in this area. In terms of interaction logic, we use the latest AI-assisted technology, and the response speed is 2.5 times that of the original solution. Everyone was working enthusiastically, with determination gleaming in their eyes. No one wants to do useless work. If there is a glimmer of hope, they will not be decadent and slack off like before. As a leader, you should always pay attention to the morale of the team and not force work tasks on everyone like Lin Shiqing did. Chu Feihong had not taught her this kind of management experience before, which caused the girl to break the cohesion of the group. Looking at the busy Group 17, he felt a little relieved. It's just a preliminary report plan. 1 day is enough. Chu Feihong turned and left, and bumped into Lin Shiqing, who was walking towards her from behind. The girl had a faint smile on her face, which showed that she approved of the work of her team members. She held a bowl of steaming instant noodles in her hands. The spicy aroma was mouth-watering. Lin Shiqing was startled by his appearance and almost knocked over the bowl of noodles in her hand. Mr. Chu. No, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiqing changed her words at the last minute, obviously not wanting her colleagues to know about their relationship. Her eyes flickered and she didn't dare to look directly at Chu Feihong. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked a little cute in her shyness. Is this what you're eating for lunch? Looking at the Kangshufu braised beef noodles in Lin Shiqing's hand, Chu Feihong couldn't help but frown slightly. I was so busy that I forgot and missed dinner, so I wanted to use this as a cushion. Let me order takeout for you. No, I'll just eat a little. Mr. Chu, I'll be busy now. After Lin Shiqing finished speaking, she ran towards her workstation as if escaping. But just after she left a few steps, she turned back, stared at Chu Feihong, and said softly, "Thank you." It seems that the little girl has guessed the reason behind her team members' uncharacteristic behavior. Come on. Chu Feihong gave some encouragement and returned to her office. With the concerted efforts of the entire team, the plan was finally completed before the end of get-off work. Lin Shiqing looked at the carefully prepared PPT and felt a sense of accomplishment. She knew that the preparation of materials so far was already the team's limit, and the rest would depend on her performance on the spot tomorrow. She called the team members into the conference room and sincerely thanked everyone for their work. Although Lin Shiqing knew that tomorrow's report was just a formality, she was still willing to throw herself into the flame and pursue her dream with all her strength. The atmosphere in the group is gloomy. If their first project fails, Group the 17th of May face disbandment, and Lin Shiqing's stay or departure becomes unknown. Although Jiang Chu and others had only been working with her for a short time, at this point, they all began to feel sorry for this little beauty with a strong fighting spirit. They sincerely hope that under the leadership of Lin Shiqing, they can do a good project to prove themselves. Team leader Lin, I'll talk to the brothers in the Ministry of Commerce to see if they have any reliable projects for us. Jiang Chu looked at Lin Shiqing with guilt, and the pain in his heart was beyond words. Lin Shiqing shook her head, showing a rare sense of freedom. No need. You all know the situation when I founded the team. Now, I don't have much attachment to this company. As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily turned towards Chu Feihong's office. The team members thought that it was Chen Chu's oppression that hurt her, but they didn't know that the person who really made her disheartened was someone else. After get off work, Lin Shiqing let all the team members go and stayed in the conference room alone to practice the PPT presentation repeatedly. Lin Shiqing constantly adjusted the textual expression, paid careful attention to the details of each article, and carefully checked the data of all cases. It was soon 10 o'clock in the evening and the work area was completely dark. Only the meeting room of Group 17 had the lights on. Although Lin Shiqing continued to optimize her expression logic, she always felt that something was missing due to the lack of opinions from others. Just as she began her speech for the nth time, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside the glass wall of the conference room. Chu Feihong was carrying the takeaway food and waved at her with a smile. Lin Shiqing didn't expect him to appear at this time. After being stunned for a moment, she quickly pushed open the door of the conference room. You haven't eaten yet. Fill your stomach first. As soon as Chu Feihong came in, she placed the takeaway on the conference table. He brought Lin Shiqing's favorite beef with scrambled egg rice bowl. The familiar scent made the little girl's stomach growl in protest. Lin Shiqing licked her lips, but still resisted the temptation of food. I haven't practiced tomorrow's plan yet, and I can't eat now. It's been a whole night, and you still haven't practiced well? How about this, you talk while you eat, and I'll give you some suggestions. Real. Lin Shiqing knew Chu Feihong's abilities. If she could satisfy him, it would be equivalent to obtaining the highest level of certification in the industry. Thinking of this, she immediately opened the PPT excitedly, but was stopped by the man who had just sat down. Eat and talk while you eat. Chu Feihong said as she opened the one in front of her. After listening to this, Lin Shiqing took the takeaway hesitantly, picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Can we start talking now? She muttered to herself, and the feeling of fulfillment from chewing the food made her feel happy. Well, let's get started. The teacher and student started practicing their planned presentation while eating takeout. Lin Shiqing pointed at the trend chart on the plan with chopsticks and explained her views in an easy-to-understand manner. Chu Feihong's approving gaze made her gradually more confident, and her tone became more resolute and decisive. At this moment, it was quite similar to the scene when they were discussing topics together in college. Whenever there were no classes scheduled in the afternoon, Lin Shiqing would always enthusiastically pester Chu Feihong to discuss various cases, asking endless questions. Sometimes the discussion would go on too late, so the two would meet at a nearby restaurant or bar to continue the in-depth communication while enjoying delicious food. That period of time seemed like a dream, relaxing and unrestrained. The relationship between them is as pure as a clear mountain spring, without any impurities, simple and sincere. After just over a year, when the past returned, the two felt that everything had changed. Ever since that night, there were many more complicated emotions in their eyes when they looked at each other, and Chu Feihong could no longer treat the other party as a child. What he saw at this moment was the woman with whom he had had physical pleasure, and a subordinate who was hiding a secret. Lin Shiqing's beautiful face, smooth long hair, plump breasts, exquisite body, and the sweet fragrance lingering around her all reminded Chu Feihong that this was a beauty who could satisfy a man's possessive desire. Boss Chu, do you think it's okay to say this? Lin Shiqing held food in her mouth, blinked her big watery eyes, and asked Chu Feihong for her opinion. Oh, what's okay? Oh. The plan, right. Barely coming back to his senses from his reverie, Chu Feihong looked at Lin Shiqing's plan again and gave a positive evaluation. Very good. It's a perfect plan in every aspect. Really? Lin Shiqing's eyes lit up, as if she saw hope of turning the tide. Really, a perfect bidding plan. Chu Feihong said it calmly, but Lin Shiqing's heart felt as if it had sunk into an icy cave. She bit her lip and remained silent. The beef with scrambled eggs in her hand no longer tasted good. Xiaoqing, this is the Party A communication meeting before the invitation to bid. It is impossible to break through the siege of domestic first-class companies with this plan. But I know you have done your best. However, your competitor is the #1 telecommunications company in the country and the high-quality domestic partners they are looking for. Such a perfect but mediocre proposal failed to attract the attention of the selection experts and bidding leaders. Chu Feihong knew that this was the first time for her students to participate in such a project, so she explained the tricks carefully. The business opportunity that Lin Shiqing got this time was an invitation to bid project from Huadong Wanfang Jiangnan Province Company. The so-called invitation to bid is very different from general open bidding. Invitation to bid usually takes the form of a bid invitation letter, which invites specific companies. Therefore, the number of bidders is limited and the scope of competition is relatively small. In contrast, bidding takes the form of an announcement, inviting unspecified companies and covering a wider range of competition. For projects that use the invitation to bid system, the technical requirements usually involved are indeed more stringent and complex. In order to ensure the quality and efficiency of the project, Party A does not want to introduce companies that do not match the project requirements or whose technical capabilities do not meet the standards. Therefore, when adopting the invitation system, Party A will limit the scope of approved enterprises in advance and only invite those enterprises that meet the project requirements in terms of technology and experience to participate in the bidding. Doing so will help reduce unnecessary competition and screening processes and improve the overall execution efficiency and success rate of the project. The project report that Lin Shiqing will attend tomorrow is to prove to the leaders of Huadong Wanfang that her team is qualified to participate in the bidding. However, after Chu Feihong's detailed explanation, she felt that the situation might be very serious and all the hard work during this period seemed to be wasted. Lin Shiqing's disappointment was exactly what Chu Feihong had expected. Although he is 37 years old this year, he still has the evil taste of teasing ignorant little girls. After confirming that Lin Shiqing's mood had hit rock bottom, Chu Feihong finally revealed the cunning smile he had been planning for a long time. But, I have a way to help you. Chapter 14: The Answer That Cannot Be Faced. This was not the first time that Lin Shiqing had been teased by Chu Feihong, but it was a bit annoying that he still used this trick at such a critical moment. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her shining eyes stared at her former teacher unkindly. Seeing that the other party was really angry, Chu Feihong didn't dare to tease him anymore. Okay, I'll help you revise your materials and make sure you're shortlisted. As long as tomorrow's report is approved, Group 17 will have the opportunity to participate in the invitation to bid. For Chu Feihong, being able to successfully escort her here was already a great accomplishment. Is it too late to change it now? Lin Shiqing didn't understand why Chu Feihong didn't explain the invitation to bid clearly in advance if she was ready to help her. She was busy all day and had no idea what was happening at the headquarters. Chen Shu's humiliating kneeling frightened everyone, and coupled with the strong suppression from the administrative department, no one dared to discuss or spread the matter in the group. Chu Feihong found that she really enjoyed teasing Lin Shiqing, as if she could easily control her emotions. He cleared his throat and pointed to the page about the hardware solution in the PPT and said, "You just need to change one sentence here." Lin Shiqing was confused by what he said. She looked over the plan she had written over and over again, but couldn't see any place that could be changed. Here. Chu Feihong approached her and pointed to a line of text and said, after the sentence, "compatible with all servers on the market, we need to add a note, except for Chengding Technologies Mountain Series servers." Are you kidding? Chengding Technologies Mountain Series servers have the highest market share in China. If we are not compatible with them, the expert group will definitely question the plan. When writing the proposal, Lin Shiqing still used the mindset of a developer, and she wanted to tell the world that she could achieve everything and just chose her. Chu Feihong was once like her, obsessed with improving her own technical limits. But after years of business wars, he found that the technological gap between top companies was actually very small. What really determines whether a business cooperation can be achieved is often the interests and structure hidden behind the bid. Xiaoqing, do you still believe me? Chu Feihong suddenly asked very seriously, his voice was deep and magnetic. Lin Shiqing heard the other party's implication and her heart trembled. Of course, she recognized Chu Feihong's technical ability, but since that night, her trust in this person was inevitably shaken. I trust you. In the end, Lin Shiqing chose to trust Chu Feihong unconditionally. She deeply admired the man in front of her, and this almost blind attachment made her choose to put what happened that night behind her. Well, that's all. That's all for today. Go home and have some rest. You need to conserve your energy so that you can be in good spirits for tomorrow's report. Chu Feihong touched Lin Shiqing's head unconsciously. This kind of intimate action had never been done between the two of them before. But now, such physical contact seems to become natural and unrestrained. Lin Shiqing packed up her things and followed Chu Feihong out of the company obediently. Entering the elevator, Chu Feihong pressed the button for the second floor below ground first, and then said, "It's too late. I'll drive you home." Lin Shiqing's body shuddered, and she quickly pressed the button for the first floor. "I'll take a taxi back by myself." Seeing her worried look, Chu Feihong felt very unhappy. "Are you still struggling with that? I didn't even ask you about your part-time job, but you acted as if I forced you to do it." Thinking of this, he stopped talking. The elevator reached the first floor. Lin Shiqing walked out of the car and turned around to say goodbye to Chu Feihong. "Boss Chu, goodbye." Chu Feihong's face was gloomy and he didn't respond to her farewell. It was not until the elevator door slowly closed that a look of disappointment appeared on Lin Shiqing's pink little face. Under the moonlight, Chu Feihong drove his luxury car through the neon lights. For some reason, Lin Shiqing's pretty face and every moment of their 4 years together always appeared in his mind. In the past, he had never expected that he would establish a relationship with Lin Shiqing that went beyond the boundaries of teacher and student. Even though the time they had spent together and their closeness had reached the level of a couple, Chu Feihong had always adhered to the bottom line of ethics. He tried hard not to let his thoughts go beyond the boundaries, perfectly suppressing any emotions that might overflow. But at this moment, the barrier of thought no longer exists. That madness completely changed the way Chu Feihong looks at Lin Shiqing. This change is similar to the broken windows effect in psychology. Once the relationship between two people breaks the bottom line, it will go down along the once insurmountable limit until it becomes a true relationship between lovers. But Chu Feihong wasn't sure whether that was what she wanted. Although he is not obsessed with the virgin complex, as a person who has a strong desire to control and possess everything, he cannot tolerate the fact that his partner has had such an ignominious experience. On the other side of the city, Lin Shiqing sat in an online car-hailing vehicle, stroking the photo that was pierced with holes by herself, and murmuring Chu Feihong's name in a low voice. There was melancholy in her eyes as she silently watched the scenery passing by quickly outside the window. Early the next morning, Chu Feihong got up early as usual. After drinking a glass of iced American coffee, he put on his headphones, listened to international news and started his daily morning run. He usually starts from his home and jogs for an hour along the lakeside path in Mingnan City Center Park. The tranquility and freshness of the early morning are a rare spice of life in a fast-paced city. However, Chu Feihong was in a very confused mood today. His uneasy and anxious thoughts made every step he took feel like he was carrying a heavy load. He frequently checked his watch, calculating the time it would take for Lin Shiqing to go to Huadong Wanfang to report. Not to mention a 2 million project, even a 200 million project in the past would not make him so uneasy. Chu Feihong realized that he was really worried about Lin Shiqing, and he couldn't help feeling confused and helpless. Why do I care so much about that girl? He kept asking himself, and even though he was right in front of the answer, he refused to admit it. She is my student and has been bullied by Chen Shu for a year. It is normal for me to care about her. Chu Feihong tried her best to convince herself, trying to completely dispel the inexplicable feeling of being moved. Through self-hypnosis, he finally managed to achieve a delicate balance in his state of mind. Chu Feihong, who finished his morning run early, decided to accompany Lin Shiqing in person to report the plan. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he put on glasses and a mask, took a taxi and went straight to Huadong Wanfang's provincial company. Chu Feihong's eyesight is good, but he has a little astigmatism. He wears glasses mainly to cover up his overly sharp eyes. As for why you need to take a taxi, the reason is very simple. As long as his Rolls-Royce Phantom drives into the gate of the provincial company, within 10 minutes all the employees of Huadong Wanfang will know that the king of Chu has arrived. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chu Feihong was already standing at the gate of Huadong Wanfang. Behind him is the imposing main building of the provincial company. The towering building's exterior is mainly made of glass, which sparkles in the sun. The glass curtain wall and the blue sky and white clouds complement each other, giving people a modern and solemn feeling. Chu Feihong took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Shiqing. Chu Feihong, classmate Xiaoqing, where are you? The other party cannot receive this message because the two parties are not friends. Damn. I forgot to add the little girl back on WeChat. Chu Feihong regretted not adding her on WeChat last night when their relationship had eased. Just when he was worried that the other party would block his call, a clear horn sounded suddenly at the gate. Chu Feihong looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lin Shiqing driving a Mini Cooper, stuck in front of the gate. Chapter 15, Just a Master-Disciple Relationship. Chu Feihong looked at Lin Shiqing, who seemed a little flustered in the car and couldn't help but sigh. Silly girl, can your car enter the provincial company? He muttered quietly and walked towards the door. Seeing that the barrier did not rise, Lin Shiqing thought that the automatic recognition device was broken, and honked the horn again anxiously. At this moment, there was already a long queue behind her, but because no one knew the situation, no one dared to honk the horn to urge them on. Chu Feihong waved at Lin Shiqing from a distance, signaling her to stop honking their horn. The other party seemed very surprised by his arrival, and quickly lowered the window, stuck his head out and asked, "Boss Chu, why are you here? Don't ask me first, what's wrong with you? Why did you drive to the provincial company by yourself?" As Chu Feihong spoke, she had already walked to her side. "I was afraid it would be hard to get a taxi during the morning rush hour, so I drove here on purpose. Should I say you are attentive or stupid? Don't you know that the parking lot of Huadong Wanfang Provincial Company is not open to the public?" Har. Lin Shiqing was frightened by what he said and looked quickly at the rear-view mirror. There were nearly 10 cars stuck behind her, and it was absolutely impossible for her to back out at this time. "I really admire you." Chu Feihong tapped her head lightly with her knuckles. "What should I do?" "I'll talk to the car behind me and ask them to back off." Just as Lin Shiqing finished her words, a middle-aged man rushed out of the guard room. He was wearing a security uniform, had a fleshy face and a fierce look. When he saw a strange girl sitting in the car, he started shouting at her. "Didn't you see the sign prohibiting outside vehicles from entering?" Lin Shiqing was startled by him and quickly apologized. "Sorry uncle, I didn't pay attention." "What do you mean you didn't notice? I've worked here for more than 10 years, and I've never seen a support staff member as reckless as you. Which company are you from? You blocked the door so early in the morning. We will file a complaint with your counterpart department." The uncle saw that Lin Shiqing was an employee of the external support company, and immediately became arrogant. Lin Shiqing became even more panicked after hearing what the other party said. She hurriedly opened the car door and wanted to get out to apologize, but when the door was halfway open, it was pushed back by Chu Feihong. "Boss Chu." Lin Shiqing looked at the other person in confusion, not knowing what he wanted to do. Chu Feihong adjusted the mask on her face and said to the security guard, "Wait a minute, I'll find someone to open the door for her." Although their voice was soft, it revealed an unquestionable commanding tone that made people obey involuntarily. The security guard was really a smart man. Although he couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, he knew that he was an important person based on the tone of his words. He then stopped talking and stepped aside. Chu Feihong took out her cell phone and was flipping through her address book when she caught a glimpse of an Audi A6 behind her. He turned his head to look at the license plate of the car, suddenly put away his mobile phone and waved at the other party. "Old GU." The driver seemed to have been observing the situation at the gate, and when he saw someone waving, he also rolled down the window. Chu Feihong walked quickly forward, took off his black mask, and revealed a smug smile. When the other party saw it was him, he was immediately happy. "It was you who blocked the door of the provincial company." Sitting in the car was a man in his 50s, Jiu Changjie, the current deputy general manager of Huadong Wanfang Jiangnan Province Company. Chu Feihong walked forward, leaned casually by the car window, and said to the man in the car, "Hurry up and coordinate a parking space for me. Isn't your Phantom on the provincial company's internal vehicle list?" The other party was curious. I didn't drive my own car, I came here in my apprentice's car. Jiyu Changjie looked ahead and asked, that Mini Cooper? You probably have a female apprentice, right? I'm not the abbot of Shaolin Temple. What's wrong with accepting a female apprentice? Oh. Jiyu Changjie said with a long tone, showing a playful expression, I remember your last apprentice, it seems to be Shinlan, right? Lao Jiyu, don't force me to fall out with you at the gate of the provincial company. Chu Feihong didn't want to mention that person, so his expression changed instantly. You are good at everything. You just have a dog face. You change at any time and you can't take a joke. After Jiyu Changjie finished speaking, he briefly pressed the horn twice. Perhaps he heard the tone of his leader's loudspeaker, and the security guard at the door hurried over. Jiyu Changjie pointed to the Mini Cooper in front and ordered, put that car in and let them park in the VIP parking space. Okay, Mr. Jiyu. The security guard ran halfway and then turned back and opened the gate with the controller. Upon seeing this, Chu Feihong said, please treat me to a meal next time, and left. Jiyu Changjie was amused by his arrogance, and couldn't help feeling nostalgic for the past. You little brat, I'm helping you and I'm going to treat you to a meal. He thought so, but he said, I'll be staying at another residence in Qinshan at the end of the month. Can you invite the guy on the roof to get together? You arrange it. Chu Feihong agreed without even turning her head. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Mini Cooper, he directed Lin Shiqing to drive towards the grand parking area in the compound. Jiyu Changjie followed closely behind and drove the car to the security uncle. Who's sitting in the Mini Cooper in front? Mr. Jiyu, the car in front is driven by a young girl. The uncle answered truthfully. Little girl? Is she pretty? She's pretty and looks quite young. Jiyu Changjie nodded thoughtfully, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. The king of Chu has met you, Ji, right? He has been living in seclusion for so many years, and suddenly came out of seclusion. Is it more than just a teacher-student relationship? Chu? Is he Chu Feihong from Xinghan Haiyu? Although the uncle is just a security guard at a provincial company, he is familiar with many secrets and inside stories in the industry because he comes into contact with many visiting customers. Jiyu Changjie waved his hand and told him. Don't make a sound. I think he is here to play the pig and eat the tiger. I don't know which department will be in trouble today. Just pretend you didn't see it. By the way, enter the license plate of the Mini Cooper into the internal system of the provincial company. This will prevent him from driving the girl's car and blocking the gate one day. Okay, Mr. Jiyu. Lin Shiqing parked her car in a row of parking spaces marked VIP. Among the luxury cars in the parking lot, her Mini Cooper looked so out of place. Is this really okay? She was a little uneasy and confirmed it repeatedly. It's okay. Let's go. Chu Feihong had just opened the car door and was about to get out, but was stopped by Lin Shiqing's soft voice. Mr. Chu, why are you here? She asked knowingly. Because I'm worried about you. Chu Feihong's few words contained a lot of information. A faint blush appeared on Lin Shiqing's cheeks, just like the soft pink in the rising morning glow. Her eyes were dodging and she kept stealing glances at Chu Feihong, afraid that he would notice her panic. Okay, let's talk after the report is finished. The two got out of the car and walked into Huadong Wanfan's office building together. Chapter 16 The Smell of Vinegar in the Elevator. Chu Feihong brought Lin Shiqing to the front desk on the first floor to register their ID cards in exchange for visitor access cards. More than 40 suppliers attended today's project briefing and the hall was soon filled with people. The three ladies at the front desk were busy with registration. They mechanically handed out access cards one by one. Although they did not seem to have a bad attitude, there was no smile on their faces. No one would be happy to be so busy so early in the morning. However, the situation changed instantly when the system quickly popped up a prompt for high-level customers based on the ID number fed back by the card reader. Seeing the VIP information popping up on the screen, an older receptionist immediately raised his head and looked at Chu Feihong, who had half of his face covered with a mask. Are you Mr. Chu from Xinghan Haiyu? Seeing that the other party was covering up, she consciously lowered her voice. Chu Feihong pulled down her mask, placed her index finger between her lips, and made a gesture to keep quiet. Understood. Mr. Chu, here's your visitor card. The lady at the front desk didn't say anything, but her attitude was more than twice as good. She knew that Xinghan Haiyou was a well-known state-owned technology enterprise, and many years ago it even brought Chengding Technology, now ranked first, to the brink of collapse. The ruthless man who led Xinghan Haiyou to kill everyone in the world back then was Chu Feihong, nicknamed King of Chu. There are rumors that he retired early after leaving Xinghan Haiyou, and no one expected to see him at Huadong Wanfang Provincial Company today. After Chu Feihong handed the visitor access card to Lin Shiqing, he gave the receptionist a polite smile and then put on his mask again. Perhaps the other party had rarely seen such an easygoing and handsome senior leader, so he immediately and attentively took them to the gate and guided them to swipe their cards to enter. The two of them stepped into the elevator, and Lin Shiqing suddenly became jealous. Seeing that there was no one in the elevator, she pouted and asked in a nonchalant manner. "Did you know the receptionist before?" "I don't know him." "How long has it been since I last came to the provincial company?" Chu Feihong said it casually, but it was also the truth. "Then why did her attitude change 180 degrees when she saw you? Is there?" "She never smiles at others and speaks in a cold voice. But once she sees you, she becomes much more enthusiastic and even personally walks you to the gate." Lin Shiqing's little mouth was like a string of cannonballs, asking questions with good reason and evidence. She didn't know that her identity as a teacher had already been marked in the system. "Maybe it's because I'm more handsome." Chu Feihong's answer was a little frivolous, which made Lin Shiqing even more suspicious. Seeing that the other party refused to tell the truth, she continued to ask, "Then why did you take off your mask just now? It was a bit boring just now." "Then why did you put it on again?" Lin Shiqing pressed the other party with every word, leaving no room for the other party to think. Chu Feihong slowly turned her head, stared at the serious-looking girl, and suddenly spoke very quickly. "I wear a mask because there are too many women out there and I'm afraid of being recognized by someone I'm having a one-night stand with. I took off my mask just now. Maybe I had some experience with the receptionist and wanted to flirt with her. Is that what you want to ask me?" Lin Shiqing's face turned red due to his question, and her eyes widened, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. "That's not what I meant." She denied it flatly, but her trembling voice betrayed her inner thoughts. Chu Feihong wanted to laugh at Lin Shiqing's clumsy appearance, but she still held it back skillfully. "So what do you mean? In your eyes, am I the kind of man who has sex with women casually?" As soon as he said that, he regretted it. Because of what happened that night, it was hard for Lin Shiqing not to think of him this way. The girl lowered her head and said nothing. The atmosphere in the elevator suddenly became awkward. Seeing this, Chu Feihong hurriedly explained. Okay, the provincial company's visitor system must have my information. I wear a mask because I don't want them to make it public. You don't have to explain to me. I'm not yours." Lin Shiqing pretended to be angry and turned away quickly, but the heavy stone in her heart fell to the ground inadvertently. At least, so far, she has not discovered that Chu Feihong has an affair with other women. The elevator door opened, and Chu Feihong pointed to the room at the end of the corridor and said to the girl, "The conference room in front is the waiting area. Go there and get ready. I'll catch up with an old friend." "Oh." Lin Shiqing nodded and walked towards the meeting room obediently. Chu Feihong looked at her back and smiled knowingly. "Girl, you are meddling in my affairs now." At the end of the corridor is a large conference room, which is already full of suppliers who come to report. A group of grown men were chatting happily, as if they were having a celebration banquet in advance. Lin Shiqing walked to the door, knocked on the open door, and asked politely, "Excuse me, is the pre-bid report waiting here?" As she finished her words, the meeting room fell silent. People looked at each other, and finally all their eyes fell on a man with greasy hair and powdered face. The man stared at the timid Lin Shiqing, looked her up and down, and asked in a cold voice, "Are you from Chijin Technology?" "Yes." Lin Shiqing answered the other party very honestly, without having any idea of the current situation. The man pushed aside the people in front of him, walked up to her and stretched out his hand. "My name is Fenglu, the commercial director of Chengding Technology Jiangnan Province." Lin Shiqing knew that he was a friendly businessman, so out of courtesy, she also extended her fair hand. Fenglu just held her knuckles and behaved like a gentleman. "Hello, I'm Lin Shiqing from the Chijin Technology Innovation Center." "Innovation Center?" When Fenglu heard Lin Shiqing introduce herself, he was stunned at first, and then he revealed a sinister smile. He suddenly exerted force and exaggeratedly grasped Lin Shiqing's entire palm. The girl was frightened by his action and quickly pulled her hand back. Feng Lu obscenely put the hand he held to her nose and sniffed it, then said maliciously, "I thought it was your RD department CEO who wanted to grab the project, but after all this time, you just sent a cannon fodder to run with you. However, I don't remember inviting Chijin Technology to bid with me. I'm not here to accompany the bid." When Lin Shiqing thought that this project had been secretly controlled by Chengding Technology, she felt dissatisfied. Oh? It's still a rose with thorns. Master Feng, you have a rival this time. I don't know who shouted this in the crowd, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Feng Lu shook his head, an expression of both pride and helplessness on his face. Little sister, didn't your business department tell you that this bid has been taken by our Chengding Technology? Lin Shiqing naturally didn't know this before, but seeing the other party being so arrogant, she had no way out. I told you, but I just want to give it a try. Your hardware is great, but everyone has similar starting points for software. Why should it be yours? Feng Lu had never seen anyone openly challenge Chengding Technology in front of him, and he immediately became very interested in the girl in front of him. Yes, you are right. But don't cry when you are carried away later. The so-called lifting away is industry jargon, meaning that the project proposal does not meet the standards and is not allowed to be shortlisted. I won't. Lin Shiqing was nervous, but she refused to accept the loss. She walked around the man in front of her and went straight into the meeting room, trying to find a place to sit down. There are many people around Feng Lu, all of whom are partners he contacted to bid. Seeing that Lin Shiqing didn't give him any face at all, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his financial sponsor. I didn't expect Chijin Technology to send a newcomer to disrupt the situation. I wonder what Guan Xiaojie is thinking. Maybe it's an internal fight, someone deliberately set a trap for this girl. I didn't see anyone from Chijin during the initial communication. Now you come here to make a plan and respond. Isn't this courting death? Everyone was talking at once, but only one person's words made Feng Lu excited. This little girl is really exciting. Why don't you take her in, Mr. Feng? As soon as this topic came up, the men immediately began to look at Lin Shiqing presumptuously. Some people may not have gotten a share of the cake from this bidding invitation, so they deliberately made fun of Feng Lu. This girl seems very aggressive. I'm afraid Master Feng can't handle her, right? For a project worth hundreds of millions of dollars like this, if some people go hungry, others will have enough to eat. Those vested interests immediately jumped out and started flattering Feng Lu. Our Master Feng has a 500 million yuan project in his hands. Isn't it easy for him to marry a little girl? That's right. If you just divide up some modules, she can sit wherever you tell her to sit, right? When someone saw Lin Shiqing looking for a seat in the conference room, he immediately started making dirty jokes, which immediately caused laughter from the people around him. Lin Shiqing couldn't hear what they said clearly, she just felt that these people were disgusting. Feng Lu smoothed his hair and said arrogantly to the people behind him, "Wait, my friends. I'll show you how I, Feng Lu, pick flowers." Chapter 17. Don't mess with someone whose appearance you can't see clearly. Lin Shiqing didn't want to sit with these people, so she had to squeeze into an empty corner as much as possible. In fact, girls have some advantages in business activities, but that requires strong psychological support. Because the guy who is willing to take the time to listen to a woman isn't necessarily interested in cooperation. Some people have realized this long ago and know how to use their advantages to transform the other party's emotions in order to achieve business goals. But for a tech geek like Lin Shiqing, that is a skill from another dimension entirely. In Feng Lu's eyes, her restrained movements made her look like a little lamb trapped in a pack of wolves, which could be torn to pieces by a wolf like him at any time. Ms. Lin, let's talk about this platform project. He put on a hypocritical look, pushed aside the people around him and quickly came over. With Lin Shiqing's experience, it was impossible for her to hear any ill intentions from the other party. How do you want to talk? She turned around and asked stupidly. In fact, Lin Shiqing also knew that this project was very risky. The best way, naturally, is to join Chengding Technology's bid rigging camp, let them win the bid and then outsource the platform to themselves. Seeing that Lin Shiqing was so easily tricked, Feng Lu suppressed his joy and said in the most serious tone possible, "Your Chijin Technology's research and development capabilities are among the best in the industry. If the conditions are right, I can outsource the platform project to you. Lin Shiqing's eyes sparkled as she responded happily. Mr. Feihong, are you serious? If possible, I will do my best and will not let you down. Of course. We don't have time to do a small project like this worth 2 million. We were supposed to outsource it to a third-party company. As Feihong spoke, he moved closer to Lin Shiqing. Then, let me show you the plan. The naive girl pulled out her laptop from her backpack and foolishly tried to explain the plan to him. Feihong felt that Lin Shiqing in front of him was extremely cute. He has seen all kinds of women since he entered the industry. Some of them used him, and some were used by him. Having been immersed in the desires of money and flesh for too long, Feihong has forgotten the pure color in Lin Shiqing's eyes. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt his heart beating, but within a few seconds, primitive desire once again took over his mind. Lin Shiqing found an empty seat, opened the plan on her laptop and showed it to Feihong. She didn't know that the other party was just a business person and couldn't understand those professional design plans at all. However, Feihong pretended that he wanted to discuss the matter with her and sat next to Lin Shiqing in a pretentious manner. First of all, the overall framework design, this is what I think. Lin Shiqing started explaining to him from the first page, hoping that her professional expression would allow the other party to outsource the project to her. Feihong didn't hear a word she said, but just looked at her pretty face greedily. He moved his face closer and closer, sniffing the sweet scent of the girl's perfume madly. Lin Shiqing vaguely felt that the other party had exceeded the safe social distance, so she gently moved her seat to the side. Unexpectedly, Feihong became more and more excessive and even moved closer to her. Mr. Feihong, what do you think of this plan? Lin Shiqing wanted to use the opportunity of discussing the plan to distance herself from the other party. Who knew, as soon as she turned her head, she saw Feihong's hungry eyes. What's wrong with this plan? The man's voice revealed an urgent desire. No matter how stupid Lin Shiqing was, she could see that the other party was not interested in this. Did you listen to my introduction just now? Introduction? Of course, you can introduce yourself now. How old are you this year? You haven't just graduated, have you? Feihong has been very proud of himself recently. If he can get this 570 million project from the provincial company, he will personally get a commission of 1 million. If he could deceive a pure girl like Lin Shiqing, he could definitely brag about her in front of his friends for a few years. Still, let me tell you about the plan. I really worked on the design. Lin Shiqing's body was retreating, but she was still unwilling to give up this opportunity. Ms. Lin, you smell so good, what brand of perfume is that? Feihong actually licked his dry lips in front of Lin Shiqing. The murderous look in his eyes scared the girl so much that she jumped up suddenly. Ha 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 ha. The onlookers burst into laughter, and Feihong stood up proudly, like a wild beast with its fangs bared. Lin Shiqing quickly closed her laptop, held it against her chest, and stepped back. Mr. Feihong, is this how you pick up girls? Your skills aren't that good. Har har har. Some people think the matter is not serious enough and maliciously instigate it. Feihong ignored the people around him and slowly approached Lin Shiqing until he forced her into a corner. Ms. Lin, don't think too much. I don't have any excessive thoughts. I have already informed the expert group for this report, and your proposal will definitely be passed. But we still have a chance to cooperate. If you accompany me to eat a few meals and watch a few movies, I will give you 2 million to build this platform. Lin Shiqing could keenly capture the desire in the other's eyes, which was a strong obsession with wanting to possess her body. She had witnessed this obsession vividly in Chu Feihong's behavior that night. No, I will explain my ideas to the expert group when I report later. Lin Shiqing thought that today would be an academic debate, but she was disgusted by the shameful compromise of interests before it even started. She wanted to leave, but Feihong blocked her in a corner. Get out of the way. Lin Shiqing didn't expect that there would be a supplier who would dare to treat women like this in the building of a state-owned enterprise. This world where people are treacherous and indulge in lust has brought her 3 views to an unprecedented impact. Lin Shiqing, be smart. Do you know how many small companies can be supported by a 570 million project? As soon as I loosen my belt, a group of women will rush over and let me do whatever I want with them. Feihong's breathing began to become rapid. He seduced the girl in front of him half-threateningly, eager to make her submit to him. Lin Shiqing blushed with shame at his naked remarks, and retorted with gritted teeth. Then share your success with those women. Let me leave. Leave? If you dare to leave this room, the platform project will have nothing to do with your team. If you don't believe me, just go and show me how to do it. Fenglu said with a grim smile, putting his hands on the wall behind Lin Shiqing, locking her tightly in the corner. Get out of the way. I want to get out. Lin Shiqing was so anxious that she was about to cry. Everyone in the conference room was looking at them, but no one came forward to stop it. Follow me and I'll give you the platform project. If 2 million is not enough, I can also give you some of the subsequent operation services. No. Go away. Lin Shiqing was really scared when the other party made the naked exchange of conditions. Don't be shameless. This was not the first time that Fenglu had exchanged commercial interests for women's bodies. He seemed to have forgotten that some girls would rather die than sell their souls. Lin Shiqing in front of him reminded him of something. Perhaps she was the woman that he could not get no matter what conditions he put forward. Just when Fenglu was getting angry and wanted to use violence, a large hand pressed down on his face and pushed him hard to the side. The force was so great and the speed so fast that he couldn't keep his balance at all. After staggering a few steps, Fenglu fell to the ground, and in his panic he even knocked over 2 or 3 chairs. Mr. Feng. Are you okay? The hypocritical people hurriedly ran to their financial sponsors and pulled the embarrassed Fenglu up from the scattered chairs. You actually beat someone up in the provincial company's meeting room. Fenglu fell heavily. With the support of several people, he rubbed his butt and yelled at the tall man who had just pushed him. Chu Feihong, who was wearing a mask, just glanced at him coldly, as if he was looking at an ant on the ground. After meeting his cold gaze, everyone fell silent, as if frozen in place by magic. This kind of powerful aura is not something that ordinary people can possess. Even though Chu Feihong is wearing gentle glasses, it cannot conceal the bone-chilling coldness. Lin Shiqing thought she had escaped, but before she could rejoice, she was frightened by the look the other party gave her. Boss Chu, Lin Shiqing, you are very good at attracting valuable men. There was a hint of malicious mockery in Chu Feihong's tone, and just one sentence instantly destroyed the other party's gratitude. What do you mean? Lin Shiqing asked back. Don't forget what you're here for. If you want to make that kind of deal, it's better to go to the bar. As soon as Chu Feihong entered the door, she heard people discussing how much project share Fenglu was going to exchange for Lin Shiqing. Thinking of Cheng Dongyang's judgment of the girl, the anger that he had suppressed with great difficulty burst out again. Lin Shiqing could hear the contempt in the other party's words. She bit her lip, her eyes reddened, but she didn't want to say a word in defense. The two of them just stared at each other silently, neither of them wanting to speak anymore. Fenglu lost face in front of everyone, so he naturally couldn't swallow his anger. After making sure that Chu Feihong had no other helpers, he walked over angrily. I'm talking to you. You think you'll be all right after beating someone up? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feihong's palm covered his face like a big net. With another hard push, Fenglu was thrown out again. This time, his waist hit the edge of the conference table and he cried out in pain. You're done. You dare to hit someone here? You, Zhijin Technology, can just wait to be cleared out of the support sequence by Huadong Wanfang. Chapter 18 report is about to begin. Fenglu was supported and yelled hysterically, with a fierce look in his eyes, and he wished he could beat Chu Feihong up immediately. Some of the people around him were joining in, while others were just watching the fun. Chu Feihong ignored Fenglu, who was like a mad dog, and just glared at Lin Shiqing fiercely. The girl understood his thoughts and knew exactly what he thought of her. Lin Shiqing straightened her chest and faced Chu Feihong's domineering attitude. She was not afraid of his condescending look at all. The two people's eyes met in the air and stared at each other for several seconds. In the end, Chu Feihong was touched by Lin Shiqing's unyielding spirit and began to waver in his heart. His attitude gradually softened. There was no evasion in the girl's eyes. Her innate pride made him begin to doubt his own guess. Fenglu had never been ignored like this before, and he was so angry that he jumped up and down and yelled. You, Zhijin Technology, are going too far. I will definitely file a complaint with Huadong Wanfang's Cooperation Management Office. I won't trust Feng unless you are kicked out of the support sequence. His threat made Lin Shiqing look worried. On the other hand, Chu Feihong just glanced at him coldly, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, looking as if he didn't care at all. Not to mention a small provincial commerce director, even the business president of Chengding Technology was just a defeated opponent who was tortured and ravaged by him before. Feng Lu didn't know Chu Feihong's identity. Seeing that the other party was becoming more and more arrogant, he felt humiliated. But before he could explode, the lazy voice of a middle-aged man came from the door. Who is so arrogant? Who can decide who should be kicked out of the support sequence for our company? The crowd dispersed upon hearing the sound, making way for a middle-aged man in a suit who walked in. The man wore black-framed glasses, and although he was slightly balding, his voice was full of confidence and every word he said was full of power. When he saw the person coming, Feng Lu's expression changed immediately. He pretended to be in great pain and came close to the man, pointing at Chu Feihong and wailing. "Director Li, you've come at the perfect time. This guy beat someone up in the conference room. I request that Chengding Technology be disqualified from responding this time." As soon as Feng Lu finished speaking, someone immediately echoed him. "Yes, Director Li." The employees of Chengding Technology went too far. They took action in front of so many people. Director Li glanced at Feng Lu's injuries nonchalantly, and then asked everyone. "I didn't see any fighting, did you see any?" His tone was unfriendly, and the astute Feng Lu immediately heard something fishy. "I saw it." Before Feng Lu could think clearly, his partners in the bid rigging jumped out to speak up for him. Director Li snorted coldly and continued to ask, who else saw it? Everyone looked at each other, as if they all heard something strange. However, there are still some stupid guys who choose to jump out and lick Feng Lu at this delicate moment. "Director Li, I saw it too." "Oh, good. Anything else?" Director Li continued to ask, his expression calm and intimidating without being angry. Years of business experience made Feng Lu sense the unusual contempt in the other party's attitude, so he quickly stepped forward, trying to cool things down. "Forget it, Director Li. I'll have to answer your question later, so I won't pursue it." "No. Director Feng, you have already publicly complained to me, so there must be an explanation for this matter." Director Li glanced at Chu Feihong. Although she knew he was coming, she still focused her attention on the girl in front of her. "Chengding Technology, Chengding Technology." Director Li spoke loudly, pointing at the two people who had just testified for Feng Lu. "And you, Breakup Communications and Xinchuang Information." Employees from the four companies had a collective brawl in our Huadong Wanfan conference room. "Speaking of clearing out, you all should be put on the blacklist together." Several people were shocked. They never expected Director Li to act this way, especially the two guys who were flattering him. Their faces were pale at this moment. Even the most obtuse person can see that the other party is deliberately favoring Chengding Technology. Despite their dissatisfaction, no one dared to offend the director of the bidding office at this critical moment when the report was about to be made. "It's just a misunderstanding. I fell down by myself just now. It has nothing to do with them." Feng Lu suppressed the humiliation in his heart and shamelessly came forward to defend Chu Feihong. His servile look made Director Li laugh secretly. "Is that so? Don't you have two witnesses?" They were wrong. Feng Lu tried his best to defend himself and suppress the matter. That's good. Next time, don't complain so easily. If you don't understand clearly, you will get into trouble." There is a hidden meaning in Director Li's words, and the sarcasm is obvious. Given his smooth and sophisticated style of doing things, if it were someone else, he would never do it so obviously in front of everyone. However, the other party is Chu Feihong after all. Even if Chengding Technology really makes a big fuss about the matter, there are bigwigs above them who will come forward to protect them. Seeing silence in the conference room, Director Li turned his gaze to Chu Feihong and Lin Shiqing again. "You two should stop it. We're about to start the project presentation. Why are you staring at each other?" After he finished speaking, he turned around and announced loudly to everyone. "There are many suppliers today, and the proposal presentations will be divided into multiple sessions. The companies in the first 10 bidding sections will follow me to the presentation hall first, and the remaining partners please continue to wait here." Director Li turned on the big screen in the conference room and continued. "Because the bid amount is relatively large, we at Huadong Wanfang will ensure fairness, impartiality and openness. You can watch the live report here. If you have any questions, please contact me by phone." After saying that, he patted Chu Feihong on the shoulder, pulled her to his side, and asked in a low voice, "Will you be the one reporting later, or will it be that girl?" Chu Feihong glared at Lin Shiqing, suppressed her anger, and replied. She is the PM, let her go. Lin Shiqing heard anger in the other person's tone, so she pushed him away and walked towards the door angrily. Director Li looked at Chu Feihong strangely, and then took the first batch of suppliers to the reporting room on the same floor. Looking at the girls departing back, Chu Feihong felt a surge of regret in his heart. He knew very well that among the women he knew, Lin Shiqing had a relatively good temper. In this situation, any woman would feel angry if she was told that. However, Lin Shiqing just glared at him and did not lose her temper on the spot, which was considered to be considering the company's reputation. After the storm subsided, everyone's attention turned to the big screen in the conference room. Although Fenglu was not a technical staff, he was given the opportunity to accompany the report because Chengding Technology responded to many bidding sections. Chu Feihong stayed in the conference room, feeling depressed, but still paying attention to Lin Shiqing's performance on the big screen. In the project report hall, the long mahogany conference table was filled with technical experts from Huadong Wanfang. The atmosphere was solemn and professional. As soon as Lin Shiqing stepped in, she was overwhelmed by the momentum. Fortunately, with the careful guidance of Director Li, she was able to take a seat smoothly. Sitting at the chairman's seat at the conference table was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His face bears the marks of time, and even though his hair is a little gray, it cannot conceal his determination and wisdom. Lin Shiqing knew that this should be Yu Qiancheng, the head of the purchasing department of Huadong Wanfang Jiangnan Province Company. It was he who led the bid invitation work this time. As everyone quickly took their seats, the atmosphere gradually quieted down. Lin Shiqing found that Fenglu was sitting opposite her, staring at her with cold eyes. She was extremely disgusted with this person and glared back without hesitation. At this time, Director Li walked to Yu Qiancheng's side and said to their suppliers present, "Everyone, now we will start the plan report for the first 10 bidding sections." Chapter 19, Xiaoqing with internal and external troubles. Anyone who has participated in such a large-scale selection meeting knows that the earlier you report, the greater the advantage. Because, for this kind of communication solution with technical standards, the technical frameworks that each company can provide are not much different. For those who make preliminary reports, experts will listen carefully to the details of the plan and give positive feedback. This preconceived impression helps them qualify more than subsequent debriefers. Chu Feihong just went to see Director Li to discuss the ranking report. In order to get Lin Shiqing's proposal recognized by the experts, he insisted on changing the reporting order from 14th to 7th. In fact, Director Li had already mentioned this order to his leader, and the temporary change would definitely attract Yu Qiancheng's attention. But that's what he wanted to achieve. Director Li knew very well that it was not appropriate to confront Chu Feihong directly. Instead of dealing with her privately, he preferred to submit the matter directly to the leader for a decision. He must clearly understand Yu Qiancheng's position before he can deal with this difficult issue with peace of mind. After all, it's unlikely that Director Li will get any further promotion in his position, so he just needs to make sure he doesn't get into trouble. In the operator system, there are many people like Director Li who cannot be promoted but are quite capable. They often become nightmares for young suppliers. However, when they encounter an industry veteran like Chu Feihong, these old hands in the operators would wisely choose to stay away. The first company to introduce the solution was naturally Chengding Technology. The speaker was their project manager, and Fenglu assisted in introducing past business cases. The other party was extremely well prepared, and the innovative points that Lin Shiqing was proud of were everywhere in their plan and did not seem new at all. After the presentation, the expert group gave high praise. However, Yu Qiancheng, who was the person in charge of this bidding, seemed to be uninterested and did not show much interest. Director Li was able to clearly see through his leader's emotions, and seeing that Yu Qiancheng did not express his opinion, he immediately announced the report from the second supplier. This company is a partner of Chengding Technology. It agreed to bid for the company only after the other party promised an outsourcing project worth tens of millions of yuan. Even so, their plan was made extremely seriously, and there was no trace of perfunctoriness in the reporting process. Lin Shiqing listened carefully to the other party's introduction, recording the design highlights from time to time, while Fenglu on the opposite side secretly winked at her. Seeing that the girl paid attention to him, Fenglu gently shook his phone, signaling her to check the message. Only then did Lin Shiqing discover that there was an additional friend request on WeChat, with Fenglu's narcissistic profile picture on it. After hesitating for a moment, she approved the application, and Fenglu showed a smile of success on his face. Fenglu, my little beauty, give up. You just saw our plan, it's a sure win. Lin Shiqing, did you add me on WeChat just to show off? Fenglu, I am not as vulgar as you think. I just want to have a chance to get to know each other. Lin Shiqing, har har, delete each other. As she spoke, she was about to take action. Seeing the frosty look on her face, Fenglu quickly begged. Fenglu, no. I just asked a friend from Chijin Technology, if you lose the project, you will resign, right? Lin Shiqing, who told you? The girl's brows gradually frowned and her eyes flashed with anxiety, as if she was trying to find a way to relieve the tension. Fenglu, this is no secret. When you were trying to set up a team for the project, you signed a pledge in front of several team leaders, vowing to resign if you couldn't get the project. This kind of determination and responsibility is indeed admirable, but unfortunately your opponent is me. Why not turn the trick of fate on you into a romantic encounter? Lin Shiqing, the price is negotiable. We can outsource the work at the team's cost price. Don't ask for anything else. Fenglu, do you think I care about this 1 million plus profit? Lin Shiqing, that's out of the question. As she spoke, she was about to delete the other person's WeChat. It was also the first time that Fenglu met a girl with such a strong character. When he saw her face turn cold, he quickly took out his trump card. Fenglu, wait a minute, Lin Shiqing. 6 groups in your innovation center are our Chengding Technologies partners, that is, our Party B. Did you know about this? The girl was stunned for a moment, and her expression became even uglier. Lin Shiqing, what do you want to say? Fenglu, I am the business director of Jiangnan province. With just one word from me, those 6 groups will immediately lose their eligibility to renew their contracts. Lin Shiqing, despicable. Ever since Fenglu told this story, Lin Shiqing knew what evil thoughts he was up to. If I disobey him, given his shameless character, he might really ruin the business of the other 6 groups. In that case, Lin Shiqing would not only lose the project, but also bear the blame for bringing trouble to her colleagues. Fenglu finally saw the hesitation in Lin Shiqing's eyes, and he couldn't help feeling ecstatic. He really enjoyed the pleasure of conquering the opposite sex. Fenglu, don't resist so much. I've said it before, I just want to have a chance to get to know each other. Is the man who hit me just now your boyfriend? Lin Shiqing, no. Don't mention him. Thinking of Chu Feihong, the girl suddenly felt countless grievances surge in her heart, and she bit her lips involuntarily. Fenglu, really? It seems like he's just a loser trying to please you. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Shiqing did not reply, but just stared at the phone in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, she quickly wiped away the tears in her eyes with her hands, and her expression instantly became decisive. Fenglu didn't know what was going on, so he quickly asked on WeChat. Fenglu, how is it? Have you figured it out? The other party cannot receive this message because the 2 parties are not friends. Looking at the grey message prompt, Fenglu was stunned. He didn't expect that the girl actually deleted him. Lin Shiqing is really annoyed now. She can even delete the teacher she has admired for 5 years, let alone a lecherous competitor. However, Fenglu was not like Chu Feihong, who could only sulk after being deleted. He always took revenge. In the work group of the Innovation Center where Lin Shiqing was, the angry questioning of those team leaders was soon exposed. Xiao Lin, have you offended Chengding Technology? Why did the business department inform me that the other party wants to suspend the project renewal process? How much is your project? We have a stable service contract of 600,000 per year. If you screw up, don't blame me for giving you trouble. Someone even called directly, obviously coming to call for accusation. Seeing the screen of Lin Shiqing's mobile phone on the table lighting up continuously, Fenglu knew that the pressure he had exerted had been transmitted. He stared at the girl's embarrassed expression viciously, as if he was admiring a city that was about to collapse under his wanton destruction. Fenglu has secretly bribed the employees within Chijin Technology and obtained Lin Shiqing's file. He flipped through the girl's personal information, his eyes constantly scanning the helpless Lin Shiqing, muttering obscenely in his heart. My dear little beauty, I am here to teach you the first social studies lesson after graduation. Throw away your pride and reserve, and learn to kneel before the strong. He showed a mad determination to hunt the girl. Lin Shiqing hung up the phone quietly, switched the WeChat group to Do Not Disturb mode, and ignored the anger of those people. Since several team leaders could work together to deceive her into taking on a project that was doomed to fail, why should she worry about their livelihoods? However, doing so also means that Lin Shiqing has really reached a desperate situation at Chijin Technology. She glared at Fenglu and then stopped looking at him. Lin Shiqing wasn't sure if her remaining pride was enough to support her in completing the report. Faced with internal and external troubles, she was exhausted. At the same time, the sixth supplier finished his report. Director Li stood up and looked at the girl who was still in the middle of internal friction. Now, please ask the project manager of Chijin Technology to report the design plan of your ringback tone platform. Chapter 20 Teacher Chu's Foreshadowing. Lin Shiqing stood up slowly and methodically connected the projector's HDMI cable to her laptop. She stood in front of the projection screen, gently smoothed her scattered hair, and then took a deep breath. As she exhaled softly, the eyes that had once been confused and lost suddenly became sharp and bright. Yu Qiancheng, the person in charge of the bidding, looked at the report list in his hand, and then looked at Director Li beside him in confusion. Seeing that the leader noticed that the order was wrong, the old sly guy immediately came up and explained in a low voice. Boss Yu, the king of Chu is here, and he insisted on pushing himself to the front. You were at Boss Qin's place just now, and I didn't dare to disturb you, so I moved a few orders forward. Yu Qianqing's eyes became more and more strange. Chu Feihong is here? For such a small project. That's right. This girl seems to be his apprentice. She should be here to study with him this time. Director Li responded carefully, while carefully observing the leader's expression. Did that lunatic say that he must take the project? Looking back at the years when Chu Feihong was fighting with Chengding Technology, Yu Qiancheng still feels a lingering fear. As someone who had witnessed the fight between gods, he had always avoided any intersection with Chu Feihong's business, which had kept their personal relationship in a certain balance. It's the kind of relationship where they know each other, respect each other, can drink tea together, but never cooperate. Director Li covered his mouth with his hand and replied softly. No, he also knows that Chengding Technology has been running this project for a long time. If he intercepts it now, it will tear our relationship apart. Well, I hope he doesn't go crazy. Yu Qiancheng nodded and looked at Lin Shiqing, who was ready. Because of his relationship with Chu Feihong, his tone when speaking to the girl became unusually gentle. Little girl, please start introducing yourself. The leader of the judging panel, who had been absent-minded at first, suddenly paid so much attention to Lin Shiqing in a friendly manner. This change surprised everyone present, and even Fenglu felt inexplicable pressure. He didn't completely deal with Yu Qiancheng, who seemed to have always been dissatisfied with Chengding Technology. If it weren't for the suggestion from Mr. Qin, the head of the provincial company, Yu Qiancheng might have lowered the threshold for introducing suppliers, making the bidding more open and avoiding being besieged by large enterprises. Of course, Mr. Qin did this because video ringtones are related to next year's value-added business revenue, and must be completed with quality and quantity guaranteed, even if it costs some extra money. Thinking of this, Fenglu began to carefully observe Yu Qiancheng's expression. However, his poorly concealed gaze did not escape the old man's keen perception. Yu Qiancheng responded to Fenglu with an extremely stern look, which scared him so much that he quickly looked away. Lin Shiqing bowed slightly to Yu Qiancheng and the expert group, and then began her introduction in a confident and sweet voice. Hello, leaders and experts. I am Lin Shiqing from Chijin Technology. Now I will introduce the ringback tone platform solution designed for Huadong Wanfang Jiangnan Province Company. Lin Shiqing's speech was neither humble nor arrogant. Facing the communication technology experts from all over the province, she remained calm and showed no sign of cowardice. Although Lin Shiqing was deeply disappointed with Chu Feihong, she still firmly believed that she was a disciple of the country's top communications tycoon and there was no need to belittle herself on the technical level. The girl performed very well and was as sophisticated as a senior expert who had been immersed in the communications industry for many years. It has been a long time since a female project manager introduced a plan in this conference room, which inevitably made many experts curious and they all paid attention to Lin Shiqing's performance. The change in the atmosphere of the entire venue also surprised the suppliers waiting in another conference room. This group of grown men couldn't help but admire the confident and cool Lin Shiqing on the screen. After seeing Lin Shiqing's brilliant performance, an old communications worker who was almost 40 years old couldn't help but say, Chijin Technology is really talented. Such a young girl can be trained to be so outstanding. It seems that we old guys have to retire. The people around him also echoed, yes. This girl is really good, with a solid foundation and a sense of pride. She even refuses to buy into Chengding technology. I think this girl has some background. Otherwise, with Fenglu's personality, how could he not be able to handle her? Chu Feihong felt very pleased when she saw the performance of her favorite student. Seeing that several people were talking about Lin Shiqing, he came over and pretended to be gossipy to ask some questions. You said Fenglu wanted to deal with our people from Chijin Technology. Chu Feihong was wearing a mask and her voice was a little muffled. Seeing that the other party was the one who had just fought with Fenglu, they looked at each other and told each other the cause of the incident. They are not Chengding Technology's bid rigging partners, so their words are more objective. After learning that it was Fenglu who had been plotting something bad, Chu Feihong felt so remorseful that he even wanted to find someone to hit him to death. He finally understood the stubbornness and grievance in Lin Shiqing's eyes just now. What's wrong with me? Chu Feihong kept asking himself. He was not an arbitrary person, but when facing Lin Shiqing, he was as impulsive as a bull that could be enraged at any time. He didn't dare to think deeply about his feelings for the girl on the big screen because there were too many problems between them. However, people can choose not to enter into a relationship, but they cannot choose not to have a relationship. Chu Feihong didn't realize that his escape would only distort his actions and would not make things better. Soon, the expert group's interest in Lin Shiqing gradually cooled in the face of homogeneous design proposals. Only Yu Qiancheng was nodding from time to time, showing his approval. Onlookers could clearly feel that he was encouraging the younger generation as an elder, rather than genuinely believing that the girl's plan was novel and outstanding. As the project introduction came to an end, the light in Lin Shiqing's eyes gradually dimmed. The experts are already reviewing the proposal materials of the next candidate, and her highlight moment is about to end. Lin Shiqing knew that she had failed to seize this opportunity to turn the tide. With her work experience of just 1 year after graduation and the meager support within the company, it was like a foolish dream for her to compete with the top domestic companies. The reporting opportunity that Chu Feihong fought for was her last straw. Sadly, everything is about to come to an end. When Lin Shiqing finished introducing the last page of materials, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. It was as if the reasons that made her fight for it suddenly became illusory, and the person she had always wanted to get close to finally left her. The girl sighed softly and silently switched to the last page of materials. A beautiful ending animation appeared on the projection screen, and the words, "Thank you for listening," jumped helplessly into the center of the screen. It's all over. Lin Shiqing put down the pen in her hand and tried hard to force out a last smile. Fenglu, who had been observing the expert group's reactions throughout the whole process, finally put aside the hidden worries in his heart and gave an evil smile to the desperate girl. When Lin Shiqing was depressed, he would appear in front of her again with the attitude of a winner, and ask the girl for what he wanted in a condescending manner, as if giving alms. Everyone in the meeting room was adjusting their sitting positions, preparing to wait for the next presenter. Suddenly, a deep and powerful voice made everyone stop their current actions. Wait. Please turn to the last page of the plan, the section about server compatibility. Yu Qiancheng pointed at the projection screen and said to Lin Shiqing. The girl paused, and before she had time to think about it, she turned to the previous page of the PPT. Yu Qiancheng stared at the details of the text on the screen, and suddenly smiled as if he had seen through the child's trick. Your solution doesn't support Chengding Technology's most advanced servers. His question woke Lin Shiqing up from her dream, and she looked hurriedly at the projection screen. That paragraph was exactly the text that Chu Feihong asked her to revise last night. Chapter 21. Never try to prove yourself in a trap. Lin Shiqing looked at the text on the PPT, but didn't understand why Chu Feihong asked her to write it that way. Last night in the elevator, when she wanted to ask, the other party seemed angry, so she had to give up. Before I had the chance to mention it today, I encountered the incident where Fenglu threatened me. As fate would have it, Lin Shiqing still couldn't figure out Chu Feihong's original intention behind this design. Is he just trying to attract attention and draw the experts' attention? The girl was lost in thoughts and felt uneasy. At this moment, the screen of the mobile phone on the desktop suddenly lit up, and a short message preview appeared on the interface. New information, let me in. Lin Shiqing took a look at the camera hanging in the center of the conference room and immediately understood what she meant. She knew that Chu Feihong had seen her situation on the big screen and was preparing to take action personally. Excuse me, leaders. The design of this part has been temporarily adjusted. Can our colleagues in charge of technology explain it to you? Lin Shiqing explained to everyone with a sincere attitude. Yu Qiancheng waved his hand and said generously, "Sure, please ask your colleague to come in." Just as he finished speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Chu Feihong appeared at the gate wearing a mask, facing Lin Shiqing in front of the projection screen. Deep in the girl's heart, an excitement surged like a tide. She couldn't explain this inexplicable feeling. She just felt that the man in front of her was the hero in her heart who was about to save her from the dire straits. Even though the other party had just spoken rudely to her and even treated her as a frivolous woman. Chu Feihong nodded slightly to the girl. This subtle movement instantly flowed like a spring of water, bringing infinite strength to Lin Shiqing. Her exhausted body seemed to be reborn at this moment and became vigorous again. Chu Feihong walked to the girl's side, turned around and bowed to greet the expert group in the conference room. "Good morning, leaders of the Bureau." This simple opening statement, like a detonating deep-sea bomb, instantly attracted the attention of all the experts. However, this sudden change surprised Feng Lu greatly. He turned his head and asked his colleague, "What did the masked man say just now? What does the Bureau mean?" "I don't know, did I say that wrong? How is that possible?" As soon as he said, "the authorities," everyone looked at him differently. A group of young suppliers were whispering to each other, having no idea what was going on. In early communication projects, a node in the network was often called a station, or station for short. Since these bureaus all belong to the operators, suppliers internally refer to the operators as bureau parties. There is also a saying that the current three major operators all originated from the old telecommunications bureau, so the term bureau also implies respect for the people within the system. However, with the changes of the times, this name has gradually been forgotten by the industry. Despite this, it still profoundly reflects the closely dependent and mutually supportive cooperative relationship between early communicators and operators. Yu Qiancheng recognized Chu Feihong at a glance, and he couldn't help but whispered to Director Li next to him. "It's really the overlord of Chu. It looks like Chengding Technology is going to be in trouble this time." Seeing his leader's attitude of watching the fun, Director Li also knew how to deal with this matter. Chu Feihong's simple greeting directly revealed her identity as a senior communications professional, and made the experts, who were already a little tired of the program review, take it seriously again. Chu Feihong adjusted her mask and spoke loudly. "Now, let me briefly explain to you why our platform solution does not support Chengding Technology's mountain servers." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Feng Lu. Almost everyone present could feel his contempt and disdain for Chengding Technology. "First of all, I want to make a statement. It's not that our technical strength is incompatible with Chengding Technology's equipment, but that we have no intention of doing their compatibility development at all." His words immediately caused a commotion in the venue. After some panicked whispers, everyone's attention turned to Feng Lu, who was suppressing his anger. Chu Feihong paused for a moment, waited for everyone to quiet down, and then spoke again. "The response delay of Chengding Technology's technology platform exceeds the average of first-tier brands and is not within the scope of cooperation with our company at all. Therefore, in order to let the bureau leaders know this in advance, we made relevant notes in the materials." Seeing that the other party targeted Chengding Technology right from the start, a technical expert from Huadong Wanfang immediately raised questions. "The market share of Chengding Technology's Shanyu servers has been rising steadily in the past 2 years. According to what you said, aren't those companies that purchased their equipment fools?" Chu Feihong looked at the expert who raised objections, and then gave Yu Qiancheng a wink. However, the other party just looked at him with a smirk and did not give any feedback. Chu Feihong thought, "It's obvious that this old man has accepted Chengding's money. Since you don't hide it, I won't be polite either." He looked carefully at the other selection experts from Huadong Wanfang and found that there were actually a few people he knew among them. Chu Feihong smiled slightly and said lightly, "Having a large market share doesn't mean the quality is good. It just means they have good cost control." "You?" After hearing this, the expert was so angry that his eyes were bulging with fire, but he could not utter another word. This sentence may seem ordinary, but it is full of irony, enough for everyone to understand. So-called proper cost control means that the product has a large profit margin, large enough to provide enough profit to drive the market. To express it another way, Chengding Technology used high profit margins to bribe the equipment purchaser. Those who jumped out to defend Chengding technology at the first opportunity naturally fell into the trap of this sentence. However, Chu Feihong's words were too obscure. Although they sounded like accusations, the literal meaning was indisputable. Seeing that the expert he bribed was being maliciously targeted, Feng Lu could no longer remain calm. The response speed of our Chengding technology is supported by laboratory data. Don't talk nonsense. Really? Laboratory data? Director Feng is really just a business person. Chu Feihong deliberately slowed down her speech. He knows nothing about technology. What did you say? Feng Lu was infuriated by his indifferent tone and would have rushed up to him immediately if he hadn't been stopped by the people around him. Chu Feihong liked to provoke such impetuous opponents. The more angry the opponent was, the more ecstatic he would be. The data in the laboratory is the ideal data under the best conditions. In a real production environment, the data may fluctuate by several times. How dare you bring up lab data? Don't Chengding Technology's business people receive basic training before taking up their posts? Feng Lu was speechless. Luckily the technical director of the project was sitting next to him. Seeing that Chu Feihong was holding onto the data, the man changed his angle and responded to him. In fact, our servers perform very well in Huadong Wanfang's business applications. The delay is only in milliseconds, and there are very few error warnings. Millisecond level. If I remember correctly, it's node millisecond level, right? Then let me ask you, for the user ordering business in the northernmost part of Jiangnan province, how many nodes does it need to go through before the data can be returned to the provincial company's BOSS system? The BOSS system mentioned by Chu Feihong is the core system for operators to carry out business processing such as billing, settlement, accounting, customer service, and decision analysis. There is a direct causal relationship between the efficiency of the transmission channel and the speed at which the BOSS system feedbacks information. The technical director of Chengding Technology was stumped by Chu Feihong's question and hesitated, not daring to answer. You don't dare to say it, right? Because you also know that Chengding Technology's technical platform may have a delay of up to 7 or 8 minutes in a real production environment. If we use your Mountain series servers, the resulting business situation is that after users order ringback tones, the service may take 7 or 8 minutes to take effect. The confirmation message of the service subscription may take up to 10 minutes to be sent to the user's mobile phone. This is why we do not support Chengding Technology's equipment. Chu Feihong's voice suddenly rose, shocking everyone so much that they all sat up straight, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. He stirred up the emotions of the whole audience. The meeting room was silent and no one dared to respond. Feng Lu could no longer hold back. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Chu Feihong and shouted. Don't be alarmist here. The subscription is asynchronously effective. Even if there is a delay, the user can still successfully deduct the fee. It's just that the function takes effect and the SMS is sent a few minutes later. So what if it's 10 minutes late? We have already deducted the fee. It's just that it's the peak period for business processing, so the user experience is a little worse. What psychopath would care how late the SMS notification is sent after ordering a service? Feng Lu's words also attracted the approval of many suppliers, especially those waiting in the meeting room. They seemed to be quite dissatisfied with Chu Feihong's remarks and thought he was nitpicking. However, when Feng Lu looked back at Huadong Wanfang's team of experts, he found that several of them had extremely ugly expressions. Chu Feihong sneered and turned his head to Lin Shiqing and said, Xiaoqing, watch out. This fool has fallen into the self-proving trap. Chapter 22 Confrontation at the venue. Lin Shiqing blinked her big eyes. She didn't know what Chu Feihong wanted to say. She just felt that the distance between them was being closed silently by each other. Only at this moment did she remember that she was still angry with the other person, and then she gave way. Chu Feihong knew that he was in the wrong, so he smiled awkwardly at the girl and continued his attack. Feng Lu didn't know that what he had just said had offended many people in the expert group. Although Feng Lu majored in communications technology in college, since joining Chengding Technology in a business position, the focus of his life has shifted to social occasions. Over the years, he has frequently visited various hotels and clubs, busy dealing with various business and social events. Apart from being able to barely remember some technical parameters, his only professional skills were eating, drinking, gambling, whoring and giving gifts to build relationships. As Chengding Technology's bid rigging partner, some company representatives gradually raised slight protests. The provincial company's requirement has always been to assess billing efficiency. As for the SMS message for order confirmation, it has no direct relationship with business development. In fact, it's just an old tradition of the operator. It's not that important to inform customers of the services they have subscribed to via SMS again. I think Shijin Technology has run out of ideas. They know their own solutions are not working, so they deliberately attack their competitors to attract attention. Yu Qiancheng watched everything calmly, without saying a word. Director Li seemed to have smelled something and smiled silently. Soon, the whispers in the conference hall turned into open questioning, and almost everyone stood on the side of Chengding Technology. Seeing that the Huadong Wanfang leaders present did not speak, soon a brave person stood up and shouted at Chu Feihong. Stop wasting everyone's time. Is this the only irrelevant data you can use to bid at Shijin Technology? That's right. You're calling our director Feng Lu a useless piece of trash. What's your intention? Seeing the atmosphere had become so heated, Chu Feihong nodded with satisfaction and stretched out his right hand to make a gesture to ask people to stop. He stared at the furious Feng Lu and their loyal company representatives, deliberately raised his tone, and said in a sarcastic tone. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Feng Lu from Chengding Technology is trash. Chu Feihong suddenly raised his head and glanced at the suppliers with extremely contemptuous eyes. I mean, everyone here is garbage. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the conference room. Everyone guessed that Chu Feihong would refute, but they didn't expect it to be such a vicious personal attack. Yu Qiancheng, who was at the other end of the conference table, covered his mouth and couldn't help laughing. He turned his head and said to Director Li beside him, "Look, after a few years of absence, he still looks like this." Director Li also smiled bitterly and replied, if he knew how to respect his opponents, he would not be the king of Chu. Insulting competitors in public is an extremely bad behavior. If it is within the normal bidding process, this behavior is likely to result in points being deducted. However, Chu Feihong accurately grasped the opportunity before entering the formal bidding process and unscrupulously started the mocking mode. Just as everyone was preparing to rise up in resistance, Chu Feihong shouted loudly, interrupting their actions. A bunch of useless people who don't understand the business actually came to Huadong Wanfang Provincial Company to bid. It's really easy to get into the communications industry now. You don't even know what bad consequences will be caused by delayed SMS delivery after subscribing to value-added services. Feng Lu realized that there was something fishy going on, but he still gritted his teeth and refuted it. What consequences could there be? It will only affect customer ratings during the year-end service survey. It can be fixed by giving away some phone credits. Don't make it sound so alarmist. Chu Feihong sneered, and had already subtly taken control of the discourse in the meeting. Children, don't you know what the cooling-off period for value-added services is? Of course I know. The cooling-off period means that after a customer orders a service, as long as they cancel the order within 1 hour, they can get a full refund. This is to prevent customers from making impulse purchases after being exposed to exaggerated business promotions, and is to protect the rights and interests of customers. So what? Chu Feihong induced the other party step by step. So what? What does this have to do with text message delays? As soon as Feng Lu finished speaking, some experts from Huadong Wanfang covered their eyes and shook their heads helplessly. What does it matter? Chu Feihong looked around at everyone with an arrogant look and said, this is related to the huge amount of marketing costs that your Chengding Technology will waste every year for the provincial company. The venue instantly fell into deathly silence, as if even the air had frozen. The originally noisy discussion seemed to be strangled by the throat. Everyone shut their mouths and dared not make a sound. At this moment, the only sound left in the entire venue was Chu Feihong's majestic shout, echoing in the air. After customers order a service, they will first check the service rights and interests. When a text message arrives at this time, customers generally don't pay too much attention. But if it takes more than 5 minutes, and the SMS arrives after the customer has experienced the benefits, it may lead to a high probability of unsubscribing. After Chu Feihong finished speaking, she turned the PPT to the middle page. That document included a text message template that customers received after ordering a ringback tone, on which was clearly written the value-added service confirmation text stipulated by Huadong Wanfang Group. Subscription reminder, dear customer, hello. You have successfully subscribed to the monthly package of ringback tone service, which will take effect from month day. You can send a text message 0000 to 10006 to cancel the service according to the content of the text message. Chu Feihong pointed to the service cancellation method above and said, "You push text messages to customers' phones only after they have experienced the benefits, so the function of this text message changes from order confirmation to cancellation reminder." In the information flow promotion model currently adopted by operators, the probability of unsubscription will increase by 5% if the text message is delayed for 1 minute. This is the fundamental reason why the average cancellation rate of Huadong Wanfang's value-added services in the first month was higher than 35%. Converted into information flow delivery costs, it is not an exaggeration to say that the loss is over 100 million yuan a year. What Chu Feihong said was true, and it was also an extremely serious accusation. The leaders of Huadong Wanfang are all aware of this data. However, due to the complicated relationships between departments, no one wants to put the matter on the table. This time, after Chu Feihong pointed it out without any scruples, some people immediately became restless. "Finally, someone has spoken up for our electronic channels," said a woman on the panel. "Now the cost of streaming is so high, but the conversion rate is getting lower and lower. You equipment suppliers make all the money, but we, the salespeople, have to take the blame." Chu Feihong knew her. She was a female leader in the marketing department who was in charge of electronic channels. Once the topic is started, someone will follow up immediately. Isn't it? Their crappy equipment will cause delays when it encounters high loads, but in the end they said it was network fluctuations and put all the blame on our network department. That's not all. When we connect government and enterprise systems, as long as the other party is not Chengding Technologies server, the efficiency is lower than the industry average. Our customer acquisition department is scolded every day, it's so fucking annoying. In an instant, Chengding Technologies' reputation completely collapsed within the expert group. Previously, out of industry rules and respect for leadership, although everyone discussed the matter, they limited themselves to the matter at hand and avoided going into detail. However, now that someone has taken the lead in breaking the window paper, everyone has put aside their worries and poured out all their long accumulated frustration and dissatisfaction. Lin Shiqing looked at the changing direction of public opinion in disbelief, feeling extremely excited. Her heart was like a turbulent ocean, with complex emotions colliding violently and fighting for control of her mind. On the one hand, her admiration for Chu Feihong was like a belief, deeply rooted in her heart. On the other hand, the harm that man did to her was like an undercurrent, quietly eroding her soul. The two emotions intertwined in Lin Shiqing's heart, making her struggle to find a balance in the contradiction. Seeing that the discussion was becoming increasingly heated and was about to turn into a criticism meeting, Director Li quickly stopped the expert group. "Okay, experts and leaders, please discuss the equipment evaluation of Chengding Technology in the later bidding section." After he finished speaking, he turned to Chu Feihong and said, "Regarding your design that is not compatible with Chengding Technology's server, besides concerns about performance, are there any other reasons?" "Certainly." Chu Feihong responded quickly, saying that his words just now were intended to resonate with the expert group and could be seen as a kind of foreshadowing. Because he knew very well that the person who could truly decide whether Lin Shiqing would be qualified to bid was still the stable Yu Qiancheng. As you all know, the total bid is capped at 570 million yuan, and the group has set regulations for provincial companies that the proportion of hardware procurement from a single source for the whole year cannot exceed 40%. Judging from the bidding announcements in the first half of this year, Chengding Technology has won many projects, and the total amount should be close to 40%, so it cannot participate in the server procurement of the ringback tone project. Therefore, in order to pursue a shorter latency rate, it is okay for us to not consider their equipment. His words almost implied that those present should directly kick Chengding Technology's server out of this project. Seeing that his core interests were shaken, Feng Lu hurriedly stood up, slammed his knuckles on the table, and shouted, "Bullshit! We've calculated it. Even if we get the purchase limit for this project, it's only 39.6% of the Jiangnan provincial company's annual purchase quota. It definitely doesn't exceed the red line." "Really? Are you so sure?" Chu Feihong raised his eyebrows, confident of victory. "Nonsense. We have already calculated what projects we should take on this year. What do you think we are at Chengding Technology? We are the world's largest." Feng Lu's boasting was suddenly interrupted by a cold voice. "Director Feng, how did your company know the total amount of our procurement budget this year?" Yu Qiancheng stood up slowly, his eyes turned cold, and he stared at the pale-faced Fenglu. There was sweat on Fenglu's forehead, and drops of cold sweat slid down his pale cheeks. His eyes revealed a sense of despair in the face of impending disaster, as if their whole world was collapsing before him. Chapter 23 Early Qualification. Fenglu made a big mistake. He actually revealed in public that he knew about Huadong Wanfang's purchasing budget. This not only slapped the face of Yu Qiancheng, the head of the purchasing department, but also made everyone realize how impetuous and unreliable he was. Yu Qiancheng was furious and tried his best to suppress his anger. He knew that with Chengding Technology's business style, it would not be difficult to obtain the procurement plans of the three major operators in various provinces through various means. The budget report that I prepared last year might have already been known to the other party. But knowing it in private and saying it in public are two different things. It is obvious that Fenglu's slip of the tongue touched Yu Qiancheng's bottom line. Director Li, after the meeting, notify the legal department and send a letter of inquiry to Chengding Technology. Ask them how they knew our provincial company's procurement budget this year. After Yu Qiancheng finished speaking calmly, Director Li immediately nodded and said yes, and wrote down the leader's order in his notebook. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue became extremely depressing. Except for their complacent Chu Feihong, no one dared to say a word. Everyone was waiting for the leader to express his opinion. The current situation is indeed difficult for Qiancheng to judge. He doesn't know what Chu Feihong is trying to do. At least, he denied Director Li's claim that he accompanied his apprentice in his studies. Yu Qiancheng knew very well that Chengding Technology would not easily let go of a project involving hundreds of millions of dollars, and Chu Feihong was the kind of person who would never give up until death. If this devil really takes a fancy to this deal, then my purchasing department will be turned upside down. Director Li next to him was busy writing something in a notebook, with a serious expression on his face, showing no emotion. Old boy, you are so good at pretending. Yu Qiancheng gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. He didn't know whether Director Li didn't want to bring trouble to himself or had been in cahoots with Chu Feihong to trick him. After weighing the pros and cons, he made the final decision. Yu Qiancheng slammed the table and announced to everyone present. I think Chengding Technology's proposal is very constructive. The server efficiency issue they mentioned is also very meaningful for our future equipment procurement ideas. I suggest that the expert group make a statement now on whether to agree to them entering the formal bidding stage. Experts from various departments on the scene looked at each other, and no one dared to speak easily. Yu Qiancheng glanced at Chu Feihong, and so that the other party's eyebrows slightly raised twice, as if to say, you take the lead. Seeing this, Yu Qiancheng didn't want to drag it on any longer and took the lead in stating his position. I personally agree that Chengding Technology should be shortlisted and directly qualified to bid. After his words echoed in the conference room for a while, voices of support were heard one after another. Marketing department reconsiders. Chengding Technology's engineers understand our business. Our network department also agrees that they should be shortlisted. The customer complaints department agrees. The customer collection department agrees. Their voices within the expert group quickly became one-sided, and not a single word of doubt about Chu Feihong could be heard. At this time, the suppliers waiting in another conference room were also dumbfounded. The current situation is really unexpected. Chengding Technology, which was originally in a good position to win, was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Chengding Technology after a long period of operation. With a little trick, Chu Feihong could have his company confirmed on the spot as a finalist. This was simply impossible in the eyes of outsiders. You must know that all the companies before this have not received clear statements from Yu Qiancheng and the expert group. At this moment, all suppliers are convinced that Chengding Technology will pose a serious competitive threat to Chengding Technology when it officially accepts the bid. Everyone began to speculate about the identities of Chu Feihong and Lin Shiqing. Unfortunately, their inferences were far from the truth. The entire conference room and the waiting area was noisy, and the negative comments about Chengding Technology gradually became louder. Those bid-rigging companies that had already negotiated cooperation terms with Fenglu were all in a great panic. They never dreamed that even though Chengding Technology had roped in so many top companies to bid, an accident could still happen. At the reporting site, Yu Qiancheng interrupted the current report on the pretext of a halftime break, which eased the tense atmosphere. The moment he stood up and left, everyone seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Fenglu's face was pale, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. His frightened look scared his colleagues around him. Who would have thought that the Jiangnan province commercial director of Chengding Technology, who had always been arrogant and domineering, would be so vulnerable? Not only did Feng Lu let the other party reveal their technical shortcomings in front of everyone, but worse, he was also induced to admit that he knew about the budget, which seriously damaged the company's reputation. This wave of operations is closely linked to each other, and is designed to put it to death. Just when Feng Lu was stunned, Chu Feihong had come behind him without him knowing. The man was still wearing a black mask that covered most of his face. As the tall figure approached, it was like a dark cloud pressing down on Feng Lu's head. Chu Feihong slapped Feng Lu on the shoulder, frightening him so much that he trembled all over. He turned his head in panic and looked up at him. "Little boy, feel the difficulty of the expert-level game." He exerted force on his hands suddenly, silently squeezing Feng Lu's shoulders so hard that it hurt. The other party felt the pain, and after enduring it for a few seconds, he finally decided to resist. Just as he was about to get up, he saw Yu Qiancheng walking towards him with a smile on his face. No matter how shameless Feng Lu was, he could understand that this smile was not for him. Yu Qiancheng walked straight to Chu Feihong as if no one was around and said half-jokingly, "Why didn't you call before you came? A surprise attack is not good." Chu Feihong knew that half of the jokes told by adults were true, and it was obvious that her actions made the bidding manager of Huadong Wanfang a little unhappy. "I'm just a tutor, and I'm not prepared to go on stage. Aren't I being forced?" He let go of Feng Lu's shoulders and patted him gently twice. Yu Qiancheng glanced at the bewildered Feng Lu with contempt, and said earnestly, "Xiao Feng, you young people from Chengding Technology are in a good time. You are growing fast and expanding fast. In the future, you should learn to keep a low profile. Also, it's best not to ask me about things that you shouldn't know." His last sentence was clearly accusing the other party of prying into the budget. Feng Lu didn't dare to talk back. He quickly stood up, bent over and kept apologizing. Yu Qiancheng interrupted his stupid explanation and nodded to Chu Feihong. "Come on, smoke a cigarette with me." After he said that, he walked out without looking back. Chu Feihong glanced at Feng Lu with contempt, then turned his head and his eyes fell on Lin Shiqing at the other end of the conference table. The girl was excitedly packing her laptop, her pretty face flushed. "Xiaoqing, come here," Chu Feihong called. When Lin Shiqing heard the call, she hurried over with the things in her hands, but when she got close, she hesitated. Chapter 24, Testing. Lin Shiqing still remembered what Chu Feihong had said to her before. It was always heartbreaking to be misunderstood for no reason by the person you liked. Seeing her steps becoming more and more hesitant, Chu Feihong seemed to understand. He walked up quickly, grabbed Lin Shiqing's arm, pulled her to his side, and whispered, "I was too arbitrary just now, but this is not the place to apologize." As he said this, he handed an exquisite lighter to Lin Shiqing. "Here, be smart later." After giving the instructions, he dragged the surprised girl out of the meeting room. At the end of the corridor is an ingeniously designed garden platform. Simple tables and chairs are dotted around, and lush vegetation surrounds it, creating a peaceful and comfortable atmosphere. As she stepped in, Chu Feihong saw Yu Qiancheng sitting on a lounge chair, waving at her. He grabbed Lin Shiqing's ear and pulled the reluctant girl to his side. Seeing Yu Qiancheng's smiling face, Lin Shiqing knew that Chu Feihong was introducing her to the leadership resources of the provincial company, and she immediately got into work mode. She straightened her clothes, obediently stuck to Chu Feihong, and walked into the garden with him. Seeing the girl being well-behaved and sensible, Chu Feihong was secretly happy and suddenly had the urge to hug her in her arms. Coming to Yu Qiancheng's side, he took out a cigarette box from his pocket and took out 2 cigarettes without any brand logo. "Didn't you quit smoking? Why do you have this special supply of cigarettes?" Yu Qiancheng took the cigarette handed to him by Chu Feihong, held it in his hand and sniffed it gently. "I don't smoke anymore, but don't you still have to smoke?" Chu Feihong sat opposite him and secretly winked at Lin Shiqing. The girl reacted quickly, took out her lighter immediately, and came over at the right moment to light a cigarette for Yu Qiancheng. Her actions were a little too respectful, which scared the other party, who quickly stood up and bent down to cooperate. After Lin Shiqing lit a cigarette for Yu Qiancheng, she fell into an inexplicable hesitation. Chu Feihong quickly winked at her, the meaning of which was obvious. "Girl, come here and light up a cigarette for me." Lin Shiqing remained calm, just staring at him, the flickering light in her eyes seemed to be responding stubbornly. "You're not a customer, why should I light a cigarette for you? I haven't forgiven you for what happened just now." After expressing her thoughts, she raised her pointed chin slightly in an arrogant manner. Chu Feihong could clearly sense what she wanted to say, and couldn't help but frown in protest. "You grew a head to make yourself look taller, right? What's going on? What are you doing? Come over here and light my cigarette." Lin Shiqing deliberately turned her eyes to other directions, pretending not to see, which made Chu Feihong so angry that she gritted her teeth. Yu Qiancheng privately observed the silent communication between the two and smiled knowingly. "What? Your disciple is in charge of your smoking. Why do you care about my smoking? She's just throwing a tantrum at me." Chu Feihong reluctantly stuffed the cigarette in his hand into the cigarette box and gave Lin Shiqing a cold look. Yu Qiancheng pointed at his nose and said to Lin Shiqing beside him, "This guy is a tough guy, he won't respond to soft words if you treat him well. That's how you have to deal with him. Don't spoil him. Just listen to your uncle. It's definitely right." "Yes. I understand, Uncle Yu." Lin Shiqing nodded sincerely, but after agreeing, she tasted something wrong. I don't want to care about him." Her fair face gradually turned red at an alarming speed, and she could not hide her panic expression. Chu Feihong knew that Yu Qiancheng had most likely figured out the trick, so she quickly came to the rescue of her apprentice. "Okay, now that I've called you uncle, I'll take you to the pier today. You can look for him if you need any projects in Huadong Wanfang Jiangnan province in the future. If he doesn't give you the project, you can go to his provincial company's office and block him there. See if you can make him look good." Lin Shiqing could tell the good and bad words from the others and immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, Mr. Chu. I will come directly to Uncle Yu to report my work from now on." Yu Qiancheng looked at the master and his disciple performing a duet in front of him and immediately interrupted them. I don't want to get involved in the feud between you and Chengding Technology. Don't bother me anymore in the future." Chu Feihong laughed loudly after hearing this and said to Lin Shiqing, "Don't listen to him. After smoking the cigarette you ordered, you have to hand over at least a 5 million project." "I see. One cigarette costs 5 million. The girl pretended to nod seriously, leaving Yu Qiancheng speechless. With Chu Feihong's introduction, the two added each other on WeChat and established a preliminary business relationship. Lin Shiqing was in a dilemma when writing a note to the other party's WeChat account, because apart from his name and function, she didn't know any other information about Yu Qiancheng, so she habitually turned to Chu Feihong for help. The other party seemed to guess that she would have such doubts, and while chatting with Yu Qiancheng, he stretched out 2 fingers under the table. Lin Shiqing understood what he meant, and immediately wrote, "Level 2 positive," in the remarks of Yu Qiancheng's WeChat account. Like many state-owned enterprises, China's operators divide manager positions into 3 levels. The third-level managers are generally the general managers and deputy general managers of county branches, department managers of municipal companies, and office managers of provincial companies. Second-level managers are mostly general managers or deputy general managers of municipal branches and department managers of provincial companies. A first-level manager is a provincial general manager or a group department general manager, whose rank is equivalent to the department head level in an administrative agency. Managers at each level have both principal and deputy positions. This division mainly reflects the differences in responsibilities, authority, and remuneration of different positions. Chu Feihong once used a simpler and more crude metaphor to explain to Lin Shiqing the level differences among operator managers. That is, for projects below 10 million, look for a third-level manager; for projects below 50 million, look for a second-level manager; and for projects above 50 million, look for a first-level manager. If you don't communicate the project details with your supervisor in advance, even if you see the bid, you won't know what kind of solution the other party wants. After chatting for a while, Chu Feihong saw that it was getting late, so he told Lin Shiqing to drive and wait for him. Seeing the girl say goodbye and leave obediently, Yu Qiancheng suddenly raised his thick eyebrows and asked, "Is this a female disciple or a girlfriend? Tell me the truth, brother. Is there any difference?" Chu Feihong leaned back in his chair, admiring Lin Shiqing's back with his peripheral vision. "Nonsense. If it's a female disciple, I can still practice Tai Chi, but if it's a girlfriend, I can only refuse visitors behind closed doors." Yu Qiancheng was telling the truth, he didn't want to mess with Chu Feihong's woman. Alas! Hu Adong Wanfang's ethos has been a bad influence on the people at Chengding Technology over the years. Chu Feihong said sarcastically. Stop disgusting me. This invitation to bid was arranged by Lao Qin, and he had no choice. Next year, this ringtone platform must be delivered on time with guaranteed quality and quantity. Otherwise, we will definitely not be able to achieve our revenue target next year. You know, Lao Qin is going to the group soon, and this is very important to him. The Lao Qin mentioned by Yu Qiancheng is the general manager of Jiangnan Provincial Company Qin He, the undisputed head of the provincial company and a powerful official who controls the entire region. Chu Feihong shrugged and replied nonchalantly, Old Qin, do you want to take over Mr. Zhuo's job in the group's marketing department? He doesn't have enough resources, right? Mr. Ren from Chengding Technology said he would help him get it. With his connections, it shouldn't be a problem. Mr. Ren still has the energy to do this kind of thing. Chu Feihong teased. In the context of the trade war, all Chinese high-tech companies are suffering from brutal sanctions from America. However, only Chengding Technology spent a lot of public relations expenses to create an image of a victim and continuously implant the concept of its own national enterprise into the hearts of the Chinese people. Over time, everyone has forgotten that Chengding Technology is just a private company and their profits are distributed to shareholders. The state-owned enterprise where Chu Feihong worked before was the one that handed over real money to the country and belonged to all Chinese citizens. Ordinary people often have no way of knowing that those so-called national business owners, after making a fortune in China, mostly quietly transferred their property abroad or even changed their nationality. For example, the owner of a well-known hot pot restaurant, or the owner of a real estate group. Yu Qiancheng knew that Chengding Technology took advantage of the flexible accounting of private enterprises and made many shady deals in private, which caused Chu Feihong to make a fuss even to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Seeing that he had this expression again, he nervously asked. Be honest with me, do you want to steal this project? Chapter 25 is defined as frustration education. Chu Feihong took a cigarette out of the cigarette box, put it in front of her nose and smelled it, then put it in her mouth without lighting it. He said to Qiancheng in a calm tone, if I really wanted to take it, I would have called you a long time ago. The other party seemed to be relieved, and his slightly tense nerves relaxed. Do you need to go on stage in person to help your apprentice gain experience? All the level 3 members of Hu Adong Wanfang know you, so aren't you afraid of being exposed? I can't help it. The little girl foolishly took this project. We should at least help her get in. Otherwise, she might cry if she loses so badly. Then, after the invitation to bid, will you continue to help her? Yu Qiancheng decided to get to the bottom of this matter so as to avoid being entangled in it again and again when he returned. In terms of platform software design, we are all at the same starting line. However, Chengding Technology is aiming for equipment procurement in the future, so it should offer a price below cost, right? Software makes a small loss, hardware makes a big profit. Given their routine, they will definitely operate this way. Chu Feihong sneered and shook his head helplessly. So, my stupid apprentice can't possibly lead a loss-making project. He doesn't have an absolute advantage in terms of technology, so he's bound to lose this project. Just think of it as a setback education. Seeing him speak so calmly, Yu Qiancheng felt relieved. I'm glad you think so. I have an IDC Internet Data Center project coming up. You can let that girl do the early stages of the project. How many? About 400 or 500. After Chengding won the Ringback Tone project, its share limit has been reached. If you want to do subsequent projects, won't you be able to do it in your hands? It was rare for Yu Qiancheng to speak so bluntly. He was hinting that the other party would compensate Lin Shiqing with a better project. I'll have the business department come to your place to coordinate tomorrow. Chu Feihong stood up, threw the unlit cigarette into the ashtray, waved her hand and walked towards the elevator. Yu Qiancheng crossed his legs, propped up his chin, watched Chu Feihong's figure going away, and said to himself, it's time for someone to take care of you. Chu Feihong put on her mask again and took the elevator down alone. Along the way, he was always struggling over when to reveal the true situation of the bid invitation to Lin Shiqing. The girl was obviously very happy and proud today. Not only did she qualify on the spot, she also taught Fenglu, who tried to flirt with her, a lesson. However, telling Lin Shiqing the truth at this time was undoubtedly a big blow to her. While thinking, Chu Feihong had already walked out of the door of the building and just saw Lin Shiqing's Mini Cooper passing by her. She was driving very fast and had no intention of stopping. Chu Feihong subconsciously waved towards the vehicle and shouted, "Xiaoqing, here." Lin Shiqing lightly pressed the brakes, and the Mini Cooper slowed down immediately, but did not stop completely. Chu Feihong could clearly see the girl's angry look, like a kitten with puffed cheeks, with a unique kind of cuteness. At the same time, he also realized what his beloved student would do next. "Lin Shiqing, you dare." As soon as he said this, the Mini Cooper accelerated again and sped towards the gate. Looking at Lin Shiqing's Mini Cooper disappearing in the busy traffic, Chu Feihong was so angry that she almost smashed her phone. "You really hold a grudge. You heartless girl. I came here early in the morning to accompany you to report, and you treat me like this? I'll never tell you about the project. When I lose the bid, will you come and beg me?" Chu Feihong had no other choice but to get angry at the air. It was inconvenient to take a taxi in the city, and it was already noon when he returned to the company. Although he said it resolutely, Chu Feihong somehow ended up going to Lin Shiqing's work area. The girl was actively preparing a response plan with her team members, and everyone had an excited look on their face. Obviously, the good news of being shortlisted has greatly boosted the confidence of all 17 groups. They all feel that they are fully capable of competing with Chengding Technology, the industry leader. Chu Feihong, who was at a higher information level, silently watched them work hard for their dreams, and couldn't help but feel that it was a bit cruel. However, he firmly believed that all achievements were built on countless failures. At least, this group of young people are now happy and full of hope. Chu Feihong quietly returned to his office. He knew very well that it was not appropriate for him to bring any devastating news right away when Lin Shiqing had just boosted the morale of the entire team. He hopes to maintain this positive atmosphere and keep the team confident and motivated. Before leaving Get Off Work, Director Lee sent me an announcement link. Chu Feihong opened the link and found that it was the shortlist for this invitation to bid. Chengding Technology and Chengding Technology are both among them. What is strange is that the preparation time for this bidding plan is only 2 days. It seems that Chengding Technology is worried that someone will disrupt the situation, so it found the leaders above and shortened the response time to ensure that they can win smoothly with sufficient preparation in advance. However, all this was meaningless to Chu Feihong. Rationally, he had already given up on this project. What he cared about now was the IDC project that Yu Qiancheng had promised him. Lin Shiqing and her team worked hard for 2 days and finally prepared the response document. Originally she felt that time was a bit tight, but Chu Feihong asked the administrative department to send 2 people to help her prepare the materials for the company's qualifications, which made the somewhat tight time just right. Lin Shiqing was angry with Chu Feihong, but she knew that she couldn't truly hate that man. Therefore, she did not refuse the arrangement that the other party had carefully prepared for her. Lin Shiqing always thought that after this busy period was over, she would find a chance to tell him everything. On the day of the response, Chu Feihong sent the company's business car to take Lin Shiqing and Jiang Chu to the bidding site. The 2 people who walked out of the Mercedes-Benz V260 business car instantly caused quite a stir among the suppliers. This is the first time since they joined Chengding Technology that they have deeply felt the dazzling halo brought to them by the company's strength. The bidding process went smoothly, with no unexpected incidents including signing in, responding, and submitting the sealed bid documents. Coming out of the bidding site, Lin Shiqing, in high spirits, called Chu Feihong to share the good news. After the busy tone, Chu Feihong's serious greeting came from the receiver. Lin Shiqing said happily, "Boss Chu, we have finished answering." Chu Feihong was signing a document with her cell phone on loud and clear. Next to her was Luo Qianqian, who looked puzzled. "Well, did it go well?" "It went very smoothly. I will ask Director Luo to give Group 17 a day off." Hearing her say this, Chu Feihong looked up at Luo Qianqian, who immediately gestured and said into the phone, "Group 17 of the Innovation Center, right? Got it. You can just use the mobile OA office automation system to fill in the process." Lin Shiqing was a little surprised to hear Luo Qianqian's voice. She didn't know that there was someone around Chu Feihong. After being stunned for a moment, she could only swallow back what she wanted to say. "Okay, thank you Director Luo." "Thank you President Chu." Lin Shiqing's voice became a little stiff, and Chu Feihong immediately heard it. He put down the pen in his hand, turned off the speaker, and put the phone to his ear. "Anything else you want to say?" I'm the only one listening. Lin Shiqing hesitated again and just said lightly, this time, thank you. After that, she decisively hung up the phone. Chu Feihong raised her eyebrows slightly, and when she turned her head slightly, she found Luo Qianqian's suspicious gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? Why should the head of the Innovation Center report to you? I met him at Huadong Wanfine Provincial Office while jogging in the morning, and helped him out. After all, it was a company project. Chu Feihong's explanation seemed flawless, but to Luo Qianqian, it was full of loopholes. You ran more than 10 kilometers to Huadong Wanfine so early in the morning. Are you kidding me? I changed the line, you just didn't know. Your recent WeChat sports step count has not exceeded 20,000. How did you run these 10 kilometers? Are you a wheelchair builder? Seeing Luo Qianqian pressing on step by step, Chu Feihong became a little impatient. Do you live in the Bagua Formation? Why are you talking so weirdly? Seeing that he did not answer the question and instead started attacking her, Luo Qianqian immediately started to attack. What brand of plastic bag do you use? Why can it hold so much? The two of them started quarreling in Xinghan Haiyou and accompanied each other all their way to Zhejiang Technology. This unique way of communication has almost become a symbol between the two. Chu Feihong admired Luo Qianqian's domineering and fearless style of doing things, while Luo Qianqian had a good impression of Chu Feihong as a person. Unfortunately, their personalities are similar and they lack complementarity, so their relationship is just that of friends. Just as the two were happily slandering each other in Chu Feihong's office, the front desk called. Boss Chu, Boss Xie from Vodus is visiting our company. He's at the front desk. Do you have an appointment? Chapter 26. Only one person. Under the guidance of the beautiful receptionist, Xie Yue, dressed in professional attire, walked through the hall and came to the door of Chu Feihong's office. Chu Feihong had a gloomy expression as she stared quietly at the woman who walked in from the door. Xie Yue is still as beautiful as ever, and time seems to have left no trace on her face. She was wearing a short suit and walked slowly in front of Chu Feihong. Their eyes met, but neither spoke. Luo Qianqian knew the relationship between the two, and when she saw each other, she immediately showed hostility. Didn't President Chu say last time that he would not cooperate with you? Xie Yue glanced at her and chuckled, Qianqian, you've grown up a lot, why are you still so careless when encountering things? Is it your turn to interrupt us? Feihong brought you from Xinghan Haiyou, but you have become more and more ignorant of the seriousness of the matter. What did you say? Luo Qianqian became anxious. Although Xie Yue's words were calm, they were like a sharp knife that deeply pierced her self-esteem. Qianqian, please go out first. Mr. Xie and I still have business to discuss. Chu Feihong knew that she was no match for the female president of Vodus, so she quickly coaxed her out. Luo Qianqian glared at Xie Yue fiercely, then slammed the door and walked out. You stupid girl, you slammed my door. Chu Feihong muttered in a low voice. Xie Yue sat down on the swivel chair in front of him and said with a wry smile, her temper is getting more and more arrogant. Chu Feihong stared at her closely until the air around them froze and fell into silence. Even so, Xie Yue still noticed a change in his eyes, a kind of relief after being relieved. It seems that it was not a one-night stand. Xie Yue chuckled and tapped her neck with her finger. Chu Feihong knew that she was talking about the plum blossom mark that Lin Shiqing left on her, and could only respond with an awkward smile. He walked to the water bar in the office, turned on the coffee machine, and asked. Cappuccino. American style, please. Don't overturn my definition of cappuccino with your skills. I'm being polite to you, but you're getting excited. Although Chu Feihong's words were sharp, she no longer had the fierce aura she had when they last met. Xie Yue also sensed this from the tenderness in his eyes, so she deliberately spoke with some sarcasm. People are right. The best way to let go of a relationship is to start the next one. It seems that someone has covered up the scars I left in your heart. My affairs with you have nothing to do with others. It was you who betrayed me from the very beginning. Chu Feihong repeatedly emphasized the nature of the matter, with a firm but non-aggressive tone. Xie Yue crossed her legs, revealing her beautiful snow-white legs, and her expression gradually became serious. I have never denied it. For more than 10 years, I have always felt guilty. If I could, I really hope to make up for it all. Yue, I don't need you to make up for anything. You can't make up for the years that have passed. Chu Feihong stared at the face she once loved deeply, and suddenly, a feeling of being in another world came over her. But the pain of not being able to get what you want is no longer there. After the deep regret, he seemed to hear Lin Shiqing's cheerful laughter in his heart, constantly injecting light and strength into the abyss of his heart. The coffee machine made a gentle prompt sound, and Chu Feihong handed the brewed coffee to Xie Yue. The two sat quietly at the table, savoring the rich and slightly bitter taste of coffee. Time became quiet and slow at this moment. So you still oppose this project? Xie Yue gently put down the coffee cup, leaving a bright half-moon lip print on the edge of the cup. That's the project that Lao Xiao wants to do, right? You're right. It's not the time to throw a tantrum when Shijin technology is going public. So you agree? Xie Yue felt uncomfortable with the change in his attitude. Let me make it clear first, I am not accepting your compensation. This project is mutually beneficial between our two companies. The reason why China chose Vodus for its external high-speed rail project is because you are outside the scope of America's sanctions. But if you want to take this business, you must use more than 37% of Chinese technology. Apart from Chengding technology, we are the only one who meets the requirements. Chu Feihong spoke with reason and evidence, and it was obvious that he had done his homework carefully after their last meeting. Xie Yue did not hide her shortcomings and generously acknowledged the other party's statement. Indeed, when the High-Speed Railway Bureau proposed the share of Huaxia technology, the first person I thought of was Xianan. However, considering that Chengding technology is being targeted by sanctions from America, in order to avoid getting burned, I put my hopes on Shijin technology. Chu Feihong nodded, quite satisfied with her sincerity. Xiaonan contacted me these past 2 days and wanted me to take over the business and purchase her hardware. You agreed? Xie Yue didn't know that Chu Feihong had actually started working on this matter these days. In principle, we agreed. Their equipment can be branded after the partner, and the Americans can't find out. So, you're mainly here to help Xiaonan. During this period of technical sanctions, Xiaonan, as the president of the hardware department of Chengding Technology, must have been under a lot of pressure. Please help if you can. The Xiaonan they are talking about is the current beautiful president of Chengding Technology's hardware department, Jiang Xianan. As a classmate of Mingnan University of Posts and Telecommunications, Jiang Xianan joined Chengding Technology after graduation and worked his way up to the position of president of the hardware department. Even during the years when Chu Feihong was frantically suppressing Chengding Technology, he always avoided Jiang Xianan's core business and tried his best to maintain the precious friendship between them. The cooperation talks went very smoothly, even Xie Yue found it incredible. There are too many reasons why Chu Feihong chose to put aside his prejudices and accept this 3 billion business. And both of them knew that what would allow him to face everything calmly in the end was the figure of the girl in his heart. After the general chat, Xie Yue was satisfied and synchronized the key points of cooperation with her subordinates on her mobile phone. Then, she straightened her hair on her forehead and suddenly asked, "What kind of girl is she?" Chu Feihong was stunned by her question and was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. What? Xie Yue smiled lightly, "I just want to know what kind of girl can help you get out of my haze and step through the mud of Shenlan." Chu Feihong raised his head and thought for a long time, but did not answer. He did not want to admit that he liked Lin Shiqing. The other person was more than 10 years younger than him and was his student. What made him even more concerned was that the girl had a part-time job for some unknown reason. Even though Chu Feihong has had several women, the concept of love and naked money transactions are still completely different concepts. He resented Lin Shiqing's lack of self-respect, but he could do nothing about what had already happened. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Xie Yue roughly guessed something. Because of the previous grievances, she always felt like a sinner in front of Chu Feihong and did not dare to make any comments on his feelings. After discussing the business, the two of them deliberately avoided sensitive topics, and soon the office returned to silence. Xie Yue looked at her watch, stood up and said to Chu Feihong, "It's about time. I'm going to the capital next week and will bring the news of your joining and the plan to the leaders of the High-Speed Railway Bureau. Lao Xiao should be back next week, so let him go with you then." "Well, I'll be leaving first then." Xie Yue walked while talking, and now she has arrived at the door. For some reason, Chu Feihong suddenly called out to his first love. "Yue. Anything else?" Xie Yue looked back, and at that moment, Chu Feihong seemed to see the playful and cute Lin Shiqing. He swallowed dryly and asked hesitantly, That girl is 15 years younger than me. Do you think we can be together? Chu Feihong didn't know why he asked Xie Yue for her opinion, but he just said it out loud for some reason. Xie Yue was surprised by the other party's frankness. She was silent for a long time, and her expression gradually softened, revealing another side of a strong woman. 15 years difference. Then she is only 22, right? The same age as my daughter. Chu Feihong's face turned red because of what she said, and she coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment. Xie Yue slowly turned the door handle, turned her back to him, and said in a soft tone. Feihong, do you know? An organization has done such a calculation. In a person's life, 82,635 people will pass by you, 19,778 people may say hello to you, you will be familiar with 3,619 people, and the number of people you can really get close to is only 275. In fact, we don't have so many choices. The partner who can spend the rest of our lives together is among these people. Since you can ask me, I think you already have the answer in your heart. She did not give a positive answer, because Xie Yue knew that Chu Feihong would never listen to other people's opinions, he only believed in his own judgment. At the moment of closing the door, Xie Yue's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. For many years, they have been silently keeping the memories of the past deep in their hearts. And now, the two can finally talk about such topics, as if the long-standing pain has been healed at this moment. Chu Feihong walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the mountains vaguely visible at the end of the city. Her heart was stirred by that pretty figure, and she felt exhausted. Chapter 27 Mother and Daughter Meeting. Lin Shiqing and Jiang Chu left the bidding building and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The two looked at each other and laughed in tacit understanding. Lin Shiqing's smile is like a spring breeze, beautiful and pure, making people love her. Jiang Chu had never seen such a sweet and flawless face, and he was mesmerized for a moment until the girl noticed his gaze. What are you looking at? Lin Shiqing tilted her head playfully and blinked her big eyes in confusion. When Jiang Chu was asked this, he was so embarrassed that he quickly took a few steps back. No. I didn't see anything. Your earrings are very unique today. He answered haltingly, but unexpectedly hit the nail on the head when the girl was feeling a little proud. Lin Shiqing gently stroked the star and moon earrings hanging on her earlobe, with a joyful smile on her face. Hee, you really know what's good. She said with satisfaction, this is the reward I specially picked for myself after I was promoted to team leader. Who would give themselves a reward? Jiang Chu was touched by her cuteness. That's me. My parents have been busy with their own things since I was young, so I always give myself rewards. But Lin Shiqing raised her head and looked at the beam of light falling through the gap in the sycamore tree above her head, with a soft light of memories in her eyes. However, when I was in college, there was a teacher who often gave me various rewards. There are rewards for getting high scores, rewards for completing case studies, and rewards for reading very thick books. When Jiang Chu saw the tender light in the girl's eyes, he did not realize that the teacher she was talking about was the person he admired. Then I'll give you a reward too. Jiang Chu's promise came out of his mouth, which caught Lin Shiqing off guard. Come on, I'm the team leader, and I should be the one giving you the bonus if you win the project. Lin Shiqing stood on tiptoe and patted Jiang Chu's broad shoulders carelessly. There was an endless stream of vehicles on the road, the streets were noisy and bustling with people, but in Jiang Chu's world, only Lin Shiqing's silver bell-like voice was echoing. Okay, today and tomorrow are off, you all should have a good rest. If we can win this bid, we will be busy later. Lin Shiqing said this, putting her hands behind her back and walking towards the roadside. Jiang Chu stood there, looking at her back and asked. If we can't get this project, will you really leave? The girl in front of me stopped and a breeze blew, gently blowing her long hair. Lin Shiqing turned around slowly, with a few strands of hair covering her pretty face. Mr. Jiang, if you really have to leave, I am also very happy to meet you. The wind grew stronger, ruffling the shadows of the trees. Rays of sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves onto Lin Shiqing's body, casting a soft golden halo on her delicate figure. Jiang Chu was stunned by the beautiful scenery before him. At this moment, he suddenly understood what it meant to have a pounding heart. At first, he joined Group 17 because he thought Lin Shiqing was pretty and wanted to take this opportunity to get close to her. The conflicts between the two afterwards were nothing more than a childish prank played by a grown boy on the person he liked, and there was no malice involved. However, at this moment, he truly realized that he had fallen in love with Lin Shiqing. The bidding will be opened the day after tomorrow. See you at the company. Lin Shiqing waved at him and got into a taxi. Jiang Chu stood there with a dull look in his eyes, staring quietly at her car going farther and farther away until it disappeared from his sight. The taxi drove all the way to the city center and took the girl back to the office building where Chijin Technology was located. Lin Shiqing had so many things to say in her heart, and now she couldn't wait to tell the man upstairs. She wanted to tell Chu Feihong the secrets that she had buried for so many years, the wishes hidden behind her stubbornness and persistence. She felt that her courage might be completely lost someday in the future, and a strong premonition told her that now was the best time. The taxi stopped at the foot of the office building. Lin Shiqing paid the fare and was about to step into the lobby of the office building when she saw a twilight purple and Arctic white Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the main entrance. The elegant and luxurious design looked so familiar that the girl couldn't help but slow down her hurried pace. She carefully walked around to the front of the vehicle, and after seeing the license plate clearly, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God! It's my mom's car!" Lin Shiqing instinctively turned around and tried to escape, but bumped into a tall and strong woman. Liu Yuran, who had short white hair, pressed her head with her palm and asked unhappily, "Xiaoqing, what are you doing so recklessly?" Seeing that it was her mother's bodyguard and driver, Lin Shiqing became even more panicked. "Sister Yuran, just pretend you didn't see me." Having said that, she shook off Liu Yuran's hand and ran away. Unfortunately, he was pulled back by the other party after taking just 2 steps. As the former captain of the Women's Special Forces, Liu Yuran's skills were honed through brutal actual combat abroad. Every move and every style contains the test of blood and fire. Looking at the entire Mingnan city, it is estimated that only Chu Feihong's driver, Chang Wei, can compete with him. Lin Shiqing has been caught by Liu Yuran since she was a child and has never escaped from her hands. Seeing that she couldn't leave, the girl simply started begging. "Let me go. I really don't want to see her, Sister Yuran, you are the best." "No." Liu Yuran said firmly, "Boss Xie has been worried sick about you, and now that you are in my hands, I will never let you get away again. You are imprisoning someone, which is illegal." Seeing that the soft approach was not working, Lin Shiqing immediately changed her tactics and began to threaten the other party. "Har har, you scared me to death." Liu Yuran is a female soldier who once broke a terrorist's neck with her bare hands. How could she be threatened by a yellow-haired girl? Just as the two were pulling each other, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind, with a hint of surprise. "Xiaoqing, why are you here?" The voice was so familiar that Lin Shiqing immediately ended her entanglement with Liu Yuran. She turned around slowly, lowered her eyes, and occasionally stole a glance at Xie Yui's unpredictable expression. "Mom." The girl called out in a low, drawn-out voice, sounding very reluctant. Xie Yui turned around, looked at the office building and asked, "Do you work here?" Lin Shiqing nodded obediently and agreed, but immediately regretted it. "I should have lied to Mom." She thought to herself and bit her lip in annoyance. Which company? Tencent? EOS? Or? Well. Faced with her mother's concerns, Lin Shiqing decided to hide her real job. Neither. I'm a communications technology consultant and I'm here to visit clients. Chijin Technology is in this building. Do they still need to look for other companies for consultation? Isn't this going too far? Xie Yue didn't want to doubt her daughter's words, but she felt that it didn't make sense logically. Oh, they are all relatives, don't you understand? Let's go. Leave. You're not meeting your clients. No one's here. Lin Shiqing dragged Xie Yue into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. She didn't want anyone to know that she was the only daughter of the president of Vodafone China. Chapter 28: A Crumbling Family. When the Rolls-Royce Phantom left the downtown area and entered the ring road, Lin Shiqing gradually relaxed. Xie Yue carefully observed the changes in her daughter's mood, frowned slightly, and asked softly, "Are you afraid of being seen?" Lin Shiqing pouted and glanced at her sideways, answering with an unhappy face. "I work in the communications industry. How can I work if others know that I have a mother like you?" Xie Yue was confused by what she said and asked back, "How did my mother affect your work? Who in the industry doesn't know your current identity?" You are the president of the Chinese region of the international communications giant Vodus. With such a great figure like you in power, who would dare to ask me to do anything? Lin Shiqing also frowned and took out a bottle of Paris water from the car refrigerator. Xie Yue knew that her daughter sometimes had very strange ideas, but she didn't expect that after working in the workplace for a year, she was still so naive. So, I have to kowtow to you. That's not necessary. Lin Shiqing sipped some water, wiped her mouth with her arm and said carelessly, after we get off the highway, just drop me off at the subway station. What the hell are you talking about? How long has it been since you went home? Come home with me tonight. As Xie Yue spoke, she took out her tablet and began to check her recent schedule. Why? I rented a house by myself and I want to go back to my own home. Lin Shiqing protested. Her tone was tough and her attitude was firm. Unfortunately, being angry in front of Xie Yue had no effect. You only have one home in Mingnan. When you get married in the future, tell me about your own home. No, I'll be 23 years old at the end of the year. I've lived on my own since I started college, and I'm used to living independently. Lin Shiqing tried hard to argue that in order to prove that she was not a playboy or a show-off, she had worked harder than others since she was a child. When she was in elementary school, she skipped a grade in a private school because of her excellent grades. When she reached middle school, Xie Yue wanted her to go to an international school and study abroad after graduation, but Lin Shiqing insisted on competing for the college entrance examination with other children from ordinary families. In order to prove that she was no worse than her mother, she applied to Mingnan University of Posts and Telecommunications, the top university in the country for communications. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Shiqing's life is a history of struggle with Xie Yue. He didn't go to the school she arranged, didn't take the major she recommended, and even when he went to college, he worked part-time to earn tuition and rarely went home. Because, since childhood, Lin Shiqing knew that besides her father, Xie Yue had another man in her heart. She didn't understand that in the complicated adult world, some love is like bright stars. Once encountered, it will be deeply engraved in the heart, becoming an eternal memory that is hard to forget. She had never thought about how much effort Xie Yue had put into forget Chu Feihong. Lin Shiqing had already hated her mother in her young heart. I hated her for not loving her father enough, and I hated her heart for betraying her family. Xie Yue slowly put down the tablet in her hand and turned her blank eyes to her angry daughter. Xiaoqing, can you just spend some time with your mom? Strong women rarely beg for charity like this. Why didn't you use these words to keep Dad when he left? Lin Shiqing's voice suddenly became very low, and her eyes stared fiercely at the woman sitting opposite her. Xie Yue's body trembled slightly and she held her forehead in pain. He just went to Europe to collect folk songs. It's not what you think. But before he left you a divorce agreement. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Shiqing's voice was a little excited, her eyes were slightly red, and a layer of light pink tears could be seen. But I never signed, Xiaoqing, we are still a family. After going to college, Lin Shiqing's father went to Europe. As a painter, he is gentle, taciturn, and non-confrontational. He only expresses himself with the brush in his hand. He decided to separate from Xie Yue only after making sure that his daughter had a stable academic career, in order to free her from the shackles of marriage. However, to his surprise, Xie Yue did not agree to divorce. Although the two lived at opposite ends of the earth, they were still husband and wife. Lin Shiqing couldn't understand her parents' lives, nor did she understand why a person would fall in love with two people at the same time. She just felt that her gentle father was too pitiful, so she blamed all the faults on Xie Yue, who was also suffering. Seeing the lost expression on the other person's face, the girl softened her tone. I don't want to go back home where it's just the two of us, mother and daughter. Xie Yue felt as if a heavy object was pressing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. She closed her eyes and pondered for a long time before sighing. Forget it. Yuran, let's find the nearest subway station and let her get off. Liu Yuran felt sorry for her boss and wanted to persuade Lin Shiqing again. She looked through the rearview mirror, but saw the girl's expression was complicated and incomprehensible, so she had to swallow back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. After getting off the ring road, Lin Shiqing was dropped off at the nearest subway entrance. She stared at the luxury car driving away, feeling mixed emotions. Although she had repeatedly defeated her seemingly strong mother, she did not feel any happiness in her heart. Even Dad often reminded Lin Shiqing on WeChat to take good care of her mother. What the hell are you doing? If you can't live without each other, then just love each other. Lin Shiqing was worried and walked towards the subway station step by step. It was already late, and by the time she got back to the company, everyone should have gone off work. All those words he wanted to say to Chu Feihong, the courage he had to confide in her, were finally completely exhausted in the confrontation with Xie Yue. Lin Shiqing, who had lost her goal for a moment, could only take the subway alone and return to her rented house. Chu Feihong was sitting in his office at this time, carefully selecting projects suitable for Group 17 from the company's business opportunity list system. He hoped that Lin Shiqing could immediately devote herself to a new project after failing the bid evaluation, as if this seamless transition could soothe the girl's overly strong desire to win. Chu Feihong used their highest execution authority and finally retrieved 2 software projects worth a total of 700,000 yuan from the numerous business opportunity systems. Although the amounts of the 2 projects are not large, they can be connected immediately with 17 teams of personnel. During this period, he had sent the business department to find Yu Qianchang and obtained the general requirements of the IDC project. After estimating the project establishment speed of Huadong Wanfang, once Lin Shiqing completes these 2 small projects, they will be able to connect with the 5 million IDC business. This is a perfect arrangement for anyone. Chu Feihong seemed to be back in the days when she was teaching at the university, searching for cases for Lin Shiqing. At that time, Lin Shiqing was full of thirst for knowledge, and every week she was like a hungry little animal, eagerly looking forward to his classic cases. How great would it be if time could stay at the simplest moment? Chu Feihong, with swollen eyes, muttered to himself. He leaned back in his boss chair and slowly turned towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. At this moment, the world outside the window has been gently covered by the night, and the lights are dim, like stars. The city shows its unique charm in this quiet night, like a beautiful painting, intoxicating. Chapter 29, Turbulence at the Company Gate. The day of bidding soon arrived, and Lin Shiqing came to the company early in the morning. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she found that the company's gate was filled with festive flower baskets, and many colleagues were gathering around to take pictures. The girl moved closer in confusion and spotted the excited Jiang Chu at a glance. "Mr. Jiang, what happened?" Seeing her coming, Jiang Chu excitedly grabbed her arm and pulled her to his side. After Lin Shiqing realized what was happening, she quickly shook off his hand and angrily said, "You're going to die, why are you pulling me?" Jiang Chu didn't have time to explain more. He excitedly pointed at the ribbon on the flower basket, and the joy in his heart surged like a tide. "Shiqing, we won the bid." The girl looked at the celebratory words on the ribbon in surprise, not caring at all that Jiang Chu's way of addressing her had changed from team leader to just her name. "Warm congratulations to Chijin Technology for winning the Huadong Wanfang Ringback Tone Platform project. May the future be brighter and the performance be more prosperous." Lin Shiqing read the festive words carefully, and her heart was filled with irrepressible joy. Members of Group 17 arrived one after another, and couldn't stop cheering when they saw the flower baskets. After congratulating each other with the team members, Lin Shiqing realized that something was strange. "That's not right. There should be a text message sent to my phone when the bid evaluation results are announced. Mr. Jiang, please check if there is any announcement on the bidding website. Maybe there's a delay in the SMS platform. After all, the provincial company uses Chengding Technology's equipment." Jiang Chu teased Chengding Technology unscrupulously, causing everyone to laugh. After the last project report, everyone knows about the shortcomings of Chengding Technology's equipment, which has become a running joke in the industry this year. After opening their website on his mobile phone, Jiang Chu did not see any updates on the bidding results, which he found very strange. At this time, some sharp-eyed people discovered that the bottom of these flower basket ribbons actually had the signature of Chengding Technology. Is this sent by Chengding Technology? Some of the onlookers knew the background of this project and couldn't help but doubt the motives of the person who sent the flowers. Just as everyone was speculating, Jiang Chu seemed to have figured out the reason. "I understand. Chengding Technology has been operating the project since its inception. They must have had a channel to learn about the bidding results in advance. This is an olive branch, expecting us to support them in future system docking. That must be the case. Har har har, team leader Lin, you really showed off your face this time." Jiang Chu's guess was immediately supported by his companions. Lin Shiqing pursed her lips, trying her best to suppress the joy in her heart. At this moment, the person she wanted to see most was Chu Feihong. Now she has enough confidence to stand in front of the man and express her long-cherished wish. It's just a one-time project worth 2 million. What's there to celebrate? Lin Shiqing, do you know how big of a mess you've made? A discordant voice came from inside the company's gate, and several team leaders of the Innovation Center filed out with their subordinates and dispersed the people who were watching the fun. When Lin Shiqing saw their ferocious looks, she realized that it was these people whose cooperation was interrupted by Fenglu. She said nothing and didn't want to explain. She pushed the bystanders in front of her away and walked into the work area. Unexpectedly, the leader of Group 10 came up and pushed Lin Shiqing back. Want to escape? Not that easy. The man was big and strong, and his sudden attack was definitely not something a girl could withstand. Lin Shiqing was pushed back several steps by him and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately she was supported by her team members in time. Before she could stand firmly, she felt a gust of wind passing by her, and Jiangchu pounced on him almost instantly and punched the man in the face. Jiangchu, are you crazy? How dare you hit the leader? Amid the exclamations of others, the 200-pound strong man was knocked down in an instant. His team members rushed forward and pulled up the dizzy team leader. Jiangchu shook his slightly bruised wrist and warned fiercely. Be careful. Anyone who dares to make a move will suffer the same fate as this idiot. Everyone knows that Jiangchu comes from a wealthy family. When a person loses his pursuit of career, he naturally no longer has the motivation to bow to management. Seeing him suddenly attack someone, the other team leaders silently took a few steps back, and their original momentum to attack Lin Shiqing gradually weakened. You guys in Group 17 are going too far. For your own project, you offended Chengding Technology and caused all our business to fail. The 6 groups combined have an annual loss of more than 3 million. We will definitely file a complaint against you to the company leaders. Several team leaders who originally wanted to vent their anger by taking action suddenly became eloquent and began to convince others with reason. Faced with their accusations, Lin Shiqing felt a little guilty. After all, it was because of her that Fenglu stopped the projects of these groups. Destroying someone's job is like killing their parents, so it is normal for the other party to hate her. However, what surprised Lin Shiqing the most was that Jiangchu seemed particularly abnormal today. Not only did he speak to her in a much gentler tone, he also instinctively stood up to defend her, like a completely different person. More and more people gathered at the gate to watch the fun, and there were people from all departments watching the fun. Go ahead and file a complaint. I'll accept the punishment no matter how the boss characterizes it. You want me to apologize? No way. Lin Shiqing's attitude was very tough. She knew that her popularity in the company was completely ruined, so she decided to just give up. Several team leaders noticed the flower basket at the door, and for a moment they were unable to tell the severity of the situation. But they were very clear about one thing: Lin Shiqing, who had communicated with Huadong Wanfang, must know the secret of the business opportunity list. In order to prevent the girl from exposing their dirty deeds in public, the men chose to shift their targets and focus their firepower on Jiangchu. The leader of Group 8 was usually the most hypocritical. At this moment, he raised his voice, walked in front of Lin Shiqing, pointed at Jiangchu and asked, "Your team member beat up the leader. What do you think we should do? Do you want us to notify the administrative staff to come over?" Lin Shiqing looked at Jiangchu, feeling very aggrieved. It was the guy from Group 5 who pushed me first, and then Jiangchu stepped in to stop him, she argued. You also know that he just pushed you? This kid actually punched and hurt people. Didn't you see that his nose was crooked? After his complaint, everyone noticed that the nose of the team leader of Group 5 was indeed a little crooked, red and swollen, and bleeding constantly. What do you want? Lin Shiqing stepped forward and firmly stood in front of Jiangchu with her delicate body. This unintentional action deeply touched the members of Group 17. They all seemed to have discovered the shining points in the girl's character during their interactions with her during these days. Although Lin Shiqing's emotional intelligence is not high, she is independent, strong, responsible, and loyal. Thinking of this, the team members followed her and took a step forward. Seeing how united the people in Group 17 were, several team leaders wanted to put the pressure on the administrative department. Is there someone from the administration here? You all saw Jiangchu beating someone up just now. According to the employee handbook, how should this situation be handled? As soon as their voice fell, someone came up and said, I am a specialist in the administrative department. According to management regulations, if an employee engages in fighting within the company, he or she may be fired if the situation is serious. Well said. Does Jiang Chu's behavior just now constitute the conditions for expulsion? The leader of Group 10 covered his nose and rushed forward and roared loudly. This. I have no say. You have to report it to our director Luo and let her make the decision. If you want to fire me, Director Lee from the Human Resources Department has to do it. Then go and report it now. I don't believe it. Can the company condone employees beating up their leaders? Lin Shiqing frowned, walked up to the administrative officer, and said sincerely. After all, this is all because of me. I'll go with you. Chapter 30, Chu-style partiality. Where are you going? Don't you guys have to go to work? Chu Feihong's impatient voice suddenly came from the elevator entrance, startling a group of low-level employees and causing them to scatter. He walked up to Lin Shiqing and deliberately glanced at the uneasy girl with an arrogant look. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chu Feihong turned her head towards the administrative officer next to her. When the young man saw the vice president looking at him questioningly, he immediately recounted what had happened in a concise manner. When Chu Feihong heard that Lin Shiqing was pushed, the corner of her eye twitched. Are you okay? He asked with concern, his tone so gentle that everyone present felt uncomfortable. Being specially cared for in front of so many people, Lin Shiqing felt a little strange. She deliberately raised her voice and answered stiffly. Boss Chu, I'm fine. Chu Feihong nodded, then turned around and pointed at the leader of Group 10 who was still pretending to be pitiful, and said coldly. This person's performance is reset to 0 and he will be demoted 1 position. Because of his light words, the man lost 2,000 yuan in income every month, and his momentum immediately wilted. The team leaders of several innovation centers looked unhappy, wondering what this somewhat eccentric vice president was trying to do. Among the people present, the injury of the leader of Group 10 was the most obvious. Who would have thought that he would be demoted and have his salary cut right after taking office? This made a group of people lose the courage to confuse right and wrong. Chu Feihong's aura was so strong that it made the employees present feel breathless. The title of industry veteran and company vice president made everyone tremble with fear and dared not say a word. Okay, let's go now that everything is fine. He waved his hands, trying to use this momentum to put the previous conflict behind him. Little did he know that his administrative officer would ask a smart question. Boss Chu, how do we deal with Jiang Chu from Group 17? Chu Feihong felt helpless when she saw him being used as a gun without realizing it, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Luo Qianqian, what kind of mentally retarded children are your subordinates? Was it his brain that Zhuge Liang borrowed on the straw boat back then? Being asked this question in public, Chu Feihong couldn't openly show partiality. Although, he really wanted to say, good fight. If it were me, I would have broken even his arm. Looking at a group of employees eagerly waiting for the results of his processing, he chose a more mature way of handling it. Jiang Chu, right? Come to my office. Chu Feihong pretended to be angry and yelled, then turned around and walked into the company. I'll go too. This happened because of me. Lin Shiqing's almost zero emotional intelligence made Chu Feihong stop again. As soon as he turned around, he saw the girl was close at hand. That pretty little face turned red like a ripe apple. Chu Feihong lowered her head, leaned close to the girl's ear, and complained in a very light voice. Are you mentally retarded? Go back to work. Why are you joining in the fun? I'll return your product manager to you in a moment. Lin Shiqing tilted her head, not yet understanding what he meant. But this unusual behavior surprised the employees who had been watching the two of them. Chu Feihong naturally didn't care about others knowing about their master-disciple relationship, but Lin Shiqing, who was determined to hide this secret, was still confused. When she saw Chu Feihong bending over to talk, her little head naturally leaned forward, not expecting that it would attract so much attention. Although she didn't understand what her teacher meant, since the other party had made a promise, she still gave way obediently. Perhaps, only Chu Feihong's order could make Lin Shiqing give up her obsession with getting to the bottom of the matter. Jiang Chu and the others had no idea what they were talking about. When they saw their vice president calling them, they gritted their teeth and followed him without saying a word. After they left, the team leaders finally felt the pleasure of revenge, but the members of Group 17 all looked solemn, worried about Jiang Chu's safety. The two men came to Chu Feihong's office on the east side of the company one after another. Even though Jiang Chu came from a well-off family and his father owned a small company, he was still surprised when he saw this huge and luxurious office. The office is not only equipped with luxurious sofas, exquisite wine cabinets, and a well-equipped water bar, but also with separate bathrooms and bedrooms. When I first came in, the cleaning staff was replacing the items in the bedroom, just like room service in a hotel. Jiang Chu knew that he was indeed too impulsive just now, and he stood consciously in the middle of the office, as honest as a primary school student who had made a mistake. Chu Feihong told the cleaning staff to leave and went to their bar to make Jiang Chu a Long Island iced tea. "Boss Chu, Jiang Chu took the wine glass handed to him by Chu Feihong, and his mentality collapsed instantly. He was afraid that the company's vice president would really fire him, because given how long Lin Shiqing had been working, if he didn't stay at Chijin Technology, he would never be able to see her at all. Chu Feihong waved her hand, interrupting Jiang Chu's long-prepared surrender action. He took a sip of wine, sat on the armrest of the sofa, and asked with a smile, "You are the only product in Group 17. Can you handle it?" Jiang Chu was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to ignore the incident of him beating someone and instead ask about his work situation. "What? I've seen your performance and output. Although you're often late or leave early, your product design and communication skills are both top-notch. I see that you have good relationships with people, so how about promoting you to be a deputy team leader and participate in team management?" Jiang Chu didn't know what Chu Feihong was thinking. He couldn't understand why he didn't hold him accountable for his mistake of beating someone, and even deliberately promoted him. "Boss Chu, what do you mean?" Chu Feihong stared at Jiang Chu seriously for a few seconds, then stood up and walked to his side. "Xiao Jiang, you are smart and capable, so you should take care of Lin Shiqing more. That girl is a bit naive, she doesn't flatter the superiors, nor does she curry favor with the subordinates. I hope you can give her more advice and help her do some things directly. You want me to protect team leader Lin? You can understand it that way." Chu Feihong patted his shoulder, returned to her desk, took out 2 documents and handed them over. Jiang Chu took the documents and found that they were actually 2 business opportunity lists that only senior employees could see. "Is this a new business that allows the company to fully control customer relations?" "Yes, take it back and study it to see how to start the plan. In 2 days, I will ask the business department to take you to meet the client." "These 2 days? But we just won the bid for a new project." All right, let's go back and get ready." Chu Feihong smiled and led the somewhat confused Jiang Chu out of the office. He was sure that, given the other party's ability to understand, it would be enough for him to say this. This is a typical mentality of a superior, who takes it for granted that smart people can understand the whole meaning after listening to half of it. They don't like to be too blunt and avoid the embarrassment of being too direct. Jiang Chu left the office in confusion, and on their way back he kept thinking about the 2 business opportunity lists in his hands. His return in such good condition surprised many onlookers. The HR specialist who had just been waiting at his workstation to process his resignation procedures also left quietly, as if summoned by his supervisor. Lin Shiqing, who was anxiously waiting with her team members, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Jiang Chu was fine. "Mr. Jiang, did President Chu make things difficult for you?" The team members gathered around him and asked in unison. "It's okay, President Chu is just concerned about the work intensity of our team." As he said this, his gaze unconsciously turned to Lin Shiqing. Suddenly, in those bright eyes, Jiang Chu seemed to see the shadow of a man. A vague feeling of uneasiness made him hold his breath for a moment. While no one was paying attention, he placed the 2 business opportunity forms under the file bag on his desk, as if he was hiding a love letter that someone had asked him to deliver. Chapter 31: Failure Like a Tsunami. Jiang Chu did not receive any punishment. Several team leaders who were causing trouble did not dare to ask Chu Feihong directly, so they had to muster up the courage to go to Luo Qianqian, the director of the administrative department. After repeated requests, this strong administrative director was finally dragged into the work area by them. After checking the injury on the nose of the team leader of Group 10, even Luo Qianqian felt that the other party was a bit too cruel. However, after hearing that Jiang Chu had been to Chu Feihong's office before, she suppressed her temper. Luo Qianqian first checked her mobile phone to confirm that she had not received any orders, then looked at the internal management group and found that Chu Feihong was talking about a trivial matter. Being smart, she immediately realized that this matter could not be handled in the usual way, so she walked to the window alone and called her boss. "Mr. Chu, have you dealt with the incident with the guy from Group 17 who beat people at the door?" she asked cautiously. "It's been dealt with. Please come back and make an announcement." Chu Feihong spoke calmly, neither saying how to deal with it nor what announcement to make. Luo Qianqian smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "I understand, Mr. Chu, I will issue an announcement later." After saying that, she hung up the phone and left without looking back, leaving a group of onlookers staring in a daze. 10 minutes later, the administrative department's email was sent to all employees in the company. The general meaning is that it emphasizes that employees are prohibited from fighting in the company. If they are found, they will be severely punished or even dismissed. The wording particularly emphasizes within the company. From another perspective, this is telling all employees that Jiang Chu's beating outside the door before had nothing to do with the company's management regulations, so don't expect administrative penalties. If you have the guts, just call the police. Chu Feihong looked at the email from the administrative department, leaned back in his boss chair and laughed out loud with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Luo Qianqian's top-notch understanding and excellent execution. The members of Group 17 even celebrated unbridled in the work area, and only Jiang Chu stared at the contents of the email in silence. Because he noticed Lin Shiqing's expression. The girl was also reading emails, but her little pink face was filled with a sweet smile that was different from anyone else's. That unique smile was full of happiness and joy, as if a girl who was doted on by her lover was enjoying a little happiness that only she knew. Jiang Chu couldn't help but recall what Chu Feihong had said to him. Every word revolved around Lin Shiqing. Anxiety and confusion soon filled his heart, and the waves in his heart that were already stirred up by the girl became even more turbulent. 10 o'clock in the morning is the time when Huadong Wanfang's bidding results will be announced. Lin Shiqing kept refreshing their website page, anxiously wanting to confirm the news that she had won the bid. Just after 10 o'clock, the announcement appeared on Huadong Wanfang's bidding website as expected. But surprisingly, the winning bidder for the Ringback Tone platform project was not them, but Chengding Technology, as everyone had guessed before. Lin Shiqing looked at Chengding's name on the notice and became completely stagnant. Her mind was blank. The once noisy office was now silent, with only her rapid heartbeat. Soon, other team members also saw the content of the announcement, and the feeling of loss instantly overwhelmed everyone's hearts like a tsunami. Those who are paying attention to this matter include those team leaders who have bad intentions. When they saw the content of the announcement, they all mocked it in private with a gloating look. It was not until this moment that Lin Shiqing understood what the flower basket at the door meant. Those rows of congratulatory messages were the most vicious sarcasm from Chengding Technology, and were Feng Lu's deliberate trick to play with her mentality. Even after thinking all this through, Lin Shiqing still felt unable to adapt. After being fooled, her mentality became unbalanced. The previous joy was like a castle in the air that disappeared, immediately throwing her into the abyss of despair. Lin Shiqing finally realized that she had failed completely. She tried so hard to prove that she was qualified to stand by Chu Feihong's side, but she still failed miserably in the face of reality. What disappointed him most was the ill intentions and treachery from within the company. Several team leaders brought their men around again. Jiang Chu and other members of Group 17 vigilantly protected Lin Shiqing and did not give them the chance to get close. Everyone knew that Group 17 had received some favoritism from Chu Feihong, so they wisely kept their distance to avoid physical conflict. However, what can really hurt people are those harsh mocking sounds. "Lin Shiqing, you lost the 2 million bid, and it also caused us to lose the project. Even if you don't care about your colleagues' jobs, you should at least give an explanation to the company, right? You don't have the confidence to take her down, but you still insist on climbing up, and end up hurting others and yourself. Don't you idiots who are hanging out with her think about your own future?" The several divisive remarks pierced the 17 groups of members who were lost and confused like sharp spears. Faced with the malicious siege from her colleagues, the exhausted Lin Shiqing had lost the strength to resist. She could only force herself to push through the crowd with her almost exhausted body. "Don't try to get away with this. Explain clearly, what about our losses?" Seeing that Lin Shiqing wanted to leave, someone immediately pointed at her and shouted fiercely. Jiang Chu pushed the man's hand away and yelled at him, "You can't renew the project yourself, so why are you throwing dirty water on our team leader? Mr. Jiang, you are still protecting her at this time. Are you having an affair with her? Say it again." Jiang Chu was angry. He longed for his relationship with Lin Shiqing to develop more deeply, but not in such a situation. Lin Shiqing weakly supported his shoulders and said weakly, "Mr. Jiang, don't be impulsive. Let me pass first." "Shiqing, where are you going at this time?" Jiang Chu looked at the delicate girl behind him with heartache, and his love for her suddenly reached its peak. Lin Shiqing didn't say anything, but just tried to squeeze past him. At this moment, she just wanted to go to Chu Feihong's office and find the teacher who could shelter her from the wind and rain. Lin Shiqing always had a belief in her heart that no matter what trouble she got into, as long as she hid behind that man, the sun would always shine after the storm. She just wanted to take off her disguise, throw away all her stubbornness, throw herself into Chu Feihong's arms like a child, and no longer pay attention to the rumors. However, more and more colleagues gathered around, blocking the narrow passage and leaving the girl no chance to escape. "Let me go. I want to leave," Lin Shiqing pleaded in a low voice. Her trembling body was tightly surrounded by the crowd, and no matter how she begged, she could not break out. Jiang Chu had never seen Lin Shiqing so embarrassed and weak. For the first time, he realized that such a tough girl also had a helpless side. At this moment, a wretched figure appeared in front of the girl. When she saw Chen Shu's confident face, Lin Shiqing instinctively took a few steps back until Jiang Chu's big hand supported her weak shoulders. Chen Shu glanced at Jiang Chu with disdain, and then said to the frightened girl, "Lin Shiqing, your team has no projects to work on right now. According to the center's regulations, we can apply to second your team members." Chapter 32, Their Respective Positions. Seconded. Lin Shiqing repeated Chen Shu's words in a low voice, with panic gradually appearing in her eyes. "There are only a few of us in our group. Rather than saying they are asking us to disband immediately, they are asking us to do so." Jiang Chu no longer cared about so many things. Seeing that Chen Shu was eager to take action, he simply made things clear. There was some dark intention hidden in Chen Shu's twisted smile. He glanced at the members of Group 17 with contempt and laughed arrogantly. "Shiqing, look at this bunch of losers you gathered. They are all orphans who couldn't make it in any group. Now that I think about it, it's really hard for you." As he said that, he took 2 steps forward and wanted to grab Lin Shiqing's hand. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chu immediately hid Lin Shiqing behind him, not allowing Chen Shu to get close at all. "Hey, where did this flower protector come from? Shiqing, what do you think? Is this playboy worthy of your trust? I know you want to achieve something, but that requires a good platform. Our team is the strongest in the entire center. Why do you always have to make it hard on yourself?" No one questioned Chen Shu's words, and even Lin Shiqing understood that no matter from which angle you looked at it, the resources of Innovation Center Group 1 were top-notch. Seeing that no one present dared to refute, Chen Shu once again showed that unpleasant smile. "How about this? As long as you come back to Team 1, I will immediately arrange 2 new high-quality projects for you to work on. You are still the PM, and I can apply to Mr. Guan for any resources you need. As long as you listen to me." Chen Shu spoke the last sentence very slowly, as if he was speaking it intentionally for Jiang Chu to hear. "No need." Jiang Chu was completely infuriated by him. He pushed away the people blocking his way and found the 2 business opportunity lists that Chu Feihong had given him from his desk. "Who said that our Group 17 has no projects to work on? Isn't it just that we lost a ringtone platform? Look at this, the latest business opportunity. With our strength, we can easily get it." Jiang Chu vigorously waved the trump card in his hand in front of Chen Shu's eyes. Beneath his excited expression, there was a fear as bottomless as the abyss. As expected, the 2 business opportunity lists shocked many team leaders present, and even Chen Shu was greatly confused. The A+ business opportunity list is only visible to ministerial level leaders. How did it end up in your hands? Don't worry about this. Anyway, these 2 projects have been prepared by the bigwigs in the Ministry of Commerce, and customer relations have been established long ago. Although the amount is not particularly large, it is enough for our 17th group to fight back, which is better than falling into the trap you set. Jiang Chu revealed the past of several team leaders, and the employees present immediately started whispering and talking about it. "What trap? If you can't do it, don't make excuses." Chen Shu had just been punished by Chu Feihong 2 days ago. He was worried about complications, so he quickly ordered people to disperse the employees from various groups who were watching. "What are you looking at? Go back to work. Just as he was trying to distract everyone, Lin Shiqing seemed to wake up from a dream and snatch the business opportunity form from Jiang Chu's hand. When she read the operator number displayed on the business opportunity sheet, her heart suddenly tightened, as if something was strangling her throat. Lin Shiqing held up 2 business opportunity sheets in front of Jiang Chu and asked anxiously, "Who gave you these 2 business opportunity lists?" This is. Jiang Chu was worried that his guess would come true, so he lied irrationally. "It was given to me by Director Guan. I really didn't realize that he cares about our Group 17. Lin Shiqing put down her hands dejectedly, staring at Jiang Chu with her big watery eyes without blinking. "Mr. Guan's employee number is a 2-digit number, but the employee number on this business opportunity form is an odd number. Mr. Xiao's employee number is 001, and Mr. Cheng's employee number is 002. Who do you think will be 003? This." With the facts before him, even the eloquent Jiang Chu could not continue making up stories. Everyone knows that the 3 giants of Chijin technology are Xiaoling, Cheng Donyang and Chu Feihong. Who else could be the employee number 003 on the business opportunity list except that man? "Shiqing, this business opportunity was given to me by President Chu." Jiang Chu told the truth, although he was reluctant in his heart. "When did I give it to you?" Lin Shiqing asked in panic. The 2 of them spoke in a very low voice, and no one else noticed except a few team members around them. Jiang Chu didn't dare to lie to Lin Shiqing anymore, so he had to tell the girl in front of him everything that had happened. Lin Shiqing looked at him in astonishment. Her face had lost its usual rosy color, as if covered by ice and snow. "He already knew I wouldn't win the bid, why didn't he tell me?" An invisible barrier seemed to form around Lin Shiqing, isolating her from the outside world. At this moment, she was completely immersed in her own shock and oblivious to everything in the outside world. Jiang Chu and the male team members tried their best to maintain the dignity of the group, while a female designer helped the dazed Lin Shiqing back to her seat. The noise and accusations finally attracted intervention from the administration department. When Luo Qianqian's furious figure appeared in the work area, everyone consciously chose to shut up. Chen Shu and several team leaders returned to their workstations dejectedly with their men, and the whole incident seemed to have come to an end. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Shiqing, who had escaped from the vortex of controversy, finally stood at the door of Chu Feihong's office. She knocked on the door nervously, and then heard a familiar voice coming from the room. "Come in." Lin Shiqing walked slowly into the office and stood stiffly in front of Chu Feihong. The man who was reviewing documents looked up at the girl, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then continued to work with his head down. "What's the matter?" he asked in an official tone. Lin Shiqing rubbed her fingertips, but she swallowed the words back again and again. After standing there for a long time, she timidly asked, "Boss Chu, that ringtone project, did you know from the beginning that I couldn't get it?" "Yes." Chu Feihong said without hesitation, "I said I would help you get shortlisted, but I never promised to help you win the bid." He signed the piles of documents at a rapid pace, looking so professional and cool. Lin Shiqing stood in front of the large desk like a wounded kitten. "But why didn't you tell me before?" she asked cautiously. Chu Feihong put down the pen in her hand and looked at Lin Shiqing again, only to see 2 tear marks on the girl's face. He only saw the other person as a child who had failed the exam, so he confessed his inner thoughts without hesitation. "Xiaoqing, we have seldom communicated since you graduated. Many things in this society cannot be rushed, just like your team leader. If you don't get along well with your colleagues and try to stand out everywhere, you will definitely suffer. Especially, don't try some shortcuts lightly." Chu Feihong's words were suggestive, and even though they were expressed implicitly, they hurt Lin Shiqing's heart like a sharp blade. Looking at the teacher who still wanted to preach to her, a bitter smile appeared on the girl's face. She backed away slowly, as if she was voluntarily withdrawing from a play that she had written and directed. Why are you doing this to me?" Chapter 33 Fat Man's Lies. Lin Shiqing's voice was choked with sobs as she questioned Chu Feihong with difficulty. The man in front of him seemed to have noticed something was wrong with the other person. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the girl who had retreated to the door in confusion. "Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you?" Lin Shiqing's body was shaking unconsciously, which made Chu Feihong worry whether she had gone too far. "Why didn't you tell me before?" The girl leaned against the door, holding the handle tightly. Her body instinctively wanted to escape, but her heart still longed for the man to give her a reason to stay. Xiaoqing, you are so arrogant. It's not good to show off like this. Occasional failure can make you calm down and think about some longer-term things. Chu Feihong naturally would not make things difficult for Lin Shiqing just because she ignored him after graduation. Even though he knew that the girl had worked as a prostitute, he still tried his best to help her, hoping to guide her back on the right track. He didn't want Lin Shiqing to mistakenly believe that she could rely on him to rise to the top, and he was worried that the girl would repeat the deed he made when he was young and frivolous. However, all this is just Chu Feihong's self-righteousness. He was used to looking down on these juniors in the industry, especially Lin Shiqing, whom he had taught personally. In his eyes, the girl's thoughts were naive and simple, clear at a glance, without any disguise. Lin Shiqing turned her back to the door and turned the handle unwillingly. Her despair was like a flood that submerged the beauty in her heart into a swamp. You are not a god, you can't know everything. Besides, it's me. By the end of her speech, tears were flowing uncontrollably. Chu Feihong didn't expect Lin Shiqing's reaction to be so intense, and she was immediately panicked. Before he could ask more questions, the girl covered her mouth and hurriedly pushed open the office door. As soon as the door was pushed open, Lin Shiqing ran into Cheng Dongyang, who was about to knock on the door. Fatty Cheng didn't expect that a girl with tears in her eyes would rush out of Chu Feihong's office. His chubby body blocked the girl like a wall. Lin Shiqing recognized the man as the vice president of the company, but she didn't care about that at the moment. She walked past the man without even saying hello. Da Fei, what's going on? Looking at the girl's receding back, Cheng Dongyang couldn't help but start to wonder. Chu Feihong was immersed in Lin Shiqing's extremely disappointed expression just now. When she saw Cheng Dongyang coming in, she had to pretend to be calm and sat back down. You didn't recognize the girl who just left? He said impatiently. Although he was here, his heart had already flown away with Lin Shiqing. The girl just now. She is very beautiful. How did you make her cry? Cheng Dongyang smelled gossip and became excited. When Chu Feihong saw that the other party did not recognize Lin Shiqing, she was speechless for a moment and just stared at him unkindly. With years of experience of getting along with each other, Cheng Dongyang knew that his brother was on the verge of losing his temper at any time. He grabbed his chubby head with an innocent look on his face. God and God on my conscience. Although I love this, I never eat grass near my own backyard. Cheng Dongyang just glanced at the work badge on Lin Shiqing's chest and knew that she was an employee of Chijin Technology. Chu Feihong was already worried about Lin Shiqing, and became even angrier when Cheng Dongyang said that. Fatty Cheng, when I treat you as a human being, you better act like one. What's all this rage about? Am I supposed to know that girl? Nonsense, her name is Lin Shiqing, the girl from that night. When Chu Feihong talked about that night, her voice unconsciously became smaller. Cheng Dongyang raised his neck and thought seriously for a while before he reacted. Oh, it's that girl. Is she from our company? No wonder she knows you. Oh no, did she come here to force you to marry her? No. Chu Feihong wanted to say something else, but stopped when the words came to her lips. Considering that it was a matter between him and Lin Shiqing after all, Chu Feihong suppressed his annoyance and changed the current topic. Don't talk about her, why did you come to the city? Cheng Dongyang was a sensible man. Seeing that Chu Feihong didn't want to talk further, he immediately changed his words. Do you think I want to come? What have you been busy with these past 2 days? What date is it? Will your reimbursement for this month be approved? Chu Feihong is in charge of finance, and every month the department reimbursement summary must be approved by him personally before payment can be made. These 2 days, his mind was full of Lin Shiqing's affairs, and a lot of work was naturally delayed. He looked at the date, felt guilty, and without explaining, immediately opened the company's financial system. Seeing that he honestly started to approve the reimbursements, Cheng Dongyang sat down on the big desk and fiddled with the figures on the table nonchalantly. Da Fei. You're already old, but you still like these two-dimensional things. Aren't you tired of them? As he spoke, he touched Ray Ayanami's long light blue hair, looking like an old man. Chu Feihong looked up and glanced at him, then immediately snatched the figure away. You're already old, and you still change women every day. Aren't you tired of it? It was originally a ridicule, but Cheng Dongyang suddenly became excited after hearing it. What are you talking about? I have walked through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on me. Although I am imprisoned, I only love one person in my heart. You beast, even after cremation, your mouth is still open. Are you really that determined? Nonsense, you know what kind of person I am. Chu Feihong snorted disdainfully and reached out to touch her cell phone. What do you want to do? Cheng Dongyang knew him too well and immediately became alert. I want to tell your wife who is far away in the capital about your true feelings as a great lover. No. Brother, if you have something to say, just talk about it. Why drag Luo Shui into this? Chu Feihong sneered. While reviewing the expense report on the computer, she said earnestly. It's time for your relationship with Luo Shui to have a conclusion. How many years has it been dragging on? Cheng Dongyang's face darkened, and a hint of sadness appeared on his originally cynical face. After this busy period, I will go find her and explain it clearly. Well, the last time you said that was like 10 years ago. As Chu Feihong was speaking, she suddenly discovered that there was a particularly large amount of money on the reimbursement application. After carefully reading the reimbursement information, he picked up a pencil on the table and hit Cheng Dongyang on the head. You went to the Magic City to recharge your card. After being hit like this, Cheng Dongyang's thoughts immediately jumped from the memories with Luo Shui to the romantic days in the Magic City. He licked his lips, moved closer to Chu Feihong with great interest, and began to describe the scene in a vivid and emotional manner. Da Fei, you don't know that this new club I found is very popular with me. I entertained clients there every night last week. Not a single order was lost, and I helped the ladies boost their sales, which was also considered a good deed. Recharged 3 million. Chu Feihong asked with disdain. He could imagine what a lively scene it would be when Cheng Dongyang charged so much money into the club. What's wrong with 3 million? This is a valid investment. I signed several contracts worth over 100 million last week. Cheng Dongyang was very proud. The profit from the contract signed last week alone was tens of millions, and the 3 million in entertainment expenses was just a drop in the bucket. Chu Feihong shook her head and smiled. Take care of yourself. I'm in good health, every night I have sex. Cheng Dongyang was about to brag about his own achievements when he suddenly saw Chu Feihong's eyes fixed and his brows slowly frowned. He turned his head, stared at Fatty Cheng who was beginning to sweat, and asked word by word. Fatty, were you in the Magic City for the past 7 days? Chapter 34 Shiqing's Secret. When Cheng Dongyang saw Chu Feihong's expression, he knew that he was about to be in great trouble. However, he was still distracted by her beauty and had no idea what was going on. Yes, don't I have 7 days worth of hotel invoices? Chu Feihong's eyes were wide open, and his brows were filled with anger and doubt, like a volcano ready to erupt. You said in the bar that you saw Lin Shiqing go out with a man last week. Well, Cheng Dongyang never thought that while he was just talking about his romantic encounter, the other party could instantly shift the focus to Lin Shiqing. He also knew that his remarks were a bit excessive, but at the critical moment of life and death, Cheng Dongyang decided to struggle. I remembered it wrongly. I think I saw her working with a man last week. Chu Feihong gritted his teeth and used the mouse to switch the reimbursement information to the time period he mentioned. You were not in the country last week. How could you see Xiaoqing going out with a man? Cheng Dongyang's heart sank and he quickly jumped up from the table, backing away step by step despite Chu Feihong's anger. Da Fei, listen to my excuses. No, listen to my explanation. At this moment, his mind was racing, frantically looking for a way to get away with it. Chu Feihong gripped the mouse tightly, his fingertips turned white from the force. He widened his eyes, anger burning in his pupils, as if it was about to burst out at any time. Give me a reason, or I'll throw you into the pot and refine you into oil. Cheng Dongyang knew that he could not hide the secret from the other party, so he had to beg for mercy while telling the whole situation. Da Fei, don't get excited. That night at the bar, when Lao Hu and I came out of the bathroom, he immediately fell in love with the girl named Lin Shiqing and insisted on chatting her up. But that girl, you can tell at first glance that she's not the type to hang out in nightclubs. She was so aggressive in her words that she was simply throwing Lao Hu's face under her feet. Seeing that Chu Feihong was listening carefully, Cheng Dongyang tried to slow down his speech and continued. You know Lao Hu. Losing face is more painful than losing his son. I made up those 2 words about the girl to make Lao Hu feel better. When she found out you were there, she approached you. I saw her calling you teacher, and I thought you had played some cosplay before, so I let her stay there with you. Chu Feihong pointed at Cheng Dongyang with her index finger and was speechless for a moment. It took her a long time before she uttered a word. You want to tarnish the girl's innocence just for Lao Hu's sake. Da Fei, in a nightclub, all kinds of men and women are either hunters or prey. Who knew that Lin Shiqing was a? Chu Feihong didn't know why Lin Shiqing went to the bar that day, but he realized that it was indeed the girl's first time that night. He rubbed his temples repeatedly, trying hard to recall what he had said to the girl these days. Under the misleading of Cheng Dongyang, Chu Feihong preconceived that Lin Shiqing had become a materialistic woman who made extra money by doing sex work part-time. These days, he was self-righteous and wanted to use the ringback tone platform project to pressure the other party and teach the girl a lesson, but in the end all this just made him look like a scumbag. Seeing Chu Feihong so worried, Cheng Dongyang tried to comfort her without knowing the extent of the matter. Da Fei, think about it. What woman hasn't met a few scumbags in her life? In my opinion, a girl of that appearance must be surrounded by scumbags and bootlickers. You are definitely not the worst among them, and you are certainly not the worst one either. So, I have to thank you. Chu Feihong had lost his patience. He raised the mouse in his hand and threw it at Cheng Dongyang. Although Cheng Dongyang was fat, he was abnormally agile. Seeing that the other party was furious, he had already prepared to evade. The mouse flew past his cheek with a whoosh and broke into pieces on the wall. Da Fei, is it that serious? We are adults now. If the little girl can't figure it out, I will go and help you enlighten her. Stay away from her. Chu Feihong no longer had the heart to argue with the fat man. He rushed out of the office without even having time to put on his coat, leaving Cheng Dongyang, who had survived the disaster, secretly rejoicing in the room. It was already time for lunch, and he didn't see anyone in the work area, so he hurried to the elevator room, just in time to see Lin Shiqing waiting for the elevator with her team members. Xiaoqing, wait a moment. Chu Feihong shouted at the girl, and this scene caused surprise among the surrounding employees. The elevator door slowly opened. Lin Shiqing forced a smile at the team members and said softly, "You guys go eat first. I need to report to President Chu." Report to President Chu. Jiang Chu was puzzled. Everyone knows that Chu Feihong is in charge of finance, administration and human resources, and never touches on business matters. Seeing Lin Shiqing so determined, Jiang Chu seemed to realize something, and his guess was gradually confirmed. Okay, I'll be downstairs to meet you guys in a bit. Remember to order me a bowl of beef with scrambled egg and rice. The girl's smile was so sweet that Jiang Chu had no reason to refuse. Looking at Chu Feihong, who was getting closer and closer, Jiang Chu, somewhat unwillingly, entered the elevator at the urging of everyone. The moment the door closed, Lin Shiqing felt someone holding her wrist tightly. Come with me. Chu Feihong pulled her into the stairwell without saying anything. In the dim space, Lin Shiqing leaned against the corner, clasped her hands against her chest, and protected herself tightly. Chu Feihong felt very guilty knowing that she had hurt the other person. He tried his best to calm down his excitement and said softly to Lin Shiqing, "Xiaoqing, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It was Fatty Cheng's nonsense that made me think you were." Those words were too harsh, and Chu Feihong couldn't say them at all. Lin Shiqing sighed with a trembling voice. She lowered her head and covered her charming eyes with her bangs. As the man apologized, she expressed all her grievances. Teacher Chu. She called him teacher again. This name seemed to have plucked a string deep in Chu Feihong's heart, making him feel dazed and even a little unsteady. Lin Shiqing murmured in a mournful voice. It doesn't matter what I have done. Without that project, everything has lost its meaning. Chu Feihong thought the girl was still struggling with the ringback tone project itself, so she quickly tried to comfort her. Silly girl, it's just a 2 million project. If you want to lead a team, I can help you arrange as much as you want. You don't know, Mr. Chu, that project was my dignity and courage for 5 years. Now, it's all gone. Chu Feihong looked at Lin Shiqing in confusion, not knowing what she was talking about. In the dull air, the faint fragrance of the girl wafted in, confusing the man's thoughts. Lin Shiqing raised her head, her charming big eyes already filled with tears. Teacher Chu, you don't know that I have liked you since freshman year. But I know that you, who are too cautious, will not accept your own students. Therefore, only when I miss you so much that I cannot suppress it, I will find various reasons to ask you out in the name of studying. Lin Shiqing's crying voice was heartbreaking, like the cry of a bluebird echoing in the stairwell. My classmates were discussing privately. They said I wanted to find a backer so that I could find a decent job after graduation. Many people thought I wanted to be your lover and live a life without worries about food and clothing. I can't prove it myself, so I can only work very hard. I hope that after graduation I can prove it to you in my work and dispel those rumors. She suddenly lost her voice and covered her mouth tightly with her hands to prevent the humiliation in her heart from getting out of control. Chu Feihong felt extremely upset. It was not that he was unaware of the girl's love, but he never thought that this girl would hide her feelings so deeply. Lin Shiqing tried hard to suppress her emotions that were about to get out of control. She panted softly and continued to speak with difficulty. After graduation, I submitted my resume and passed the interview to join Chijin Technology. For the past year, I deliberately did not contact you, just to prepare to give you a surprise after becoming a team leader. I long to be able to stand in front of you proudly and loudly declare that I am fully qualified to be your girlfriend. I firmly believe that I have the ability to handle everything, and I have never had any thoughts of coveting anything from you. Chapter 35 Confidence at Your Side. Lin Shiqing's voice became lower and lower, gradually covered by her suppressed sobs. Chu Feihong was flustered by what she said. An expression of astonishment and embarrassment appeared on his face. His hands trembled slightly, and he didn't know how to respond to this sudden confession. Through the girl's narration, the memories of the past gradually became clearer from vague, and those scattered fragments were pieced together to form the heartbeat that he had deliberately avoided. Chu Feihong didn't know how to describe this mixture of joy and guilt. He could only clumsily reach out his hands and try to hold Lin Shiqing in his arms. The girl did not refuse and seemed to have been looking forward to such a hug for a long time. In the strange yet familiar embrace, they seemed to be able to hear each other's heartbeats. Chu Feihong. Lin Shiqing's voice was muffled in her broad chest, sounding weak and powerless. She had never called Chu Feihong by his name. Whether she called him Teacher Chu or Mr. Chu, the girl always maintained a humble attitude. And now, she can finally talk to him as an equal. Lin Shiqing pushed away Chu Feihong, whose body was a little stiff, and looked up into his deep eyes, feeling sad. I know that what has happened is the result of my arrogance. I can't blame you. I messed up this surprise that I had prepared for you. Xiaoqing, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Leave the future to me. Chu Feihong comforted softly. The girl shook her head, her eyes dark. You once said that technology is king in our industry. As long as you have the strength, you will surely bloom into dazzling fireworks. You said that anyone can find their own stage in the communications industry, but that is not the case. Chu Feihong was speechless. Back then, he couldn't bear to tell Lin Shiqing, who was still a student, about the cruelty and meanness of the industry's business wars. He hoped that the girl could spend her college years with beautiful visions of the future. I never thought that my compassion would cause my beloved student to take such a long defeat. Lin Shiqing sighed softly, not knowing whether it was because of her secret love with an uncertain future, or because of the hardships she had endured over the years. I don't need your career plan. If I wanted to be a pretty face, I should have confessed my feelings right after graduation, and then found a way to be a comfortable white-collar worker under your protection. I don't even like a woman like that, not to mention you. I know that I can't fight the reality by myself, so I have never refused your help. I just thought that you would provide me with a stage like that, a stage you once said would allow me to display my talents. But you didn't. You thought I was that kind of woman. You thought I was doing everything to get ahead, for money. You wanted to use failure to complete what you taught me. Lin Shiqing became more and more excited as she spoke, her tears sparkling like diamonds, falling one by one at the feet of the two people. But Chu Feihong, all I want is a chance to prove myself, so that I can have the confidence to stand by your side. Even if the entire industry is not as fair as you said, even if your company is full of exploitation and bullying, even if you are not as perfect as I thought, I still want to use what you taught me to create a perfect project in front of you. For you whom I love, for my stubbornness in the past 5 years. Lin Shiqing exhausted all her enthusiasm for her stubborn wish and offended too many colleagues. She quietly became the target of public criticism and gradually reached a desperate situation. She didn't know how she should continue to stay in Chijin Technology. Even if Chu Feihong accepted her, her strong self-esteem prevented her from admitting her complete failure. Lin Shiqing, who has been strong since childhood, is absolutely unwilling to achieve nothing and just exist as Chu Feihong's girlfriend. She hated Xie Yue since she was a child, but gradually, she developed the same tough style as her mother. The girl, who has little experience, does not understand the principle of being too strong and prone to failure, and only knows how to risk everything for her goals. Chu Feihong saw too many things in her that made him pity her. He felt heartache and anxiety, so he hurriedly comforted her. Xiaoqing, you are still young, let's take a long-term view. You can tell me what you want to do. I can help you plan, just like in school, don't you trust me? Faced with his comfort, Lin Shiqing just shook her head stubbornly. She wanted to tell Chu Feihong that she pinned all her dignity on this ringtone platform project. Unfortunately, the tender notice has been released and everything is settled. She didn't want to be a little woman, but she couldn't become a strong woman. The huge sense of frustration made Lin Shiqing want to escape from the company. Let me go, she sobbed. Chu Feihong's eyes trembled slightly, and he stared at the girl helplessly. Let me go. Lin Shiqing exerted a little force, pushed away the tall man who was blocking her way, and trotted out of the empty stairwell. When her petite figure disappeared from his sight, Chu Feihong felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away by this girl in an instant. He leaned against the wall dejectedly, regret surging in his heart. Am I stupid? How could I doubt this girl? With her personality, how could she not cherish herself? The misunderstanding at the beginning distorted all Chu Feihong's actions towards Lin Shiqing. After 2 days of awkward getting along, he finally failed to live up to all the girl's expectations of him. Chu Feihong smiled bitterly in his heart. If he had known that all Lin Shiqing wanted was a project where she could display her talents, he could have gotten it done with just a phone call. Why would he go through so much trouble? After a moment's pause, he walked out of the stairwell looking a little lonely. As he passed by the large French window, he looked at himself in the mirror and kept blaming himself. Chu Feihong, you have set Lin Shiqing's heart on fire, can you just laugh it off like this? Amidst endless regret and self-blame, he suddenly saw the row of flower baskets in the elevator. Hidden behind those sarcastic celebratory words was the contact number left by Fenglu. Chu Feihong panicked and somehow managed to call the other party. After the busy tone, Fenglu's lazy voice came from the receiver. Say. Chu Feihong took a deep breath, suppressed the disgust in her heart, and spoke as slowly as possible. I'm from Chijin Technology. How much commission do you want for the ringback tone project before you are willing to outsource it to us? Are you from Chijin Technology? Do I know you? Fenglu asked back, his tone becoming increasingly arrogant. The last person who confronted Chu Feihong in this way is still hiding from his debts on the African savannah with tens of millions of dollars in debt. I'm the one who pushed you in the conference room. Chu Feihong didn't want to introduce herself. Fenglu pretended to think for a long time before he said in an exaggerated tone. I remember now, you're the mask guy. How did you know my phone number? Oh, you saw the flower basket I sent, right? Chu Feihong gritted his teeth. At this moment, he felt extremely humble. But for Lin Shiqing, he somehow put aside his pride and asked Fenglu for the project. We really need this project. If possible, the price can be negotiated. If Cheng Dongyang said the same thing, it would seem sophisticated and smooth, without any sense of incongruity. However, once it came out of Chu Feihong's mouth, it became as difficult as holding a razor blade in her mouth, as if every word she uttered was covered in blood. Fenglu also heard the forbearance in his tone, and laughed wildly without any scruples on the other end of the phone. Ahahaha. You loser, are you begging me? His tone gradually became crazy, and after a pause, Fenglu continued. It's not impossible. I can still outsource the platform to you for 2 million. But there is an additional condition. Seeing that there was still room for negotiation, Chu Feihong immediately became serious. Tell me, how much do you want? He was referring to the rebates given to private individuals. As long as Fenglu is willing to outsource the project to Lin Shiqing, Chu Feihong can even pay out of his own pocket to meet the other party's needs. For him, being able to keep the girl by his side is more important than anything else at this moment. Fenglu laughed a few times and opened his shameless mouth. How much profit can a 2 million project bring? I have plenty of channels to make money, and I don't care about your point at all. So, my request is simple. There is a celebration party at my villa this weekend, and I want. Fenglu's speech suddenly slowed down, as if he wanted to pour every provocative word into Chu Feihong's ears. "I want you to drive Lin Shiqing to my villa and have her stay with me for 2 days." He made his obscene request but heard no response. There was no submissive submission or angry abuse in the receiver, and Chu Feihong acted as if he had heard nothing. Feng Lu frowned, waited for a while, and shouted impatiently. "Stop pretending to be stupid. You want to ask me for a project without paying a price? Do you understand the rules of the communications industry? Who do you think you are?" After saying this, Chu Feihong finally responded. His voice was as calm as water, neither humble nor arrogant, as if he was not at all angered by Feng Lu's words. "Yeah, who am I?" The phone was hung up, verbal communication had lost its meaning, and all that remained was the winner and loser after the head-on confrontation. Chu Feihong looked at himself in the glass, his expression became more resolute, his hands clenched into fists, and his sharp eyes seemed to rekindle the murderous spirit of the king of Chu in the past. Chapter 36 Rejected Resignation. Downstairs, only Jiang Chu was still waiting for Lin Shiqing. Seeing the girl's slightly red eyes, he didn't say much, but silently handed her the scrambled egg beef rice that he had packed for her. Lin Shiqing took the lunchbox, but her emotions suddenly broke down. She slowly squatted down on the spot, buried her head and cried helplessly. The heartbreaking cry made Jiang Chu beside her at a loss. Jiang Chu didn't dare to ask about the details of the two. There were too many complicated possibilities in the relationship between Lin Shiqing and Chu Feihong. He didn't dare to guess or think too much. He just stayed with the girl quietly, as if that was all he could do. People passing by all looked at them with sidelong glances. In their eyes, these two people of similar age were just a quarreling couple, wantonly squandering their absurd youth in public. But only Jiang Chu knew that he was just a bystander. After lunch break, the two returned to the company. Lin Shiqing sat at her workstation, closed her eyes for a long time, and finally made up her mind that she would fulfill the promise she had made to everyone. The girl opened her notebook, created a new Word document, and tremblingly typed 3 words. Resignation letter. Jiang Chu was sitting behind her. After Lin Shiqing submitted her resignation letter, she downloaded a template from the internet, filled in her name, and emailed it to the Human Resources Department. At this moment, he seemed to have unloaded a huge burden. He pushed off his feet and slid to Lin Shiqing's side in his office chair. "Shiqing, what are you going to do next? Should we look for a job right away, or go out and have fun for a few months?" Lin Shiqing turned to look at Jiang Chu in surprise, her face full of confusion. You resigned too?" "Of course. Now that you've left, there's no point for me to stay in Zhejiang." "You?" The girl had quietly walked into his heart without her knowing. Although she had no intention of flirting with this rich young man, Lin Shiqing was still somewhat moved by his decision to stay with her. The 17 groups of members who heard the conversation between the two also came over. After learning of their decision, they all filled out their resignation applications in indignation. Lin Shiqing hurriedly tried to comfort everyone, "Don't get excited. My departure has nothing to do with the company. It's a personal decision. Team leader Lin, if you leave, Group 17 will also be disbanded. We will most likely return to our original groups, and we will definitely be bullied. Instead of being so frustrated, why not try a different environment? Team leader, you don't have to feel guilty. We are confident in our abilities, and it won't be difficult to find a job." The team members all seemed very open-minded, but Lin Shiqing knew in her heart that the trend of internal competition in China was becoming more and more serious, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to find a company that cared about human resources. Although Zhejiang Technology's Innovation Center has some problems, its other core departments have always been highly regarded in the industry. For many communications practitioners, entering this company is undoubtedly a dream opportunity. However, she couldn't help but feel guilty about the fact that they were about to be forced to leave for their own reasons. The collective resignation of 17 groups immediately attracted the attention of human resources. After receiving the resignation process, Li Shen, the director, personally came to the work area. It was not until this moment that other people in the Innovation Center learned about the collective resignation of these people. The most shocked person was Chen Shu. He never expected that Lin Shiqing, who was determined to make a career in Zhejiang Technology, would actually resign because of losing the project. The girl's insistence made his despicable plan fail in the end. Seeing that things had come to this point, Chen Shu rushed to Group 17 in a rage and questioned Lin Shiqing angrily. Xiao Lin, why are you doing this? Lin Shiqing, who had already seen through him, didn't want to say much. She just felt that the other party was disgusting. Seeing that the girl didn't respond, Chen Shu took out all his anger on Jiang Chu. Mr. Jiang, what is your intention in instigating her to resign? Others may not understand why Shiqing resigned, but don't you understand? Don't force me to tell you about your shameful deeds. Jiang Chu was fearless. He had already submitted his resignation letter, and he did not regard Chen Shu as his leader, so he did not leave any room for negotiation. Chen Shu still wants to stay in Chijin Technology and doesn't dare to show his hand to Jiang Chu now. His wretched face turned red and his teeth were chattering. When Jiang Chu saw his hesitant and timid appearance, he couldn't help but feel contempt for him, and a trace of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Shiqing just watched Chen Shu jumping up and down quietly. She put everything aside and thought back to the past years, and couldn't help but find it ridiculous. I worked hard under the clutches of this scum, fantasizing that I could be recognized for my own abilities, but in the end it was nothing but a pipe dream. Just as the two were confronting each other, HR Director Li Shin quickly rushed up to them. Noticing the tense atmosphere, she immediately tried to ease the stalemate. Lin Shiqing, what does it mean that Group 17 will resign en masse? If you have any difficulties, you can communicate with your general manager first. There is no need to be so extreme. Chijin Technology has always attached great importance to RD personnel, and such a large-scale resignation will definitely attract the attention of the company's top management. Entire groups of people choose to leave, either in protest of the company's management or because they are poached by competitors. In either case, human resources need to be deeply involved in order to give the three bosses a reasonable explanation. Lin Shiqing understood why Li Shin came here, but she was already exhausted physically and mentally, and she really didn't want to have anything to do with those gossips anymore. She walked up to the HR director and said sincerely, "Director Li, I lost the company's project and caused collateral damage to other teams. Resigning is my personal behavior, and they just followed me out of loyalty. Please persuade them." Li Shin stared at Lin Shiqing with a scrutinizing gaze, trying to capture the girl's true inner attitude from her bright eyes. The company has never had a system of firing employees for losing a project. As far as I know, Mr. Guan is a very tolerant leader towards his subordinates. So, can you tell me the truth? After Li Shin finished speaking, her beautiful eyes became sharp as a blade and accurately fell on Chen Shu. When she looked at him like that, the man immediately tensed up and was so frightened that he dared not even breathe. However, Lin Shiqing has lost the faith she had held for many years, and now she just wants to leave with dignity. Director Li, there is no hidden secret. I just want to change my environment. She insisted on her statement to avoid escalating the situation. Li Shin was about to say something when he suddenly heard Chu Feihong's arrogant commanding voice coming from behind him. Reject their resignation applications. None of these people can leave. Everyone was startled and turned to look at Chu Feihong, who was slowly approaching. The man's face was gloomy, without a trace of ripples, as if he had already made up his mind and everything was under his control. Li Shin didn't even ask why and directly rejected everyone's resignation application on the OA system on his mobile phone. Chu Feihong walked to the center of the work area, pointed at the members of Group 17 and said coldly, "As for the loss of the Ringback Tone Platform project of Huadong Wanfang Jiangnan Province Company, your team should prepare a review report now. No one can escape without giving the company a reasonable explanation." Chapter 37. Leave the rest to me. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what value there was in reviewing the loss of this project. But Chu Feihong's tone was serious and he didn't sound like he was joking. Lin Shiqing thought that the other party was deliberately making things difficult for her, so she gritted her teeth and pulled him into a meeting room in front of everyone. Locking the door and closing the blinds, the girl stared at the man in front of her in confusion. However, the indifferent smile on Chu Feihong's face made Lin Shiqing stunned for a moment. There was a familiar warmth in his smile, as if taking us back a few years. At that time, whenever Lin Shiqing accidentally messed up an experiment, Chu Feihong would always appear in time to help her clean up the mess. His smile always has the same arc, giving the girl enough comfort and encouragement. "Teacher Chu, you." Lin Shiqing was a little dazed for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind this smile. Chu Feihong walked forward and gently stroked her hair. As she raised her hand, the scent of Chanel's lion perfume wafted over her. Labdanum brings out a sweet, mellow and overbearing aroma, which completely suppresses the girl's desire to resist. Lin Shiqing stood there obediently, allowing the smell of the other person's men's perfume to slowly calm her turbulent mood. Xiaoqing, don't rush to make a decision. There's still time. Let me do something else for you, okay? Chu Feihong slowly approached Lin Shiqing, so close that he could almost feel her every breath, as if their two hearts were closely connected in silent resonance. At this moment, Chu Feihong could kiss the girl's hair if he lowered his head slightly, but he didn't do that. What he wanted was for Lin Shiqing to give him a chance to make amends, rather than using forceful means to possess her again. What do you want to do? Don't ask so many questions. Just organize the project information. Leave the rest to me. Chu Feihong spoke softly, her eyes as bright as stars, overflowing with the confidence of a strong man. Even though she was confused and entangled in all kinds of things, the girl still surrendered to his unquestionable tone. Lin Shiqing has liked Chu Feihong for too long, and it was so hard for her to be so close to him that she would not care even if trying again would break her into pieces. She nodded with tears in her eyes like a docile kitten, even though she didn't know what the other person was going to do. Lin Shiqing could hardly believe that she would be captured by just a few words from the other party. It turned out that her former stubbornness and pride were just waiting for a broad chest where she could rest in peace. At this moment, all her defenses seemed to disappear, and she only wanted to immerse herself in this gentle embrace. Chu Feihong nodded with satisfaction, her fingertips sliding down Lin Shiqing's soft long hair, then she resolutely pushed open the door and left everyone's sight. Lin Shiqing stayed in the conference room, locked herself in the dark room, and waited quietly for the unknown result. She didn't know how the other party would influence a bid whose result had already been announced, but she knew that she was more obsessed with the man than she thought, and she would even give up all her insistence for him. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Chengding Technology's Jiangnan branch was already filled with a noisy scene of celebration. Boxes of Feiqian Maotai were taken out of the warehouse, placed one by one on carts, and pulled into the business car downstairs. Tonight, Chengding Technology will host a banquet for its bid rigging partners to celebrate their successful division of this 570 million yuan order. The successful Feng Lu sat in a spacious office and watched through the bright glass windows as his subordinates busily prepared for his celebration banquet, with an arrogance and complacency that was difficult to conceal on his face. He looked at his phone, expecting the strange number to call again. At this moment, what he most hoped for was that a loser would offer his beloved woman to him, and he was ready to humiliate the other party in public. The astonishing bonus mechanism has fostered a group of business people with distorted personalities in Chengding Technology. They will do anything to succeed and call it wolf culture. But behind these great achievements is the downward spiral of industry ethics. Just when Feng Lu was feeling a little regretful about the grand scene tonight, the screen of his mobile phone suddenly lit up, and the number he had been waiting for a long time called again. He clapped his hands and jumped up from his seat. He wanted to turn on the loudspeaker and rush into the work area so that all his men could hear each other's surrender. Feng Lu answered the phone in ecstasy. He put his hands on his hips and looked out the window at the bustling downtown, like a winner who had conquered the entire city. How about it? Have you thought it over? If you have, find a pen and write down the address of my villa. Feng Lu smiled, his obscene and shameless face vaguely visible in the reflection of the glass, like a lonely ghost that was about to turn to ashes. Chu Feihong on the other end of the phone did not answer his question, but put forward her own conditions in a cold voice. Little friend, I'll give you one last chance. Outsource the project to Lin Shiqing's team for 3 million. Then, go to her house and apologize. Excuse me. You're out of your mind, old man. Don't you understand what I said before? 3 million for the fucking money? I asked you to clean the girl and send her over, but you raised the price by 1 million. Are you too old and confused to understand the current situation? Feng Lu was trembling all over. The abnormality of his body came from his anger at Chu Feihong's arrogant remarks, or perhaps it was his fear of the uncertainty of the future. The two were intertwined, making it difficult for him to distinguish his true emotions. He. Chu Feihong's creepy laughter sounded, and just a few laughs made Feng Lu feel cold all over. Little friend, I hope you can stay strong until the end, so that your uncle can have fun. After saying this, Chu Feihong decisively hung up the call. Feng Lu stood there in a daze, not moving for a long time, like a walking corpse whose soul had been sucked away by an evil spirit. It was not until his men pushed the door open and asked how many private rooms were needed for the second show that evening that Feng Lu came to his senses. But his first words were, "I'll ask Mr. CAI right away, where is Mr. CAI?" The subordinate was stunned by Feng Lu's nonsensical question. After thinking for a few seconds, he switched to a reporting tone and said, "Mr. Feng, Mr. CAI should be in the office of Mr. Qin, the top leader of Huadong Wanfang Jiangnan province." After hearing what his men said, Feng Lu seemed to have been summoned back to his spirit, and slumped back into his chair. As soon as he leaned back in the chair, a chill swept across his entire back, and he realized that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Damn it, I was intimidated by that old guy. Our CEO CAI has such a good relationship with CEO Qin of Huadong Wanfang, what could go wrong? Feng Lu talked to himself, constantly trying to calm his pounding heart. His bewildered look shocked his men at the door. No one would have thought that a project that had already issued a bid evaluation announcement would once again experience earth-shaking changes. Chapter 38 Unexpected Report Letter. At the same time, in the general manager's office of Huadong Wanfang Jiangnan Province Company, Qin He was pouring tea for a middle-aged man on the sofa. The man was wearing a well-fitting suit and his face was flushed, as if good news was about to happen. When the tea in the cup was almost half full, the man put his index and middle fingers together and tapped the table 3 times to show his respect to Qin He who was pouring the tea. However, the other party did not stop what he was doing and continued pouring tea into the cup. "Mr. Qin, it's not good if the tea spills," the man said in a deep voice, and then observed Qin He's expression. He knew very well that a full cup of tea would be deceptive, and that only pouring 70% of the tea would show respect. Qin He's expression was indifferent. He raised his wrist slightly and then stopped pouring tea. "Pour the tea 70% full, leaving 30% is a courtesy," he said with a smile. "Mr. Qin, you've poured out about 80% of the tea," the man joked. "Oh. Chongder, I did pour 10% more tea. Please forgive me." Qin He put down the teacup, picked up his own cup, and sniffed the elegant tea fragrance. The man in front of him was Cai Chongder, the general manager of Chengding Technologies East China region, a senior communications person in his 50s. The other party obviously understood the implication of Qin He's words. After hesitating for a while, he quickly picked up the teacup and drank it all. "Boss, Qin means that you think our Chengding technology is like this 8-point tea soup, which is a bit too full." Qin He smiled and poured tea into the other person's cup again, but this time, the tea was exactly 70%. When drinking tea, don't talk about work. Avoiding the topic means that Cai Chongder has hit the mark. Ever since Chengding technology was sanctioned by America and its market share in the West dropped sharply, it has begun to shift its focus back to the domestic market. However, China's communications industry has long been a red ocean, and even Chengding technology cannot widen the gap with its competitors through technology. In this situation, a series of unacceptable means become the key to competing for the market. For Huadong Wanfang, many actions of Chengding technology have aroused the disgust of many local officials. Cai Chongder did not know what specific thing Qin He was referring to. The other party's reluctance to point it out may indicate that he has crossed many red lines. Thinking of this, he quickly finished the tea in the cup and pretended to change the subject. "This year's target completion rate is better than planned. I will go back to the south for vacation in the 4th quarter. I will bring you some good tea from my hometown then. We don't like expensive tea. We have rules. Of course, they are just some rural specialties." Qin He laughed and poured tea for Cai Chongder again. He was very satisfied with the other party's statement. The so-called 4th quarter vacation meant that Cai Chongder formally promised that Chengding technology would no longer be concerned about the procurement plan for the next quarter. Cai Chongder understood what he meant and was willing to withdraw from the project bidding in the next 3 months, which was considered as giving Qin He enough respect. The two of them played guessing games like this, and with just a few words, they found out each other's background. Qin He is in his 50s, and it remains unknown whether he can be promoted to an important position in the group company. In the end, Cai Chongder did not dare to have friction with him. For Chengding technology, these senior managers within the operators were crucial business resources. Just as the two were exchanging cups of tea for wine, a light knock on the door suddenly came from outside. "Please come in," Qin He said loudly. Outside the door, Jiu Changjie and Yu Qiancheng walked in one after another. When they saw Cai Chongder, they stopped almost at the same time. Mr. Qin, I didn't know you had guests here. Let's come back later. Ji Yuqiangjie said that he was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Qin He. Changjie, it's okay. Chongder is not an outsider. If you have anything to say, just tell me here. These four people have been in a relationship for more than 10 years and are very familiar with each other. As Qin his deputy and the second in command of the Jiangnan Provincial Company, Ji Yuqiangjie has always been known for his resolute actions, but at this moment he seemed hesitant and hesitated to speak. With Cai Chongder's keen eyesight, he should have gotten up and left immediately, but when he saw Yu Qiancheng behind Ji Yuqiangjie, his sensitive business nerves suddenly tensed up. Chengding Technology just won a bid worth 570 million yuan, and the second-level person in charge of the bidding is anxious to report to the head of the provincial company. The timing is so close that it makes him feel uneasy. Qin He also noticed the unusualness, but as a seasoned statesman, he had already made plans for various situations to ensure that everything was under control. He waved to Ji Yuqiangjie confidently and said with a smile, "Come on, Qiangjie, Qiancheng. Let's talk while we drink." The two looked at each other and did not relax at all. It was obvious that they both felt that this matter was definitely beyond Qin his control. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ji Yuqiangjie walked to the leader and handed a document to him. "Boss Qin, this is the report material that the Discipline Inspection Group's monitoring room just received." When Qin He heard the word discipline inspection, his weather-beaten face instantly turned gloomy. For state-owned enterprises like theirs, apart from the goals set by the ministry, the biggest pressure comes from internal disciplinary inspection reviews. Sometimes, a seemingly insignificant disciplinary investigation can lead to complex problems in the entire business line. Qin He will not tolerate or protect employees who violate discipline, but when performance pressure increases sharply, losing those capable subordinates is undoubtedly a difficult challenge. He took the document handed to him by Ji Yuqiangjie and quickly unfolded it. After just a glance, he frowned and his eyes widened. Qin He read the document roughly and then turned his attention to Cai Chongder. He said slowly in an incredulous voice, "Chongder, Jingcheng Xuandar reported that Chengding Technology colluded in bidding." Cai Chongder's body froze and his heart started beating wildly involuntarily, but he still pretended to be indifferent on his face. "Jingcheng Xuandar? They are Chengding's partner. How could they frame us?" He didn't know what the document said, but he still characterized its contents. Qin He scanned the report content in the document again, and after careful consideration, he handed the thing to Cai Chongder. "See for yourself." Cai Chongder had a smile on his face, but his hands were shaking as he took the document. After reading the document carefully, his forced smile completely froze. This is a self-explosive letter of complaint, which reveals the private collusion between the business managers of the two companies to engage in bid rigging for lot number 23. Has Master Qi of Jingcheng Xuandar gone mad? Reporting his own employees to the provincial company for bid rigging. Cai Chongder suddenly stood up and complained irritably to the boss of Jingcheng Xuandar, beads of sweat already oozing out of his forehead. "Chongder, I must deal with this kind of report." Qin He said seriously. "Boss Qin, please wait a moment. I will call Jingcheng Xuandar right away. There must be some misunderstanding here. Our two companies have always cooperated very well." Old Cai Yu Qiancheng interrupted him, "Look at the reporting unit behind you. The person you are looking for is not Jingcheng Xuandar." "What?" Hearing the other party say this, Cai Chongder quickly turned to the last page of the document. Sure enough, this report from Jingcheng Xuandar was not submitted by the person concerned himself, because the official seal of Zhejiang Technology was clearly stamped on the signature of the reporter. Chapter 39 High-Level Game. Cai Chongder's expression was distorted, and he opened his mouth for a long time but didn't utter a word. After a full minute, he said in a confused tone, "What's going on? Why would Zhejiang Technology touch such a project?" Cai Chongder looked up at the three people in front of him, only to find that Ji Yuqiangjie and Yu Qiancheng's expressions were even uglier than his. "Please wait a moment, leaders. I will call Xiaolin right away." Cai Chongder immediately took out his cell phone from his arms and was about to call Xiaolin when he suddenly remembered something. He said to himself, "No. Xiaolin is still in Europe, this must have been done by Fatty Cheng. That's not right, he just signed a project worth hundreds of millions in Shanghai last week. Ji Changjie couldn't bear to see his old friend in such a panic, so he quickly reminded him. Old CAI, it's not Cheng Donyan, it's Chu Feihong. When he heard Chu Feihong's name, CAI Chungder twitched almost as if in response to stress, and his whole body twisted unnaturally. Oh, old CAI, are you okay? Seeing this, Yu Qiancheng hurriedly supported CAI Chungder, who almost collapsed. And he was not the only one who was surprised by the name. Qin He, who had been confident, also became nervous. What on earth are you two doing? Why did Chu Feihong appear in this project? Why didn't anyone report to me before? Seeing that the top leader was rarely angry, Ji Changjie quickly came up to explain. Boss Qin, Chu Feihong only showed up on the day of the plan presentation. I didn't expect that guy to suddenly attack. Did you see him with your own eyes? Qin He asked. Yes, we met him at the gate. He only said he was here to report with his apprentice, and he didn't make any other requests. After hearing what he said, Qin He immediately threw the question to Yu Qiancheng, who was in charge of the bidding. Did he participate in the project report? Yu Qiancheng's face turned pale, and he said worriedly, he just added a little design idea at the end of his report. Why didn't you report to me? Don't you know his nickname, King of Chu? Qin He was really panicked. The information gap made him feel that he had completely lost control of the incident. Although they were of similar age, Yu Qiancheng was still very afraid of Qin He. He thought for a moment and continued. After the meeting, we specifically discussed this project in the garden. Chu Feihong did not raise any requirements at the time, and he himself even thought it was not appropriate to take this bid. He said he was just accompanying his apprentice to gain experience, and I also suggested that Shijin Technology pay attention to subsequent IDC projects. We had a good chat at the time. Who knew he would suddenly do this? Qin He stared at Yu Qiancheng for a long time. He was sure that this old brother had no reason to deceive him. Then he turned his attention to CAI Chungder, who was still immersed in shock. Chungder, did you know that Chu Feihong participated in this bidding? After he asked this question, CAI Chungder seemed to come out of his confused state. Boss Qin, let alone Chu Feihong coming to the provincial company in person, I didn't even know that Shijin Technology participated in the bidding. During the initial communication, I didn't see them at all. And as far as I know, Chu Feihong never cares about business. I also want to know what is going on here. Qin He felt that the nerves in his brain were vibrating violently like crazy strings. Every vibration was like a heavy hammer hitting the top of his head, causing his head to nearly explode. He gritted his teeth for a long time before taking out his cell phone and staring at the three people in front of him. I'll call him myself and see what this lunatic is up to. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Qin He called Chu Feihong in front of them. After a brief busy tone, the call was connected and Chu Feihong's lazy voice came from the receiver. Boss Qin, why are you free to call me today? 2 days ago at the provincial company, Lao Jiyu said that he would invite you to Qinshan for a drink at the end of the month. Qin He glanced at Ji Changjie, then changed the call mode to public speaker. Feihong, we are all acquaintances. Why can't we talk about it in a quiet way? There's no need to do this, right? He controlled his emotions well, but there was still some complaint in his tone. What happened? I didn't do anything. Chu Feihong's long-lost exaggerated acting skills immediately made the 4 men in the office ashamed. Ji Changjie knew that this guy was about to start cheating, so he immediately came up and cursed into the microphone. Feihong, I'm Lao Jiyu. You've already handed your report to the discipline inspection group. Why are you still pretending to be so high and mighty? Chu Feihong drew out the tone and pretended to be surprised. No way. The report was sent to the provincial company's disciplinary inspection team. Look at these idiots under me, I really don't know how they do things. The men looked at each other, none of them understanding what Chu Feihong was up to. Qin He thought about it and then asked. Don't keep us in suspense. Isn't that letter for us? Where else are you going to send it? Of course it's the disciplinary inspection department of the group company. I asked my subordinates to take the nearest high-speed train to the capital. Look at these lazy guys. Chu Feihong's careless words made the 4 people on the phone gasp. They knew very well that once this kind of report was sent to the group's disciplinary inspection department, an inspection team would be sent down, and by then, there was no telling how big the hole would be. Qin He was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out, but he still suppressed the anger in his chest and said with a smile. Feihong, you are kidding me again. You know my current state. Sending a report letter to the group at this time is just an attempt to destroy me, isn't it? Qin He has been the top leader of Jiangnan province for many years. According to Huadong Wanfang's rules, he will be transferred at the end of next year. If you are unable to enter the group company, you may be transferred to other provincial companies as general manager. But looking around, the first-level officials in developed provinces have all just taken office. If they must be transferred, they can only go to some remote areas. It's not that Qin He is so greedy for wealth and fame, but the province's economic foundation is not good, and as a telecommunications operator in the service industry, it is difficult for it to make any progress. Chu Feihong naturally understood the other party's current sensitive situation. His words were intended to warn Qin He that he had the ability to put an end to the other party's career. He smiled casually and said, "Not really, Mr. Qin. It's just a small matter, I don't want to trouble you." "No. You'd better trouble me." Qin He sneered and gave Yu Chencheng a wink. He has the lowest rank here, so it would be better for him to initiate the negotiation. Yu Chencheng understood what his leader meant and quickly took a step forward. "Feihong, let's talk about the matter. Don't beat around the bush. Do you want that 2 million ringback tone platform project?" "Yes." Chu Feihong replied directly. "You guy, why didn't you tell me when I asked you in the garden?" Yu Chencheng did not intend to blame Chu Feihong. He just wanted to let the two leaders know that he had communicated with them before and it was this guy who changed his mind at the last minute. "Hey, it's different now." Chu Feihong's nonchalant attitude immediately made everyone present break out in cold sweats, as if they were recalling the years of bloody battles between Xinghan Haiyu and Chengding Technology.